Chapter 245, Am I Dreaming? Had been growing by leaps and bounds as of late, and Amber was right there with her. After all, her strength was directly tied to Amber's. When Lu Yi was fighting Yuan Guang, Amber had stayed its hand, or rather paw, because Lu Yi wanted to confirm his own progress. That was why the tiger had waited until now to unleash one of its abilities. Lu Yi had noticed that Amber possessed some unique abilities a long time ago. When he asked if the abilities were spells, had shot down the theory immediately. As Amber continued to grow stronger, its unique abilities began to surface more and more. Was right to say they weren't spells. In Lu Ye's opinion, they looked more like some sort of racial abilities that awakened with its bloodline. Amber's roar could not physically harm the enemy, but it could impact the mind greatly. Having been caught completely off guard, the Ninth Order Ghost Cultivator was stunned long enough for Lu Yi to stab the inviolable into his chest, even though he recovered quickly due to the power gap. Unfortunately, Lu Yi wasn't able to pierce the Ghost Cultivator completely before pulling away from him. Otherwise, this battle would have been over already. Lu Yi did not let up on the assault. He immediately rushed forward and rained attacks on the Ghost Cultivator like an unstoppable storm. Metal clanged against metal as the Ghost Cultivator's expression slowly turned shocked and horrified. It was bad enough that the terrible force being transmitted through his hand was beyond his ability to handle, but the enemy's attack speed was unbelievable for a combat cultivator as well. In just a few exchanges, his grip was slippery with his own blood already. Suddenly, a pair of killing intents erupted from his left and right. It was the Hao brother and sister finally making their move. They had not communicated a word with each other before launching the surprise attack, but they had also been together since their first day cultivating. Naturally, their teamwork was on a completely different level. The Sky Pillar Sect Ghost Cultivator blanched immediately. Lu Yi had attracted so much of his attention that it never crossed his mind that he might have an ally or two. Worse, they were ghost cultivators just like him. As a ghost cultivator, he knew better than anyone how deadly the surprise attack of a ghost cultivator was. Without hesitation, he sank to the floor and channeled a great deal of spiritual power. A pair of bone-deep wounds appeared on the ghost cultivator's body at the same time the Hao Ren and Hao Qing revealed themselves. The ghost cultivator stumbled to the back, but Lu Yi wasn't going to give him the chance to recover his footing. His arms were too numb to block another blow either. The inviolable flashed, and the ghost cultivator's head flew through the air. Blood sprayed out of his headless neck like a fountain. That was the end of the battle. It had taken the trio less than 10 breaths to slay a Ninth Order Ghost Cultivator. Lu Yi looted his body before rushing toward the light source in front of him. The Hao brother and sister were right behind him. What's going on? Where did that animal roar come from? A man suddenly walked out from one of the tunnels. They had probably come out to investigate Amber's earlier roar. Unfortunately, he ran straight into the trio. You are... The man didn't even have a chance to voice his puzzlement before the two ghost cultivators stabbed him in the torso, killing him instantly. Hao Qing grabbed the storage bag and continued running after Lu Yi, never stopping for even an instant. The mining tunnels were well lit with torches even though it was nighttime. Every Sky Pillar Sect cultivator they ran into was killed in short order. Dozens of cultivators between 6th to 8th Order worked these mines throughout the year, but the large majority of them were composed of low-level cultivators as a matter of course. As for Ninth Order cultivators, they were too powerful and important to be used as miners, not to mention that there were only so many Ninth Order cultivators even in the inner circle. Since the 3 Ninth Order cultivators supervising the ore vein were already dead, the chance they would encounter a threat they could not handle was extremely low. Practically no one could stop them until the reinforcements showed up. Not only that, the 3 Ninth Order cultivators had died so quickly they weren't even able to inform their comrades about the threat. As a result, the cultivators working within the mines had no idea that death was upon them. The trio had even split up at a crossroad to improve their killing efficiency. Since they weren't trying to hide themselves anymore, it was only a matter of time before the enemy discovered their handiwork. An incense stick later, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the tunnels and alarmed all nearby cultivators. Various messages were sent, and soon they received a most horrifying news. Many of their comrades' battlefield imprints had disappeared, meaning that these people were dead. As if that wasn't bad enough, the battlefield imprints of the 3 Ninth Order cultivators guarding this place had vanished as well. Panic began spreading through the ranks. All survivors began escaping toward the entrances while informing the outpost about the attack. At the outpost, the legate and the prolgate of the Sky Pillar sect, Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao stepped out of their training chambers with alarmed looks on their faces. When they met up and discussed the incident, they realized that the situation was even worse than they had imagined. They hadn't just lost the 3 Ninth Order cultivators guarding the ore vein. Yuan Guang had died without a peep as well. While the battlefield imprint allowed fellow cultivators to check each other's status, it wasn't like they were going through their list of contacts all the time. Usually, discovery was made when someone attempted to contact the person to no avail. That was why Yuan Guang's death was discovered so late. This has to be the handiwork of Silverlight Island, Yu Hongbao said through gritted teeth. It was a logical assumption. Who else had the motivation and the strength to kill so many cultivators, including 3 Ninth Order cultivators, in such a short time? There was one thing he couldn't figure out though. Why had none of the Ninth Order cultivators, even Yuan Guang, sent a message before they died? Silverlight Island must have dispatched a considerably large force to attack them. At least one of the two bastards, Luo Fu or Qi Shi, must be present as well. Should we send reinforcements to the ore vein now, Brother Zhou? No. We do not know what is going on yet. Zhou Qi wanted to rescue his comrades just as much as him, but all they knew about the situation was that someone was attacking the mines. Assuming that Silverlight Island was invading their territory with an army, setting out carelessly would allow the enemy to catch them off guard. Zhou Qi looked to the black forest just outside the outpost. It felt as if it was hiding an unimaginable amount of danger. Both the Sky Pillar sect and Silverlight Island had attacked a key location with the goal of killing the enemy's reinforcements before. They were neighbors for many years and they knew each other like the back of their hands. Send word to all disciples at the mines to escape as best they can. It is up to the heavens whether they'll survive the night. Zhou Qi arrived at a decision quickly. Yu Hongbao loathed the decision but understood that it was their only option. While sending the messages, they gathered every cultivator in the outpost in one place and waited for the sun to rise. The only way they could be sure there wasn't an ambush lying in wait for them was to wait until daytime. At the same time, at the Silverlight Island outpost several hundred kilometers away from the Sky Pillar sect, Luo Fu and Qi Shi were playing go with each other. They had no idea that they were being blamed for a terrible crime they did not commit. The Hao brother and sister had messaged Luo Fu about their decision after agreeing to accompany Lu Yi on his mission, and the man was beyond shocked when he learned that the 7th Order cultivator had single-handedly killed Yuan Guang. He was a 9th Order cultivator himself, but he dared not say that he could defeat the man for sure, much less kill him in single combat. He might have fallen from grace since the Chessie fiasco, but he was a former progate. With that in mind, how on earth had a 7th Order cultivator accomplished what he couldn't accomplish? Even if he assumed that Lu Ye's victory was largely thanks to the Ward Scroll, it was still a ridiculous feat. To be honest, Luo Fu did not approve of Hao Ren's decision to join Lu Yi on his bravado. Causing havoc in enemy territory was risky business after all. In the end though, he did not stop them because both Hao Ren and Hao Qing were ghost cultivators, experts in the art of concealment and escape. Plus, he was well aware of their strength. If they worked together, they could definitely take on an ordinary 9th Order cultivator. At first, he thought that Lu Ye's mission to attack the Sky Pillar sects or vein was destined to end in failure. Depending on how poorly it went, they might even have to shake off a tail or two. He had already messaged Hao Ren to extend Lu Yi an invitation to their outpost. It was partially to give face to Lu Yi, and to sate his curiosity regarding some very strange rumors he had heard through the grapevine. The latest messages from Hao Ren though, he felt as if someone had taken a hammer to his head. Am I dreaming, or did the common sense of the cultivation world change overnight? How did it go? Qi Shi asked while setting a stone on the board. I'm not sure you'll believe me even if I told you. Seriously, it was so ridiculous that it was more believable that Hao Ren had been captured by the enemy and was forced to divulge false intel. However, he knew the man well enough to know that he would never do such a thing. Qi Shi frowned. Are they in danger? Luo Fu shook his head and uttered 3 names. Qi Shi asked, those are the names of the 3 Ninth Order cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect, right? Yes. Are they pursuing Hao Ren and Lu Yi? No, they're dead. Not only that, Hao Ren, Hao Qing and Lu Yi are currently inside the Sky Pillar sect's mines and going on a killing spree right now. Hao Ren even said they've killed enough enemies to make a river of blood. Bullshit. Qi Shi could not stop himself. I thought he was bullshitting me too, so I messaged Hao Qing to confirm this. She told me the same thing. Luo Fu smiled wryly. Qishir's eyes widened like saucers. You're telling me that they conquered the Sky Pillar sects or vein? It certainly sounds like it. That's just impossible, Qishir exclaimed while sending Hao Qing a message. A while later he received more or less the same response Luo Fu had received a while ago. Suddenly, he understood why his fellow cultivator had looked like he was doubting the reality he was living in a while ago. A few seconds later he asked uncertainly, "Do you think they were captured, or?" He had clearly arrived at the same assumption as Luo Fu. Just as quickly he shook his head and added, "No, they're more likely to kill themselves than betray the sect." That was what he said, but he still couldn't quite believe that 4 cultivators had conquered an entire or vein. You know, Sky Pillar sect must be thinking that it's our handiwork. Qishir suddenly realized. They're definitely going to dispatch a squad to hunt down the Haos and Lu Yi as well. Luo Fu nodded. We can use this. Qishir understood what his colleague meant without needing to hear the words. He immediately dropped the stone in his hand and declared, I'll assemble the men right away. A moment later, several hundred cultivators had gathered in front of the Silverlight Island's Sanctum of Providence. Their cultivation level was between 6th to 9th order, and the large majority of them were sect disciples. There were also associates and cultivators who hailed from allied sections. Regardless, they all had to obey the orders of Silverlight Island until the day they left the sect. No one knew why the legate and the prolgate had summoned them in the middle of the night, but they had a feeling that it was something big. Instead of fear, excitement flooded their veins and made them restless. Large-scale operations like this were very dangerous, but it was also a great opportunity to earn contribution points. It was an ironclad law that the higher the cultivation level, the greater the need for contribution points. A while later, Luo Fu had tossed out a ship big enough to carry several hundred people at a time. They all boarded the ship and together, lifted it into the air and flew it toward the Sky Pillar sect's outpost. Chapter 246, Great Serpent. In the mines, Lu Yi received a message from Hao Ren. It's time to leave, Brother Yi. The survivors of the mines had been alerted of their deeds, and word of their killing spree must have reached the outpost already. Since the ore vein was only 15 kilometers away from the outpost, reinforcements could arrive very, very quickly. If they did not leave when they still could, they would quickly find themselves with their backs against the wall. Lu Yi knew it was unwise to linger for long as well, so he did not hesitate to leave the moment he received the message. He followed Yi out of a mining entrance. The mine had a ton of entrances mainly to facilitate escape. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, mining was a dangerous task. Without enough means of escape, it was all too easy to be cornered by a group of hostile cultivators or creatures. Barring exceptional circumstances, most mines were built with a ton of exits. Lu Yi did not mind this, of course. He liked that he did not have to backtrack the way he came. Not long after he ran out of the mines, he heard what sounded like a bird cry from the nearby forest. He immediately dropped Amber on the ground, climbed onto its back and rode it toward the bird cry. A moment later he met up with the Hao brother and sister and ran away with everything they had. Everyone was expecting to be pursued after kicking the hornet's nest, and Lu Yi even had a number of backup plans in mind. If the pursuers turned out to be less than expected, then turning back and surprising their pursuers was an option. If it was the other way around, then he would split up from the Hao brother and sister and continue his escape using wings. Wings was fast enough that the ordinary flying spirit artifact could not hope to catch up, and he could draw the enemy away from the ghost cultivators. Things did not go as they had expected, however. After running for a while, they quickly discovered that no one was pursuing them at all. They were astonished and confused as a matter of course. 2 hours later, the 3 cultivators and a tiger came to a stop on a small hill. They decided to cut their escape short since no one came after them. It was at this moment Hao Ren said, I think we made a mistake, Brother Yi. What? I don't think Sky Pillar sect will be coming after us. He was communicating with Luo Fu just now, and this was the conclusion the man had arrived at. Explain. We killed 3 of their 9th order cultivators and invaded their vein, right? From the Sky Pillar sect's point of view, it must have looked like a large group of cultivators had decided to invade them. They wouldn't think it was done by the 3 of us because the 9th order cultivators died before they even managed to send out a message. Add to the fact that it's the dead of night right now, of course they wouldn't dare to dispatch reinforcements willy-nilly. They must be holing up in their outpost right now. Lu Yi immediately realized that Hao Ren's deduction might very well be the truth. As he said, Sky Pillar sect had no idea what was going on except that the 3 Ninth Order cultivators guarding the ore vein were dead, and the mines were conquered by an enemy force. Add to that the fact that it was midnight, it made sense that they wouldn't dare to retake the ore vein. Since when did you become so smart, brother? Hao Qing glanced at her brother in astonishment. Hao Ren simply shot her a glare and ignored her. He wasn't going to tell her that it was brother Luo Fu who told him all this. That said, that's no reason to let down our guard. At the very least, the Sky Pillar sect will surely scout out the ore vein when dawn comes. They'll probably find out the truth then. Heavens only know how they would feel when they realized that the massive force that attacked the ore vein was really just a couple of cultivators. Meanwhile, Luo Fu was wearing a strange look after he ended his conversation with Hao Ren. It was because he found out that there was nothing he could do. For fuck's sake, I cannot believe the Sky Pillar sect didn't send anyone to retake their mines. What should I do? There's no way I can order the ship to turn around after dragging everyone out of the outpost, can I? God damn it. An incense stick later, the Hao brother and sister had led him to a tranquil lake. The night wind swept across the area and caused the lake water to ripple a little. It felt as if the very air had become fresher. They were relaxing after confirming that the Sky Pillar sect had not sent anyone after them. The main reason they came to the lake was because Hao Qing was covered with blood after their operation, and she wanted to take a moment to clean herself. Lu Yi had no problems with that. Hao Ren started a fire and started barbecuing a large chunk of animal meat. Judging from his technique, he was very skilled in the art. While resting, Lu Yi glanced at the lake where Hao Qing was standing. The girl had muttered something he couldn't hear before throwing something huge into the lake, causing a loud splash. Sensing Lu Yi's puzzlement, Hao Ren explained, "It is said that there is a great serpent who lives in this lake, and it has a taste for bloody meat. It usually doesn't hurt people though, so cultivators who wish to collect water from the lake or rest nearby throw some bloody meat into the lake as an offering." A great serpent. I've never seen it myself, so don't ask me what it looks like. I imagine that it's just a long, fairly huge snake. Lu Yi and Amber immediately recalled the tender, sweet flesh of snake meat and felt a pang of hunger. Hao Ren chuckled. There are all kinds of legends and rumors in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and heavens know what is real and what isn't. As far as I know, no one has ever seen the Great Serpent, so it's probably just another baseless rumor. A while later, Hao Qing finished cleaning herself and rejoined the group. Her hair was wet with water. It so happened Hao Ren had just finished barbecuing the meat, so they immediately split the food and chowed down heartily. It had been a busy day and night, and everyone was feeling tired and sleepy. Lu Yi and the Hao brother and sister meditated to regain their strength while Yi kept watch. Lu Yi inspected his spiritual points in the middle of his cultivation. More than half a month ago, he had unlocked 135 spiritual points. Now he only needed to unlock one more to reach 144 spiritual points and reach the 8th order. Entering a new cultivation level wasn't always a good thing. For starters, killing Yuan Guang had netted him 27 contribution points. Had he killed the man as an 8th order cultivator, he would have earned just 18 contribution points. This was one of the reasons he had come to the inner circle before cultivating to the 8th order. Yes, his cultivation level was a little weak for the inner circle, but those sweet contribution points were more than worth the trouble. Next, Lu Yi grabbed the storage bags he had looted and began unlocking them one by one. There was a limit to how many storage bags he could carry on his and Amber's person. Thankfully, Lady Yun's teaching had greatly improved his lockpicking skills. These days, it only took him a small amount of time to unlock a single storage bag. He was just getting into it when the cat-sized Amber leaped onto his legs and bumped his stomach with its head. There was only one thing that caused Amber to act like this. Lu Yi rolled his eyes a bit before producing the dragon scale. Amber immediately went over and sucked in a visible line of red mist into its stomach. As usual, its limbs stiffened, and it collapsed sideways like a frozen popsicle. At the same time, faint red light mingled with its golden mutant chi. Since he obtained the dragon scale from the dragon spring of 100 peaks, Amber would inhale the red mist it contained from time to time. Lu Yi had also installed it in his circle of boon when cultivating in his own private training chamber. It had been a long time since he started using the dragon scale, but the red mist it contained had barely decreased, showing just how much it contained. His senior sister, Shui Yuan, had tried researching the dragon scale before, but she was unable to identify what it was. She only knew that there was a great secret beneath the dragon spring. Lu Yi planned to check the dragon spring again when he was stronger. He still remembered the massive pair of red pupils that appeared in his mind when he was tempering his body in the dragon spring to this day. Lu Yi resumed his lock-picking practice after putting away the dragon scale. Suddenly, ripples began appearing on the lake even though the air was completely calm. In fact, it was rippling outward from the center of the lake. The ripples grew more and more violent until finally, a single horn emerged above the surface of the water. What looked like a massive shadow slithered soundlessly beneath the waters. Lu Yi. Yi called out in a soft voice. Noticing that her voice didn't sound right, he quickly looked around only to come face to face with a pair of green eyes. Each pupil was the size of a wash basin, so it was incredibly obvious even under the cover of the night. An unspeakable sense of terror and crisis gripped Lu Yi when he met those eyes. When he focused outward, he realized that the owner of the eyes was what looked like a ridiculously large snake. Its head was absolutely massive, and it had a meaty horn at the center of its forehead. Its body was covered in densely packed scales, and there were a pair of bumps to the left and right of its abdomen. It looked like something was going to grow out of those bumps. There was no way to tell how long it was since over half of its body was submerged beneath the lake. It was at least as thick as a giant bathtub, however. Lu Yi dared not move a muscle when their eyes met. It was because he could tell that the creature before him was probably on the same level as Gray. They were both existences who had reached the absolute limit the Spirit Creek battlefield could tolerate, and not even champions like Feng Yu or Li Baxin could defeat them single-handedly. The good news was that the giant snake only stared at him instead of attacking him immediately. Heavens only know why it was staring at him though. Brother Hao. Brother Hao. Lu Yi kept his voice low as he called out to Hao Ren. At this point, Hao Ren still had no idea what was going on. He responded normally, "What is it? What did you say was living in the lake again?" "The great serpent." Hao Ren screamed out the last word when he turned around and met the gigantic pair of pupils. His sister was completely caught off guard by his scream and tried to rise to her feet, but he realized his mistake and was able to push her down in time. She maintained an awkward one-knee, half-kneeling position as her eyes widened at the sight of the great serpent. Cold sweat slowly dripped down their foreheads. The atmosphere grew fearful and heavy. No one dared to move because they could sense how powerful the great serpent was. Provoking it was only going to deny them the privilege of tomorrow's sun for eternity. "I thought you said it was just a baseless rumor, Brother Hao?" Lu Yi did not know whether to cry or laugh at his luck. "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Hao Ren replied in a shivering voice, "I believed it was a baseless rumor. Hao Qing and I have visited this lake several times and never seen it. What do we do? And why does it keep staring at me? Let me think." Hao Ren sucked in a couple of deep breaths to calm himself down. "What was I saying earlier? Right, it loves bloody meat. Maybe it's drawn by our earlier offering and wants more? Give me a second to offer it some meat. No one moves except me, get it?" He slowly rose to his feet as he said this. Meanwhile, Lu Ye's concentration had hit its peak. The second the great serpent moved in a threatening manner, he was going to take to the sky and escape. The reason he hadn't fled already was because he didn't want to risk provoking its ire. He might be able to escape the great serpent, but the Hao brother and sister would have to suffer its wrath. Of course, flying away was his only option if the great serpent truly was malicious. Chapter 247 Sky Pillar Sect is out of luck today. Channeling courage into his body, Hao Ren slowly rose to his feet and pulled out a large chunk of animal meat from his storage bag. Practically every cultivator would keep some food in their storage bag just in case. He raised the meat and tossed it in the direction of the great serpent, but contrary to his expectations, the creature ignored him and the meat completely. He tried a couple more times to no avail. "It's no use, Brother Yi," said Hao Ren while sweat dripped down his head. Lu Yi exhaled once before saying, "You should leave. It's been watching me since the beginning. Unless I'm mistaken, it shouldn't bother you if you leave." "What about you?" "I have my ways." Hao Ren hesitated for a good while before he finally nodded. "Okay. Take care, Brother Yi." After exchanging a glance with Hao Qing, the two ghost cultivators began backing off bit by bit. As it turned out, Lu Ye's prediction was spot on. Forget bothering them, the great serpent hadn't looked at them even once. The Hao brother and sister were annoyed yet relieved they did not matter to the great serpent one bit. When they were around 300 or so meters away from the area, they finally vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was doing his best to figure out what about him had caught the great serpent's attention. According to Hao Ren, he and his sister had passed by the lake multiple times and never encountered the great serpent. He, on the other hand, caught its attention right from the get-go. He couldn't chalk it up as bad luck either, since it wouldn't explain why it was so fixated on him. Lu Yi carefully recalled everything he had done since arriving at this lake. Then, he grabbed the still stiffened amber by its leg and held it in front of himself. For the first time, the great serpent's eyes moved. Its gaze was following Amber. Just in case, he tried moving Amber to another side and got the same response. He could now confirm that the great serpent wasn't looking at him but Amber. The reason he made an error in judgment just now was because the creature's eyes were so big that he couldn't be sure. There was a chance the great serpent was interested in Amber because it was a mutant, but Lu Yi thought that the red mist it consumed a while ago was the real reason. If it was simply interested in Amber, it would have appeared as soon as Lu Ye's group arrived at the lake, if not sooner. In reality, it had appeared only after Amber had consumed the red mist of the dragon scale. In other words, it had been attracted by the dragon scale he took out earlier. Dragons and serpents were thought to share similar characteristics, and the great serpent was probably some sort of serpentine spirit beast. That was why the dragon scale's red mist had attracted it. He still couldn't be 100% sure though. Thankfully, there was one way to verify this immediately. MHM. Take it and slip the underground. Right after he said this, Lu Yi pulled the dragon scale out of his storage bag and tossed it into Yi's hands. At the same time, a pair of fiery wings spread behind his back and took him to the sky. Yi dove into the underground immediately after she caught the dragon scale, and not a moment too soon. Almost immediately after Lu Yi had taken to the sky, the massive serpent had slammed its head into the spot Yi was standing just a moment ago. The impact was so great that it left a giant pit on the ground, and the shockwave pushed Lu Yi further away from the great serpent. It was a good thing, of course. Lu Yi did not dare to look behind him until he was at least 300 meters above the ground. He immediately saw a gigantic snake striking the ground again and again in an attempt to dig out the hiding Yi. Spirit beast energy washed through the area, and his eardrums buzzed unpleasantly at the continuous impact. Each time the great serpent struck, the ground would shake like an earthquake. It only took a moment for it to beat out a crater that was at least 50 meters wide and dozens of meters deep. I knew it, Lu Yi thought when he saw this. It's definitely attracted by the dragon scale. Regardless of the origin of the dragon scale, it must be very beneficial to the great serpent. It would not have been drawn out into the open otherwise. It had reached the peak of its growth a long time ago. That was why it spent most of its time in the lake these days. A sophist would claim the great serpent was enjoying the retirement life because it had already reached the pinnacle. A realist would say it was drifting aimlessly because it literally could not grow stronger no matter how hard it cultivated. It was a different story if it could obtain the dragon scale, however. It was a serpent because it was one step away from becoming a WIRM, and its instinct was telling it that the dragon scale was the key to achieving that. Once it had transformed into a WIRM, it would be able to break through the heavens' confinement and escape this eternal prison once and for all. Not far away, the Hao brother and sister gulped as they watched the great serpent hammering the ground like it had gone crazy. They had no idea what Lu Yi had done to piss it off so much. The good news was that they could clearly see Lu Yi in the sky. Whatever he had done, he was not the target of the great serpent's ire for the moment. Lu Yi was still watching the great serpent from the sky and wondering his next move. He wasn't worried about Yi because of her ability to roam the underground unhindered. No matter how powerful the great serpent was, it would never be able to get to her unless it had the same ability, which it clearly didn't. Now all they needed to do was to shake off their tail, which was pretty easy actually. The only way the creature could follow the dragon scale was by sensing the red mist, meaning that all they needed to do was to isolate the dragon scale. Hiding it in a storage bag. There was no easier and faster way of doing it. Yi did as she was told immediately after he sent her a message through the battlefield imprint. As if on cue, the great serpent hammered the crater harder than ever before. Moments later, when it could no longer perceive the dragon scale no matter what it tried, the great serpent finally turned around and slithered back to the lake. It was clear from its flicking tongue and the unstable energy around its body that it was anything but calm. The great serpent was just about to re-enter the lake when suddenly, an idea struck Lu Ye's mind like a lightning bolt. What would happen if he lured the great serpent to the outpost? This creature was obviously at the same level as Gray. If his plan worked, Sky Pillar Sect's cultivators would be in for the most exciting night of their lives. Originally, Lu Yi had come to the inner circle with the aim of honing his own strength and taking revenge against all the sects who had wronged him during the Battle of Golden Tip. He was going to kill as many Sky Pillar Sect cultivators as he could without putting himself at risk. With this latest revelation, perhaps he could dream a little bigger. Of course, it all hinged on whether he could lure the Great Serpent to the outpost. Take out the dragon scale and move in this direction. Lu Yi messaged. Got it? Did not bother with the questions. She simply did as she was told and took out the dragon scale. Beside the lake, the Great Serpent's snout was inches away from the water when it sensed the dragon's scale once more. Body stiffening like it had been struck by a lightning bolt, it immediately turned in the direction was running, and gave chase. It was surprisingly nimble despite being over 60 meters long. His first thought was that even Amber could not outrun the creature at full speed, much less So far, it definitely looked like the Great Serpent could sense the red mist of the dragon scale. It was about what he expected from the ridiculously powerful spirit beast. The snake and ghost chase went on for about an hour or so. Then the Great Serpent suddenly stopped and started hammering the ground once more. It was because Lu Yi had ordered to travel deeper into the ground. The reason he ordered this was because he wanted to know the range of the Great Serpent's senses. This was the only way since could not outrun it. That said, Yi's ability to traverse the underground unhindered wasn't limitless. The deeper she traveled into the underground, the greater the interference of the omnipresent underground force field. It was similar to the force field of a yuan metal in the sense that it could shackle one's spiritual power. Therefore, the deeper she traveled, the less of her spiritual power she could use. If she reached a point where her spiritual power was fully shackled, then she would be trapped in the underground for eternity. 300 meters below surface level was the deepest could travel into the underground right now. At that depth, over half of her spiritual power was unusable. To go any deeper than that was to risk permanent entrapment, not death since was a ghost, which was a fate literally worse than death. A moment later messaged, "How is it?" "It's enough." Despite having traveled 300 meters into the ground, the Great Serpent was still hammering away like no tomorrow. It had already dug out a giant crater that was about 40 meters deep. At this rate, assuming stayed exactly where she was, the Great Serpent would be able to dig her out in less than 2 hours. "It's time to move. I'll guide you where you need to go," Lu Yi messaged again. MHM. Very soon, the Great Serpent began moving in a certain direction once more. Wherever it went, trees were crushed like toothpicks and the ground was carved inward like butter. Lu Yi corrected Yi's direction a couple more times until she was heading exactly where she needed to go. Then he dropped back to the ground, grabbed Amber, it had recovered by this point, and dropped it on the ground. The Hao brother and sister ran out of the nearby trees with confused looks on their faces. "What's going on, brother Yi? Is sister Yi okay?" Lu Yi climbed onto Amber's back and answered, "Don't worry, Yi is perfectly safe right now. As for what's going on, let's just say that the Sky Pillar Sect is out of luck today." Sky Pillar Sect is out of luck? At first, Haoren could not make heads or tails of the answer. Then, he glanced at the direction the Great Serpent was headed to and exclaimed in realization, "Is it heading toward the outpost? Unless I'm gravely mistaken, yes. But why? Who knows? Maybe it's feeling under the weather and wants to go on a killing spree to relieve itself? Anyway, this is where we part ways, brother Hao, sister Hao. Be seeing you." Amber took off after the Great Serpent after he said this, leaving behind a pair of very confused siblings. Lu Yi was certain that they could lure the Great Serpent all the way to the outpost considering how attracted it was to the red mist within Dragon Scale. Not only that, the outpost must be overflowing with people after he and the Hao siblings had conquered their vein. There was still some time before the sun rose, so the Sky Pillar Sect would not dare to send anyone away from the outpost. They would wait until the sun rose before making a move. They might be ready for a sudden invasion, but Lu Yi would bet that a serpent was the last thing they expected to see. He could not wait to see the shock and horror on their faces already. Of course, Lu Yi had no idea if the Great Serpent was powerful enough to break through the outpost's grand defensive ward. Since he was the one who started this mess, it was his responsibility to see it through. He did not invite the Hao brother and sister this time because he could imagine that the situation was going to be pure chaos. They might be a minor realm higher than him, but he wasn't going to risk their lives just to improve his chances of success a little more. Yes, parting ways then was the best outcome for both of them. In the end, they were just strangers who ran into one another by happenstance. It was fine even if the Great Serpent failed to breach the Sky Pillar sect's grand defensive ward. Casualties were guaranteed to occur as long as they clashed against one another. Worst case scenario, he still got to enjoy a good show. Chapter 248, Attack of the Great Serpent. Hao Ren was feeling quite confused as he stared blankly in the direction Lu Yi had disappeared. Things were happening so quickly that his mind couldn't quite catch up to it. Hao Qing's confusion was even worse. Why would the Great Serpent go to the Sky Pillar sect's outpost if it's unhappy, brother? Maybe someone from Sky Pillar sect provoked it in the past. I see. Hao Qing nodded in realization. You actually believe that? Hao Ren said in a pained voice, isn't it obvious? Brother Yi is the one luring the Great Serpent to the outpost. It has absolutely nothing to do with its feelings, my foolish sister. Shock and disbelief filled her face. But how did he do it? Why do you think I would know that? Hao Ren thought to himself. He was certain it was Lu Yi's handiwork though. Why else would the Great Serpent choose today of all days to act completely unlike its normal self? He hurriedly messaged Luo Fu, the Great Serpent has left its lair. It looks like Lu Yi is luring it toward the outpost. On the ship's spirit artifact where hundreds of cultivators were gathered, Luo Fu was thinking if he should stay on course and return home. At first, he thought the Sky Pillar sect would definitely make a move in response to the attack on their Urvain. He hadn't expected them to do nothing at all and hole up in their outpost. This put him between a rock and a hard place. He had pulled several hundred people away from their work for this with the expectation to score something big. That the Sky Pillar sect had given him no room to exploit annoyed him greatly to say the least. It would be all for naught if he went back now, but it wasn't like they could do anything if he chose to stay either. Once the sky brightened, the Sky Pillar sect would definitely send someone to investigate the Urvain. However, it would also reveal them to their scouts. All the Sky Pillar sect needed to do was then to return to their outpost and hole up some more, effectively wasting his time. Luo Fu was still struggling when he received the message from Hao Ren. His expression grew increasingly astonished as he read its content. He recognized every word on the message, but for some reason he just couldn't make sense of them when he combined them together. For starters, what did Hao Ren mean by, the Great Serpent has left its lair? He had thought that the Great Serpent was just a myth, so how could it exist to do anything, much less be lured to the Sky Pillar sect's outpost by Lu Yi? This has to be a trick. He thought for a second before messaging, tell me the truth, brother Hao. Are you being held hostage by the Sky Pillar sect right now? I am telling the truth, brother Luo. I didn't believe it myself until I saw the creature, but the Great Serpent is around 60 meters long and as thick as a bathtub. Its eyes look like a pair of giant lanterns, and it has a meaty horn on its forehead. It's seriously fearsome. I see. Hao Qing's the one who's being held hostage? Beside the lake, Hao Ren grimaced like he just ate something sour. He thought for a moment before messaging again, Hao Ren, disciple of Silverlight Island and my sister, Hao Qing swears that we are not being held hostage by the Sky Pillar sect. May the heavens strike me down where I stand if a single word of what I've told you is false. Luo Fu waited for a few seconds before replying to the message, you still alive? Please believe me, brother Luo. I believe you. How could he not? Hao Ren literally swore a heavenly oath and lived. This meant that the mythical beast was real, and it really had been lured to the Sky Pillar sect's outpost by Lu Yi. This was an opportunity straight from the heavens themselves. On the deck, Luo Fu announced with renewed spirit, full speed ahead. The ship that had been crawling forward at a snail's pace rumbled visibly. Then it sped toward the Sky Pillar sect's outpost while shrouded by rich spiritual light. At the Sky Pillar sect's outpost, hundreds of murderous cultivators had been assembled at the square in front of the Sanctum of Providence. They were led by the legate Zhou Qi and the prolgate Yu Hongbao. Right now, a couple of pale-faced cultivators were giving them a report of their earlier experience. They were survivors who managed to survive Lu Yi and the Hao brother and sister's killing spree and escape to the outpost. Although the trio was positively unstoppable, the mines were built with an excessive amount of exits. They weren't trying to conceal their presence either, so of course some Sky Pillar sect cultivators managed to escape unscathed. Their report was mostly useless though. These people had survived because they had had the fortune of not running into Lu Yi and the Hao siblings. All they knew was that the Urvain was attacked, and a ton of people had already died by the time they found out. They had no idea who had attacked them or how many attackers were present. All they knew was that the number of attackers was small. Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao interrogated them thoroughly but were unable to dig out much useful information. In the end, they had no choice but to release them back to their ranks. What are your thoughts? Zhou Qi looked at Yu Hongbao. I'm surprised that none of these people were ambushed on the way back to the outpost. Either there is no ambush outside the outpost, or the ambushers have a huge appetite. Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. At least a dozen cultivators had managed to escape the mines and return to the outpost, and not a single person had been ambushed along the way. This would have been impossible if the enemy had laid in ambush at the mine entrances. So either there was no ambush at all or the enemy was playing the long game. It needed not be said what the right course of action was. They had to remain in the outpost until dawn broke. Worst case scenario, they were scared but safe for an entire night. It was much better than setting out in the dark and potentially incurring huge casualties. Zhou Qi said as much while glancing at the dark forest that seemed to be teeming with unknown dangers. Let's wait. It's already Mao Shi, 5 to 7 a.m. Dawn should be breaking any moment now. Their caution might seem excessive from an outsider's perspective, but it was perfectly natural from their perspective. It was because the 3 Ninth Order cultivators guarding the ore vein had died without being able to send a message. Even Brother Yuanguang had died without a peep. As a result, they sorely misjudged the situation and thought that factions hostile toward the Sky Pillar sect had attacked them with a large force. Otherwise, they couldn't have lost 4 Ninth Order cultivators in a day without even knowing how. Who knows, it could be that the nearby 2 Grand Sky Coalition factions had joined forces. While the Sky Pillar sect was battling wits with the air, a danger far greater than anything they could have imagined was heading straight toward them. Yi was luring the Great Serpent straight toward the outpost, and Lu Yi was following behind the spirit beast on amber. Time passed bit by bit. The darkness began to lift as the first rays of dawn shone from the horizon. As if on cue, the hundreds of Sky Pillar sect cultivators waiting at the square tensed up. They were just waiting for Zhou Qi to give the order to exit the outpost and give the ambushers a taste of vengeance. Did you feel that? Zhou Qi frowned all of a sudden. The ground was shaking slightly, and he could hear a strange rumbling noise from somewhere. Yu Hongbao immediately dropped to his knees and pressed his ears against the floor. His expression grew sterner the longer he listened. Something huge is moving toward us rapidly. The Great Serpent. Zhou Qi uttered with a tremor in his voice. What? Yu Hongbao glanced at his legate and noticed that he was staring at a point in the distance with throbbing eyelids. When he hurriedly got back to his feet and took a look, he too felt his mind blanking out in an instant. Every cultivator in the Sky Pillar sect's outpost was frozen right now. It was because they saw a massive serpent at least 60 meters long slithering across the forest straight toward them. The Great Serpent lived within the Sky Pillar sect's territory, so they knew the creature better than most. Most outsiders thought that the Great Serpent was just a baseless rumor, but they knew that the creature actually existed. Decades ago, the senior cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect had witnessed it flicking its tongue at the moon and absorbing its essence with their own eyes. Of course, the Sky Pillar sect had thought to tame the fearsome beast and transform it into their guardian, but they had never succeeded. They gave up after making a couple of attempts to no avail. To say that none of them was expecting the Great Serpent to appear before them would be an understatement. Not only that, it was clearly hostile for some reason. What is going on here? The first thought that entered Zhou Qi's mind was that it was the work of the Silverlight Island. He rejected the idea almost as quickly as it came, however. If they were capable of this, they wouldn't wait until now to smash their sect to bits. There was no time to think why the mythical creature who had not shown itself for the past decade had suddenly left the lake where it resided. He shouted for the disciples to increase the power of the Grand Defensive Ward while praying that the massive beast was just passing through the area. Unfortunately, his prayers proved to be useless. Not only did the Great Serpent not alter its course one bit, it had slammed head first into their Grand Defensive Ward at high speed. Boom. There was a terrible noise as a shockwave visibly spread out from the point of impact toward its surroundings. The light of the Grand Defensive Ward also dimmed and rippled as if it would wink out at any moment. Thankfully for them, the Grand Defensive Ward regained its luster in just a short time. It was because the cultivators were tweaking its configurations as quickly as they could. In the outpost, the cultivators of Sky Pillar sect felt as if the Great Serpent had slammed not against the Grand Defensive Ward, but their hearts. A good number of them had even crouched down on instinct. The impact had been so terrible that some of the buildings within the outpost were shaking a little. Outside the Grand Defensive Ward, the Great Serpent raised over half of its massive body into the air, flicked its tongue, and stared emotionlessly at the panicked faces of the cultivators with its green pupils. It then leaned a little to the back like a drawn bow. Zhou Qi knew it was bad the second he saw the Great Serpent's posture. He was right. It launched forward like a ballista and struck the Grand Defensive Ward once more. Boom. The world shook again, and the impact was worse than the first. It was because the Great Serpent was riding the momentum and not really aiming to breach the Grand Defensive Ward at the beginning. Now it was. The force behind the two strikes were different as a matter of course. The Grand Defensive Ward dimmed again before returning to full strength. Boom, boom, boom. The shattering impact kept happening again and again. If the people in the outpost weren't panicking before, they were now. Everyone's heart was bouncing up and down their chests at the same frequency as the flashing Grand Defensive Ward. The Great Serpent was hammering their Grand Defensive Ward like it was insane, and the worst part was that they didn't even know why it was doing this. The ward wasn't going to go down in a short time, but it was only a matter of time before it happened. When that happened, everyone in the outpost was going to have to face the wrath of the Great Serpent. Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao were running through the crowd and asking if someone had provoked the beast as of late. However, no one was able to give them an answer. The only person who knew the truth was currently standing on a slope about 2.5 kilometers away from the outpost. He was looking over the hill and watching the Great Serpent slamming into the Sky Pillar sect's Grand Defensive Ward again and again as if the latter had murdered its entire family or something. It's working. The young man was none other than Lu Yi. After he had caught up to the Great Serpent, he hurriedly messaged Yi to check if she was fine. He relaxed when she replied that she was safe and sound. On the surface, it looked like the Grand Defensive Ward was a half globe that covered the top half of the outpost only. In reality, it was a full globe that protected both the surface and the underground. It was to prevent enemies from attacking them through the underground. That was why Yi was unable to enter the outpost even though she could pass through the ground. She didn't need to do that though. All she needed to do was to hang out underneath the outpost. The Great Serpent was completely overwhelmed by its desire for the red substance within the dragon scale right now. Grand Defensive Ward or not, anyone or anything that stood between it and its objective was an enemy. Chapter 249 Enjoying the Show. The Great Serpent was a type of spirit beast that was a step away from transforming into a WRM. If it succeeded, it would be able to break free from the heaven's shackles and escape this prison permanently. Unfortunately, it was easier said than done. It had been stuck on this final step for decades. It wasn't until it sensed the red substance in the dragon scale that it realized that its opportunity had finally arrived. That opportunity was right in front of it, but a Grand Defensive Ward was blocking its way. How could it not be infuriated by this? The scales covering its head were densely packed and incredibly tough. Every time it rammed against the Great Defensive Ward, it was like someone was hitting it with a gigantic battering ram. Zhou Qi was currently standing on his flying spirit artifact and facing toward the Great Serpent. He called out, "There is no grudge between you and the Sky Pillar sect, Great Serpent. Why have you come to attack us?" The creature might not be able to speak human language, but he reckoned it could understand at least some of it. Zhou Qi knew that their outpost was facing an unprecedented crisis, and to resolve it, he had to first understand why the Great Serpent was attacking them in the first place. The Great Serpent paused its movement and stared at the tiny human floating behind the Grand Defensive Ward. Then it hissed as if responding to his question. Unfortunately, Zhou Qi did not speak Serpent. He was unable to comprehend its words despite his best efforts. He tried asking for help from his fellow cultivators. Is there anyone here who understands what it's saying? Of course the answer was no. The Great Serpent ran out of patience then. It was because it sensed that the red substance was moving again. Without hesitation, it slammed its head against the Grand Defensive Ward once more. Zhou Qi erupted in anger. "The Sky Pillar sect did not make an enemy out of you, Great Serpent, but if you must destroy our home, then we will retaliate in kind. Leave now before it's too late." The threat was like pouring fuel on the fire that was the Great Serpent's already towering fury. Stopping its movement and channeling its energy for a moment, the green in its eyes deepened until they looked almost black. The next moment, it opened its mouth and spat a mouthful of green fog against the ward. Although Zhou Qi knew that the fog could not harm him until the Grand Defensive Ward was breached, he still backpedaled in shock and terror. Crackle crackle. The areas touched by the green fog started dimming rapidly. Clearly it was incredibly corrosive. It might have breached the ward already if the cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect didn't do everything in their power to repair it. The Great Serpent spat out even more fog when it saw its new attack was effective. The entire ward started sizzling like someone had tossed a handful of salt into a pot of boiling oil. The Great Serpent was feeling a little faint after using its head as a battering ram for so long. Since the green fog was effective, it saw no reason not to wear down the ward with it. At a slope about 2.5 kilometers away, Lu Yi was enjoying the show as if he wasn't the instigator behind everything. Now that the Great Serpent had revealed one of its trump cards, he was starting to get a better understanding of its strength. He now believed that the serpent truly had the power to breach the Sky Pillar sect's grand defensive ward on its own, though it was going to take some time still even with this new method. It was at this moment he heard someone calling out to him, "Brother Yi." It was the Hao brother and sister again. Lu Yi was the one who messaged them to join him. While communicating with the ghost cultivators, he found out that Silverlight Island had mobilized several hundred cultivators and were flying over to the outpost right now. He was more than happy with this outcome, of course. In fact, he had predicted it might happen. When he first parted ways with the Hao brother and sister, he had implied that the Great Serpent was probably going to attack the outpost. Lu Yi was confident that Hao Ren would send the word to his sect. Unless the Silverlight Island's legate was a complete idiot, they should realize that this turn of events represented a great opportunity. And he was right. His deductions weren't completely accurate, however. For starters, Silverlight Island had mobilized long before they learned about the Great Serpent. It didn't matter though. The point was that they all shared the common goal of screwing over the Sky Pillar sect. How long until they arrive? Lu Yi asked. 2 to 4 hours, Hao Ren answered. That was perfect. The Great Serpent was going to need some time to breach the grand defensive ward anyway. If the ward was still up when the cultivators from Silverlight Island showed up, they would attack the grand defensive ward together with the Great Serpent. One way or another, the ward was going down today. In fact, Sky Pillar sect's grand defensive ward was already showing signs of breaking. The strength of a grand defensive ward was directly tied to its energy reserves. The more spiritual power was saved up in the norm, the greater the protection it could provide when it was needed. Of course, there was only so much energy they could save up at a time. There was no such thing as an infinite storage that could hold an infinite amount of spiritual power. After the Crimson Blood sect had gained its own grand defensive ward, Lu Yi had spent some time researching it. That was why he knew a little about grand defensive wards. The maximum reserve a grand defensive ward could have was proportional to the total number of keystones that made up the ward. That was why Wuxia had said that the strength of the ward was directly tied to the number of the keystones that it was made up of. There was no telling how many keystones had made up the Sky Pillar sect's grand defensive ward, but he could tell that it was much stronger than the Crimson Blood sect outposts. This was the inner circle after all. They would not be able to withstand an enemy attack if their grand defensive ward was weak. At the rate the Great Serpent was wearing down their grand defensive ward though, their reserves weren't going to hold out for much longer. The green fog spat out by the Great Serpent wasn't just incredibly corrosive, it lingered for a long time before dissipating. Right now, it was slithering circles around the grand defensive ward and spitting fog all over it. From the distance, the half-globe was covered in massive patches of green. Every affected area was flashing erratically and sizzling like a frying pan. As a result, the grand defensive ward was going through its reserves like crazy. Had the Great Serpent stuck with its original tactic, and assuming that the grand defensive ward could repair itself faster than the damage could stick, it could have hammered away for a century and still failed to make a breakthrough. After all, the ward was constantly replenishing its reserves as well. The green fog was a completely different story. Because it dealt massive, continuous damage to the grand defensive ward, it was losing spiritual power much faster than it was replenishing it. It was like multiple floodgates had been opened on their reserves. We're not going to last much longer, Brother Zhou. Yu Hongbao rushed to Zhou Qi's side with a severe look on his face. If we do not stop the Great Serpent soon, the grand defensive ward is going to use up more and more energy. According to Jianghu, we're going to run out of spiritual power in 6 or 8 hours at best. 6 to 8 hours? Zhou Qi's eyes were bloodshot. Even now, he still had no idea what the fuck had triggered the Great Serpent to come all the way here and attack them. Their grand defensive ward was powerful enough to withstand the full might of the Silverlight Island for an entire day or two, but this goddamn snake was going to bring it down in just a couple of hours. It was infuriating to put it mildly. Zhou Qi glared at the great serpent and said through gritted teeth, "We wait." Against a gigantic monster like this, he could mobilize every man and woman in the outpost to fight it, and it would be a one-sided slaughter. At the very least, they would incur an unacceptable amount of casualties. It wasn't hopeless though. One thing he noticed was that each time the great serpent spat out a puff of green fog, its aura would weaken a little. This meant that it couldn't produce the fog infinitely. In other words, they must wait until it had weakened itself to a manageable extent before fighting it. Any other option was suicide. Nothing happened for a while after that. The great serpent needed time to breach the grand defensive ward, and the Sky Pillar Sect's cultivators could do nothing but wait for it to weaken further. 2 hours passed, and the great serpent's aura had become much weaker than before. Unfortunately, they could not afford to wait any longer. Yu Hongbao came back and reported that they were almost scraping the bottom of the barrel. The great defensive ward would last another 2 hours at most. Zhou Qi knew that it was time to make his move. He had already mobilized everyone into formation a while ago, and now he raised his arm and yelled, "Open the ward! Prepare to engage the enemy." At his command, an opening slowly appeared on the grand defensive ward. At the same time, the cultivators rushed out to meet the great serpent. Body-tempering cultivators wearing all sorts of defensive spirit artifacts stood at the forefront of the formation. The combat cultivators and ghost cultivators were further back, and the spell cultivators were at the rear of the formation. As for the medicine cultivators, they were standing by to treat their fellow cultivators at first notice. It was as if the entire sect had come alive in an instant. Spells and flying weapons were the first lights to cross the sky, colors of all sorts slamming into the great serpent's body with great power and fury. Almost surprisingly, it was effective. Metallic sparks exploded all over its body as the serpent visibly flinched away from the ferocious assault. The second wave of attacks began before the first wave had even ended. The Sky Pillar sect had clearly hunted gigantic spirit beasts in the past because they knew not just how to encircle the target, but also maintain a constant stream of attack. Slowly but surely, the great serpent was actually being pushed back by the unrelenting assault. Zhou Qi was clearly a competent legate. Had he chosen to launch an attack when the great serpent was still at peak form, it would have been all too easy for it to crush them. But now, it had used up so much energy that even ants like them could hurt it. The great serpent hissed violently as it twisted its body around. The energy covering its body had thinned to the point where even a 7th or 8th order cultivator's flying weapons and spells could scratch it. Individually, a scratch was just that, a scratch. But hundreds of them? It was the point where quantity became a quality of its own. The great serpent's powerful scales were ripped off to reveal the tender flesh beneath. They began bleeding earnestly after just a couple more barrages. There were a few times the great serpent tried to open its mouth and hit its enemy with a puff of deadly, corrosive fog, but the spell cultivators were always able to throw a barrage of well-timed spells into its mouth. It had no choice but to keep its mouth shut. Not far away, Lu Yi was frowning deeply. The great serpent had turned out to be weaker than he expected, so much so that it seemed completely helpless before the might of the Sky Pillar sect. At this rate, the Sky Pillar sect was going to slay the beast and claim its body for themselves. Please tell me that I haven't worked all night to benefit the Sky Pillar sect. It couldn't be helped. Even Zhou Qi, the man commanding the battle, was thinking the same thing. If he had known that the great serpent was this weak, he would have rushed out to engage it much sooner. They were all wrong. Snakes were naturally cold, ruthless creatures, much less one that had transformed into a powerful serpent. They had all underestimated its cunning. When the Sky Pillar sect's cultivators had pushed back the great serpent about 100 meters away from their outpost, it suddenly dropped its head without warning and channeled lightning from its meaty horn. The next thing they knew, a bolt of blue lightning about a full arm wide struck the spell cultivator group at the back dead on. The spell cultivators at the center of the impact were turned into bloody mist instantly. Not only that, the lightning spread around and caused the large majority of the group to shake violently like they were experiencing a seizure. They had no choice but to cancel their spells mid-cast. Boom boom boom. It would have been manageable if that was the end of the surprise attack, but no, the great serpent continued to shoot more lightning bolts out of its horn. 20 to 30 spell cultivators were dead in an instant, and the lucky survivors could hardly cast a spell while they were running for their lives. Zhou Qi's triumphant expression became frozen in an instant. His joy had been completely shattered by lightning bolts. Chapter 250 You Are So Dead. The Sky Pillar sect was aware of the Great Serpent's existence, but no one had fought against it before. Naturally, they had no idea what abilities it possessed until now. First, the Great Serpent had pretended to be weak and lured its enemies about 100 meters away from their great defensive ward. It was to prevent the cultivators from retreating behind their ward and avoiding its attacks. When the time was right, it launched a series of lightning strikes that destroyed its biggest threat in an instant. The surprise attack hadn't just thrown the spell cultivators into disarray, it also earned the Great Serpent a breather. Next, it opened its mouth and spat a puff of green fog at the spirit artifacts that were flying circles around it. Exclamations of surprise broke out from the cultivators immediately. It was because the combat cultivators and ghost cultivators attacking the Great Serpent discovered that their connection to their spirit artifacts had been severed. The reason a cultivator could manipulate a spirit artifact remotely was because they gained the ability to control spiritual power that was outside their body after they had reached the Seventh Order. Assuming that the spirit artifacts contained a sufficient amount of spiritual power, they could be manipulated like an extension of the cultivator's body. This was the truth behind a cultivator's telekinesis, at least at the Spirit Creek realm level. At higher cultivation realms, cultivators would gain a new power called the Divine Ego. For example, Divine Ocean Realm cultivators could skip this whole process and directly control their spirit artifacts with their Divine Ego. The long story short was that telekinesis via the Divine Ego was more powerful and flexible than via spiritual power. At the Spirit Creek realm level, the key to manipulating a spiritual artifact remotely was to control the spiritual power within them. However, the green fog spat by the serpent was so corrosive that even the Sky Pillar sect's grand defensive ward couldn't quite withstand it, much less a mere spirit artifact. The second they were caught by the fog, the spiritual power within the spirit artifacts were immediately corroded to almost nothing. Naturally, the connection between the cultivators and their spirit artifacts were severed. For a time, the sound of metal clattering against the ground filled the ears. That one puff had taken out at least 100 flying weapons in one go. A couple more puffs later and no more flying weapons could be seen in the sky. It wasn't just because the Great Serpent had taken out most of them, but because those lucky enough to avoid being hit had been withdrawn by their cultivators. No one wanted to lose their weapons pointlessly. Everything was happening so fast that the cultivators were unable to react immediately. The spell cultivators were unable to cast a spell, and the combat cultivators and ghost cultivators had lost the ability to use their flying weapons. This meant that the Great Serpent had completely neutralized the Sky Pillar sect's ranged attacks in just a few moments. Zouchi felt like something had snapped inside his brain. A chill grew from the sole of his feet all the way up to his skull. The Great Serpent looked down on the puny cultivators with cruelty in its eyes. It curled its body slightly before swinging its massive tail at the wall of body-tempering cultivators. The body-tempering cultivators were ready for this. Vitality churning around their body and their defensive spirit artifacts shining like mini-suns, they waited patiently and fearlessly for the attack to hit them. It sounded like a mountain had been sundered when tail clashed against metal and flesh. An entire swathe of spirit artifacts dimmed in an instant, and the weaker ones shattered into a million pieces. A good number of body-tempering cultivators were also flying through the air, spitting blood and deflating like balloons. The only ones who managed to block the violent attack properly were a handful of ninth-order body-tempering cultivators, but the impact was so great that they too were pushed uncontrollably to the back. Their bodies did not stop shaking even after they had come to a stop. Humans were not meant to go up against a monster like the Great Serpent. If they weren't as numerous as they were, ninth order or not, that tail flick would have killed them already. The Great Serpent still wasn't done, however. Next, it lifted its tail high and brought it down on a group of cultivators. The fast ones managed to escape to safety in time, but the slow ones were flattened like pancakes. It was a terrible way to go, to say the least. Since the Great Serpent began its counterattack, it had crushed the Sky Pillar sect's formation in a scant few attacks. Each time it brought down its tail, someone would depart the world in a most unsightly manner. Perhaps the bloodlust was starting to get to the creature, but it suddenly pounced forward and caught a leaping combat cultivator with its mouth. While the poor bastard was screaming in shock and terror, it bit him in half and spilled blood all over its mouth. To say that it was a visually impactful sight would be an understatement. Countless cultivators lost their nerve there and then. They could accept being electrocuted to a crisp or flattened like a pancake. But eaten alive? That was too much even for people who had fought in countless battlefields. Flee! Flee! Someone lost it completely and screamed. "Who said that?" raged Zhou Qi while spinning toward the source of the voice. If the situation wasn't too chaotic already, he would have dragged the screamer out into the open and executed them. The last thing they needed was for someone to bring down their morale even more than it already was. Anyone who flees will be executed. Spell cultivators, cast your spells as soon as you've recovered. Combat cultivators and ghost cultivators, use your spirit talisman papers. Body tempering cultivators, follow me to keep the great serpent at bay. He was supposed to be commanding from the back, but the situation would not allow it anymore. His side was already tethering on the brink of total collapse. It would truly be over if he, the legate, still didn't do anything at all to save the day. The great serpent was undeniably powerful, but it was one versus several hundred cultivators. They still had a chance to turn this around. After seeing that Zhou Qi himself had entered the battlefield, the panicking cultivators slowly but surely regained their cool. The spell cultivators had finally broken free of the lightning strike's interruption and began channeling their spells once more. The combat cultivators and ghost cultivators started using their spirit talisman papers, and the group of body-tempering cultivators led by Zhou Qi wordlessly withstood the great serpent's fury at the forefront. Looking from a distance, a great number of ant-like cultivators were surrounding the giant serpent and locking it down to a particular area. Further back, more cultivators were launching an endless stream of colorful lights at it. It was an impressive spectacle if nothing else. It had to be said that Zhou Qi was truly a remarkable cultivator. It took wits and courage to correctly identify when he should step onto the battlefield and actually follow through with the plan, especially considering how hopeless the situation had been. It was even more impressive that he actually managed to retake control of the battle despite having to pay a significant price. He definitely deserved to be the legate of this outpost. Once the combat cultivators and ghost cultivators had used up their spirit talisman papers, they rushed forth to meet the great serpent in a melee. They attacked fearlessly while the body-tempering cultivators covered for them as best they could. Although a casual flick was all the great serpent needed to crush them to bits, not a single person had backed down from the fight. The great serpent's scales might be as tough as steel, but no defense could withstand the fearless offense of a bunch of furious cultivators. The Sky Pillar sect's casualties were increasing rapidly, but the great serpent was accruing a ton of injuries as well. By now it was covered from head to toe in wounds, and much of its scales had fallen off to reveal tender, vulnerable flesh. At this rate, the Sky Pillar sect might actually be able to repel the great serpent, though killing it would be impossible since the great serpent would naturally retreat once the threat to its life became too great to ignore. It was no wonder the great serpent was thought to be one of the strongest spirit beasts on the Spirit Creek battlefield. It was impressive enough that it was fighting hundreds of cultivators, a good number of them being at 8th or 9th order, to a standstill, but it would have utterly crushed them with humiliating ease had it been at full strength. Not even Grey could have done better. The Sky Pillar sect's morale skyrocketed when they realized they were actually going to repel the great serpent. Alas, it was not meant to be. Right before they could press the attack, a massive ship suddenly appeared from the horizon. It was flying about 100 meters above the ground and moving toward them at a fair speed. Engraved to the bow of the ship was a picture all Sky Pillar sect cultivators were most familiar with, the symbol of the Silverlight Island. As if that wasn't bad enough, they could see Luo Fu standing on the deck of the ship. The forces of Silverlight Island had finally arrived. On the deck, Luo Fu channeled spiritual power into his eyes and observed the great battle that was happening outside the Sky Pillar sect's outpost. When he confirmed that the situation was exactly as Hao Ren had reported it, he started laughing uncontrollably. "Ha! The heavens are on our side today. You are so dead, Sky Pillar sect." Behind him, everyone else was rubbing their hands in anticipation as well. At the battlefront, Zhou Qi's face had turned a shade of purple. Their outpost was currently being attacked by the great serpent, and they had lost a good amount of people up to this point. As if to pour salt on their wound, their sworn enemy, Silverlight Island, had joined the party at the worst possible moment. The situation literally couldn't get any worse than this. He already thought that it was the Silverlight Island who attacked their or Vane last night, and he would have looked into the situation if the great serpent hadn't appeared out of nowhere and attacked them. He had no choice but to deal with the immediate trouble first. Now he was almost certain that it was Silverlight Island who had attacked their or Vane last night. As he predicted, they had been lying in wait for the best opportunity to ambush their forces, and that opportunity was now. There was only one question left: Was the Silverlight Island behind the Great Serpent's attack? There was no way to know. If the answer was yes, then he could not even begin to describe how terrifying that was. If the answer was no, then today must be the unluckiest day of the Sky Pillar sect. Retreat to the outpost. Zhou Qi roared while dodging another fearsome attack from the Great Serpent. He was successful, but the shockwave was still strong enough to launch him to the ground and eject a stream of blood from his mouth. If the Great Serpent was their only enemy, the Sky Pillar sect could have emerged as the Pyrrhic victor. But the Great Serpent and the Silverlight Island? Only an idiot would insist on doing the absolutely impossible. An opening appeared on the Great Defensive Ward almost as soon as he gave the order. The spell cultivators hurriedly withdrew back to the outpost, followed by the ghost cultivators, the combat cultivators, and finally the body-tempering cultivators. By now, the Great Serpent had gone mad with rage from all the wounds it had suffered. There was no chance it was going to allow the Sky Pillar sect to withdraw peacefully. So, it summoned its lightning once more and blasted the spot in front of the opening again and again. The blood ran like a river in no time at all. The clash had lasted less than an incense stick, but the Sky Pillar sect had lost almost 100 people in total. It showed just how fearsome the creature was. That said, the Great Serpent seemed a lot weaker after it fired a series of lightning bolts. Clearly, it wasn't a power that it could use willy-nilly. The Grand Defensive Ward closed right before the Great Serpent could break through. Beyond furious, the serpent hammered the ward so hard that some of its wounds had split open once more. On the other side, the ship carrying Luo Fu and the cultivators of Silverlight Island brazenly flew past the Sky Pillar sect's outpost before landing on the opposite side of the Great Serpent. It was a despair-inducing sight for the Sky Pillar sect cultivators to say the least. That despair was only grief when they exited the ship and assembled into an army of hundreds. The Great Serpent was still ramming the Grand Defensive Ward and spitting out green fog from time to time. It seemed that it would stop at nothing to obtain the Dragon Scale. The Great Serpent alone was beyond the Sky Pillar sect's ability to withstand, much less the forces of the Silverlight Island. Their Grand Defensive Ward was only going to crumble faster when Silverlight Island officially began their assault. "Are you the one who lured the Great Serpent to our outpost, Luo Fu?" Zhou Qi questioned hotly from behind the ward. Luo Fu would be covered in flames right now if his eyes could spit fire. Luo Fu chuckled good-naturedly. "If only. No, we just happened to be at the right place at the right time." Chapter 251, Sealing the Divine Opportunity Column. Behind the Grand Defensive Ward, Zhou Qi stared into Luo Fu's eyes in an attempt to confirm his nemesis was lying. However, he wasn't able to glean anything from it. "Are you going to escape?" "No. We're coming over then." A smiling Luo Fu raised his hand before dropping it in front of him. At the same time he declared, "Begin." Lights of all shapes, colors and sizes erupted from behind him. They landed squarely on the Sky Pillar sect's Grand Defensive Ward and disrupted its composition. The Sky Pillar sect had encountered countless big and small crises since the foundation of their sect, but they had never encountered one as hopeless as this. The Great Serpent was attacking their front, and the Silverlight Island their back. They just could not see a way out of this no matter how they tried. "Let's withdraw, Brother Zhou," Yu Hongbao said next to his senior brother. Although the Grand Defensive Ward could hold a while longer, it was only a matter of time before it broke down completely. It would truly be too late if they waited until the ward was gone before they took action. The enemy would be able to destroy them like spearing fish in a barrel. "You say that, but where to?" Zhou Qi said listlessly. Yu Hongbao's lips wriggled, but he could not bring himself to say the words he knew were in his senior brother's mind right now. There was only one path of retreat for them, and that was to teleport back to their headquarters via the Divine Opportunity Column. But if they did this, it would be the equivalent of giving up decades of labor and prizes to their enemies. Even if the crime of losing an outpost wasn't death by execution, this still wasn't an unacceptable outcome. How could they continue living with such a taint on their honor? How could they continue calling themselves disciples of the Sky Pillar sect? There might still be a way out of this, Zhou Qi said suddenly. Yu Hongbao was well aware how smart his senior brother was. He immediately looked at him expectantly and asked, "What is your plan, Brother Zhou?" Instead of answering, the legate sent him a message through the battlefield imprint. Yu Hongbao mulled over the contents of the message and thought it was a viable plan. He immediately returned a nod of assent. Zhou Qi turned toward his nemesis and asked, What do you think is going to happen if rumors that the Silverlight Island can control the Great Serpent were to spread? Luo Fu. Luo Fu was watching the Great Serpent tackling the Grand Defensive Ward with great interest when Zhou Qi had asked him that sudden question. He instinctively felt a chill as he asked with a frown, "What do you mean?" Zhou Qi grinned. "Take some time to mull over my words. I'm sure you can work it out yourself." Although Luo Fu believed that his nemesis was just trying to sow doubt in him, he could not help but consider his words regardless. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was the one who lured the Great Serpent to the Sky Pillar sect's outpost. Silverlight Island had nothing to do with it whatsoever. However, the only ones who knew about this were Lu Yi himself, the Hao brother and sister, Qi Shi and himself. Sky Pillar sect had no idea about the truth. Considering the circumstances, it was only natural that they would pin the Great Serpent's unnatural behavior on the Silverlight Island. The Great Serpent was a most formidable creature. Not even a Grand Defensive Ward could withstand its attacks indefinitely. If the other sects were to hear about this incident. Luo Fu's expression suddenly stiffened, and cold sweat began forming on his brow. Before today, every sect on this land shared more or less the same strength. Although conflicts broke out between hostile sects every day, no one was capable of doing true damage to the other party. But what if the Silverlight Island were to make an ally out of the Great Serpent? Who could stay still after hearing such a terrifying rumor? That fear would surely unite the factions of Thousand Demon Ridge against Silverlight Island. The bastards trying to bring us down with them. You would dare slander us, you treacherous bastard? The Great Serpent has absolutely nothing to do with Silverlight Island. If anything, everyone knows it is a spirit beast that dwells in your territory. Luo Fu yelled angrily. He wished that his sect could actually command a powerful spirit beast like the Great Serpent, but even if that was the case, it would actually be bad news for them. What if a cultivator were to come by a great weapon that could cut through anything, but they weren't skilled or influential enough to keep it from their enemies? It would only fuel their enemies' hostility and bring upon their death. It was the same thing here. Since the Silverlight Island wasn't overwhelmingly stronger than its neighbors, the rumor that they could control the Great Serpent would only heighten their enemies' aggression and unite all nearby Thousand Demon Ridge factions against them. It didn't even need to be a full-on invasion. If, say, 4,000 or 5,000 Demon Ridge factions were to join hands and harass them from time to time, they would probably follow in Sky Pillar sect's footsteps in just a few months' time. It's just a rumor. Who knows if it's true or not? If I remember correctly, an elder who's a snake mutant is currently under your headquarters' employ, am I right? His implication was as obvious as it was slanderous, but Luo Fu dared not to respond to his question. It was true that one of the elders in the headquarters was a snake mutant, a sea snake mutant to be exact. They had been neighbors for centuries, so they knew each other like the back of their hands. The point was, Silverlight Island would be in deep shit if Zhou Qi were to spread such a rumor. It might not be believable, but even the tiniest bit of suspicion could potentially put them in a terrible spot. Luo Fu was starting to understand Zhou Qi's intention. He narrowed his eyes a little as he asked, "I think I can guess what you're going to say next. You're going to ask us to withdraw our forces to prove our innocence, aren't you?" "You said it, not me." "Keep dreaming, you treacherous dog." Luo Fu let out a cold humph. "Just wait until your Grand Defensive Ward is broken. If I fail to beat the crap out of you later, it's only because you've already voided everything in your bowels." Zhou Qi's threat was very real, but only a complete idiot would allow such a perfect opportunity to slip through their grasp. They weren't leaving until they had gotten what they wanted no matter what. Future problems were for future Luo Fu to handle, not him. Plus, it wasn't like Silverlight Island was alone and without allies. If Thousand Demon Ridge dared to gang up on Silverlight Island, then the Grand Sky Coalition would dare to protect them. Zhou Qi must be dreaming to think that he could scare them into retreating with just his alarmist talk. Yu Hongbao had been standing next to Zhou Qi while the latter was negotiating with Luo Fu. He could not help but let out a sigh when he saw that his senior brother's attempt to negotiate had ended his failure. Frankly, he wouldn't have retreated if he was in Luo Fu's position. The opportunity was just too good to let pass. "Seal the Divine Opportunity column," Zhou Qi ordered suddenly. "What?" Yu Hongbao asked before realization struck him. He exclaimed with alarm, "Brother Zhou, you do it." Zhou Qi uttered through gritted teeth. Yu Hongbao's expression turned solemn and tragic. "Yes, sir." It wasn't long before the deed was done. By sealing the Divine Opportunity column, the Sky Pillar sect had basically cut off their final path of retreat. They would no longer be able to teleport back to Jianghu. The reason Zhou Qi ordered this was to prevent his people from making a run for it. Their situation was already hopeless to begin with. If anyone were to lose their nerve and make an attempt, it would almost certainly result in a total collapse. If that happened, there would truly be no saving their outpost. Yu Hongbao thought that Zhou Qi was going to rally the men into one final hurrah and battle the enemy to the death. That was why he was wearing a tragic and mournful expression. Zhou Qi noticed this as well and consoled him, "We still have a chance, brother Yu." Yu Hongbao thought he was just humoring him and shook his head. "Do I look like a coward, brother Zhou? The sect's the one who nurtured me and made me who I am today. Now is the time I repay everything they've done for me. If there is one thing I am afraid of, it would be the possibility that I might fail to bring at least a few Silverlight Island scum with me to the grave." Since Zhou Qi had already made up his mind, he as the Prolgate could only trust in him and perform his role to the utmost. He had already made up his mind to hurt Silverlight Island as much as possible before he inevitably went down. Zhou Qi clarified, "I'm not humoring you. Didn't you hear what Luo Fu said earlier? They're definitely not the ones who are controlling the Great Serpent." His negotiation attempt with Luo Fu had ended in total failure, but that was fine, because that wasn't his real objective. He was well aware that Luo Fu could not be persuaded to retreat with just words. The real reason he spoke with the man was to find out if the Great Serpent really was connected to Silverlight Island, and Luo Fu had unwittingly given him the answer. They were completely unrelated to one another. It really had been a coincidence that they had shown up at the same time and at the same place. Zhou Qi had felt like shit when he confirmed this. They were probably the first sect in the history of Jianghu to experience such terrible luck. Not only that, it had been decades, no, a full century since their outpost and the Great Serpent had lived in harmony with each other. He just could not understand why the damned creature had suddenly decided to break the unspoken peace between them. Zhou Qi beckoned Yu Hongbao to his side and whispered his plan into his ear. Yu Hongbao was skeptical at first, but his expression quickly turned into awe and confidence when he listened to the end. He quickly sent out a number of messages after that. It wasn't long before every Sky Pillar sect cultivator had learned of the Legate and Prolgate's plan and the fact that the outpost's Divine Opportunity column was sealed. Retreat was no longer possible, and Zhou Qi's plan was their sole ray of hope of making out of this alive. Everyone was worried, but surprisingly things didn't feel as bleak as they were before. By now, the Great Defensive Ward had become so transparent that it was almost non-existent. It could shatter at any moment now. Meanwhile, hundreds of Sky Pillar sect cultivators led by the Legate, Zhou Qi and the Prolgate, Yu Hongbao had gathered in front of the Sanctum of Providence. However, they were facing toward the Silverlight Island's cultivators instead of the Great Serpent. Luo Fu had been observing the battlefield from the start. In that moment he realized what Zhou Qi was planning and cursed his lack of foresight. Shit. Zhou Qi was planning to lead the Great Serpent to them. He wasn't going to give up the outpost without making them pay a huge price for it. He immediately messaged Hao Ren to check if Lui Yi could control the Great Serpent. Unfortunately he was too late. Lower the ward. Zhou Qi let out a tragic yet determined roar. The collapsing screens of light abruptly winked out of existence. Now that the grand defensive ward was gone, nothing was stopping the Great Serpent from entering the outpost anymore. It immediately slithered toward the cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect like an unstoppable mountain. Kill? Zhou Qi roared again as he and Yu Hongbao rushed toward the cultivators of Silverlight Island. It was a grand sight. The Great Serpent was charging toward the Sky Pillar sect, the Sky Pillar sect was charging toward Silverlight Island, and Silverlight Island was just staring at the incoming enemies in stupefied shock. Luo Fu's heart sank all the way to the bottom. Things had gone exactly as he thought, but his realization had come far too late. Stop them. Luo Fu roared. On the other side, the Hao brother and sister felt their hearts leaping to their throats as they cried out, "Brother Yi, you cannot let the Great Serpent reach our forces." Lu Yi did not say anything. He was already standing on top of the hill and sending message after message to Yi. He had not anticipated the Sky Pillar sect to be so unyielding in face of great opposition. He was so certain that they would teleport back to Jianghu because their situation was one where even he could not wriggle out from, but contrary to his expectations, they had chosen the course of action that would do the most damage to their enemies. In the Sky Pillar sect's outpost, two opposing lines of cultivators drew closer while screaming on top of their lungs. Spells and flying weapons were already flying through the air and striking the enemy with great force. The cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect weren't attacking, however. They simply defended passively until they were about 130 meters away from one another. Zhou Qi shouted suddenly, "Scatter!" Their formation instantly split into two smaller groups, each led by him and Yu Hongbao. They circled Silverlight Island's forces to reach their flank. The split was so sudden that the Silverlight Island's cultivators were unable to halt their attacks before they struck the Great Serpent that was right behind the Sky Pillar sect's forces. The Great Serpent was fairly injured to begin with, so the rain of spells and flying weapons easily stripped some scales or worsened an existing wound. The Great Serpent's green eyes immediately turned toward them. Fu Yuak. Luo Fu lost his composure and swore on top of his lungs. Chapter 252 Why? Zhou Qi's plan was very simple. The Sky Pillar sect was standing on the line between life and death right now. Since he wasn't willing to slink back to Jianghu with his tail between his legs, his only remaining option was to bait the Great Serpent into attacking Silverlight Island. There was a prerequisite to this plan, however. The Great Serpent must not be under the Silverlight Island's control, or executing the plan would only be an exercise in futility. After baiting Luo Fu into revealing that that wasn't the case, he immediately ordered Yu Hongbao to seal off the Divine Opportunity column, dropped the Grand Defensive Ward of their own accord, and led the charge against Silverlight Island. When they were about 130 meters away from the enemy's battle line, he ordered them to split up into two smaller groups before resuming their charge. As a result, a good amount of Silverlight Island's spells and flying weapons had struck the Great Serpent dead on. The creature immediately hissed and stared at the panicking Silverlight Island cultivators with its massive green pupils. As if on cue, the energy surrounding its body grew terribly violent. Luo Fu was standing at the forefront of his troops, and right now he felt as if his blood was made of ice. Just a minute ago he was at the top of his life. Now he was plummeting toward rock bottom. It was such a thrilling experience he could have a heart attack right now. The Great Serpent opened its mouth and spat out a puff of green fog, causing a ton of flying weapons to fall from the sky immediately. "It's over." Luo Fu groaned on the inside. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi looked behind him just in time to see the Great Serpent spitting out its fog. Joy filled his heart because he knew that his plan had succeeded. All he needed to do now was to lead his people to the back of Silverlight Island's formation, cut off their path of retreat, and force them to deal with the Great Serpent. The outpost had been on the brink of occupation, but not only did he turn the tides with a clever ploy, he even managed to catch the enemy's forces off guard. He could already imagine what would happen when news of his success was reported back to the sect. The elders would shower him with praise and elevate his status. The sect would reward him with all kinds of cultivation resources, and if he played the political game well enough, he might even have a shot at marrying the sect master's only daughter. He would reach the peak of his cultivation life. Alas, his dream was just that, a dream. It was because the Great Serpent had not attacked the Silverlight Island cultivators despite being less than 60 meters away from them. Instead, it changed directions and continued chasing after the Sky Pillar sect cultivators. Zhou Qi's face turned green in an instant. Why? Why is it hounding us even though we've never provoked it? Luo Fu had been half a second away from screaming, "Stop it now," when he realized that the Great Serpent had changed directions. As if on cue, he received a message from his battlefield imprint and realized it came from Hao Ren. He finally realized the truth after he checked the message. The reason the Great Serpent had attacked the outpost, the reason it had ignored their accidental provocation, and the reason it was chasing after the Sky Pillar sect right now, it was all because of Lu Yi. The legate pulled out a wine gourd from his storage bag and gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. These ups and downs were a little too much for his poor heart to endure. After the wine had warmed his belly somewhat, Luo Fu shouted, "Focus on defense. Do not attack unless you absolutely have to." The hundreds of Silverlight Island cultivators immediately withdrew their formation into a tight circle. The body-tempering cultivators stood on the outermost ring, followed by the combat cultivators, the ghost cultivators, and finally the spell cultivators. At first they were all terrified for their lives. It was hard not to when there was a giant serpent wreaking havoc right next to you after all. A few minutes later though, they discovered that the situation was not what it seemed. Some distance away from them, the scattered groups of Sky Pillar sect cultivators had met up once more. Led by Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao, they were currently running for their lives while being chased by the Great Serpent. What was funny was that the Sky Pillar sect was running circles around Silverlight Island in an attempt to bait the Great Serpent into attacking them, but the creature just kept chasing them like they had murdered its whole family. From time to time, it would spit out a green fog or strike them with a lightning bolt, dishing out much death and destruction. What is happening? They were stupefied as a matter of course. Under any other circumstances, they would have been annoyed to be treated like air. They were a force of several hundred cultivators after all. The situation though? Attention was the last thing they wanted. The Sky Pillar sect would have given them some love if they could, but the Great Serpent was hounding them too closely for that to be possible, and the Great Serpent was too busy smiting the bothersome pests standing between it and its freedom. A moment of observation later, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They weren't safe yet, not even close, but at least they could afford to enjoy the unprecedented spectacle. I can't believe you called me a treacherous dog, Luo Fu. If you're not the one controlling the Great Serpent, then who is? Zhou Qi yelled angrily. By now, the legate realized that he had been duped. The Great Serpent absolutely was controlled by their neighbor, or there was no way the Great Serpent would attack them and them only. Even his attempt to cause some collateral damage by running circles around Silverlight Island had ended in failure. Fuck you. Luo Fu yelled back just as fiercely. His heart was still thumping from the fright the Great Serpent had given him earlier. You are fucking dead, Silverlight Island. Try repeating that after you have survived today, dog. Both sides traded vitriol with one another for a time. Finally, Zhou Qi yelled angrily, "Return to Jianghu." His final plan had ended in failure. If they dilly-dallied any longer, they were going to lose not just their outpost but most of their cultivators as well. Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao abruptly changed directions and made a beeline toward the Sanctum of Providence. Luo Fu was tempted to intercept them, but in the end he decided against the impulse. There was a good chance they might accidentally injure the Great Serpent and draw its attention. The reward was great but ultimately not greater than the risk. He watched the Sky Pillar sect and the Great Serpent for a while. Their neighbor was currently running toward the Sanctum of Providence as fast they could while the Great Serpent slithered madly behind them. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought that the Sky Pillar sect had slaughtered the Serpent's 9 generations or something. The Sky Pillar sect hadn't completely lost their heads despite their hopeless situation. After arriving at the Sanctum of Providence, they quickly moved into formation so they could buy time for their backline, the Spell Cultivators and Medicine Cultivators, to escape. They would be teleporting away in an orderly fashion. And so the Sky Pillar sect clashed against the Great Serpent once more. The sounds of impact seemed like it would never end. However, the Sky Pillar sect had lost a considerable amount of people even before they enacted their final plan. They also incurred a fair amount of casualties during the chase, not to mention that their forces were actively teleporting back to Jianghu. The strength of their defense was decreasing rapidly. In the end it happened. The Great Serpent broke through the body-tempering cultivators' defense line and crashed head-first into the Sanctum of Providence. Blood-curdling screams immediately erupted from the building as the cultivators who failed to teleport back to Jianghu were killed. A series of terrible booms and bangs followed after that. It sounded like the Great Serpent was thrashing about. The survivors filed out of the Sanctum of Providence like ants. It was their only way out, but to stay inside the building was to commit suicide. A bloodied and battered Zhou Qi was currently lying spread-eagled amidst the rubble. He looked at the 100 or so Sky Pillar sect cultivators around him in despair. It was because he knew that this was the end of the Sky Pillar sect. 5 kilometers away, Lu Yi climbed onto Amber's back and said to Hao Ren, "You can tell your sect mates to launch their assault now. Don't enter the Sanctum of Providence though." Amber then took off toward the outpost. The Hao brother and sister followed closely behind him while messaging Luo Fu. When the legate received Hao Ren's message, he immediately ordered his forces to invade the Sky Pillar sect's outpost. If the outpost was a defenseless woman, then the Great Serpent, Lu Yi, the Hao brother and sister, and the Silverlight Island cultivators were a couple hundred bandits hellbent on plundering everything she had. That should be all the imagery needed to imagine its fate. By the time Lu Yi and Amber had arrived on the scene, the Great Serpent was still rampaging inside the Sanctum of Providence. The entire building was shaking like it might crumble at any moment. The public square in front of the sanctum was covered in bodies and blood. The Sky Pillar sect had suffered innumerable casualties. Of course, someone had to have succeeded in escaping this place of death, but they could only be the minority, even including those who had teleported back to Jianghu. It would be apt to say that their forces, the ones at the Spirit Creek realm at least, had been utterly destroyed. The Silverlight Island cultivators were sweeping the battlefield. Luo Fu was waiting for someone on the public square. Brother Luo. The Hao brother and sister arrived with Lu Yi. Luo Fu nodded before giving Lu Yi a huge grin. Your brother Yi, right? I've heard a lot about you. Well met, brother Luo. Lu Yi returned. As expected of the genius of a prodigious sect, you are as impressive as the rumors claim. You have my wholehearted praise, brother Yi. Lu Yi had not shown his face from start to finish, but Luo Fu knew that he was the sole reason they were able to occupy Sky Pillar Sect's outpost. At the very least, the Sky Pillar Sect would have suffered much less casualties if he wasn't able to control the Great Serpent. He still didn't know how a 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master like Lu Yi was capable of controlling a monster like the Great Serpent, but he wasn't stupid enough to ask the young man about it. It would be a bad idea to spread the news and earn the hostility of their enemies. Now they had occupied the outpost, it was time to plunder the goods. Luo Fu looked at the still trembling Sanctum of Providence and said seriously, Brother Yi, we can give up 80% of everything we got out of this expedition to you. What do you think? As the legate of an outpost, Luo Fu had a duty to his sect. Although he was very interested in befriending Lu Yi, he could not possibly surrender everything in the outpost to him. He had pulled several hundred of his brethren into this battle after all. It would be remiss of him not to reward their hard work. Yes, Lu Yez had done most of the hard work in this occupation, but it wasn't like Silverlight Island's presence was completely useless. If it wasn't for them, Sky Pillar Sect probably could have repelled the Great Serpent. To Lu Yi, his original goal was just to deal a bit of damage to the Sky Pillar Sect. Silverlight Island's opportune arrival had been most welcomed. One could even say that they were the straw that broke the Sky Pillar Sect's back. To be perfectly honest, they deserved at least 30 to 40% of the loot. The reason Luo Fu offered to claim just 20% of the loot was because he wanted to befriend Lu Yi. Lu Yi shook his head immediately. I'm fine with half-half. Luo Fu immediately turned embarrassed. Half-half? That's too much. Too much. It's okay, brother Luo. I'm the one who has a favor to ask of you after all. You'd actually be putting me in a bad spot if you reject this. Lu Yi was planning to form an alliance with Silverlight Island because they were the closest inner circle sect to the Crimson Blood sect's outpost. If everything worked out, then his sect members would be able to cultivate here in the future. By offering Silverlight Island a generous reward, he was really securing their favor and protection for his sect mates. As someone who only managed to come this far thanks to them, he knew just how important and valuable they were. Chapter 253 Sharing the Booty? A few months ago, when Lu Ye's identity was exposed and Thousand Demon Ridge had tried to hunt him down, it was the cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition who had escorted and protected him. Without the aid of these cultivators, some whose name and origin still eluded him to this day, he would have died on the road a long time ago. That was why he was willing to offer Silverlight Island more than that was fair, even though they weren't affiliated with one another until recently. It was simply because they both belonged to Grand Sky Coalition. Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge had been locked in conflict since forever. They would have been consumed by the other faction long ago if they were any less united than they were. Luo Fu did not know what Lu Yi would like to ask from him, but he could make a guess or two. He wasn't the type of person to dwell on a decision for too long, so it only took him a moment of thought before breaking out into a refreshing laugh. Very well, brother Yi. I would like nothing more than to be your friend. He then exchanged imprints with Lu Yi on the spot. Lu Yi sent out another message. Soon, the Great Serpent slithered out of the Sanctum of Providence and toward the distant horizon under everyone's watchful gaze. It was because Yi had lured it away with the dragon scale. The reason it had hounded the Sky Pillar Sect cultivators and even invaded their Sanctum of Providence wasn't because it had a blood feud with them, but because it was chasing around the dragon scale like a dog after a bone. The Great Serpent cared little for cultivators, and it wasn't interested in bullying the weak either. If it was, it wouldn't have stayed in its lake for years and showed its face only once in a blue moon. If the dragon scale wasn't as attractive as it was, it would never have caused such a huge commotion. You first, brother Yi, Luo Fu gestured respectfully. Lu Yi did not decline the offer this time. After stepping into the Sanctum of Providence, he took a moment to admire the devastated building. It was a surprise that the building hadn't toppled outright, as the great serpent had left a good number of giant pits on the floor. He could even see some broken scales here and there. He walked up to the Divine Opportunity column and put his hand on it. Then he used his authority as the legate of the Crimson Blood sect to plunder its blessings. He could clearly sense a great number of something flowing into his battlefield imprint. While the process was going on, the Divine Opportunity column made screechy, grinding noises that suggested that it might break down at any moment. Lu Yi knew it was just his imagination though. The Divine Opportunity column was a product of the heavens, so it could never be broken or destroyed. This was just the natural reaction of the column's blessings being taken away from it. No one knew about the internal workings of the Divine Opportunity column, but it was directly tied to the richness of the world's spiritual qi in the surrounding area. Every time a blessing was added or removed from the Divine Opportunity column, its internal structure would change accordingly. Right now, the Sky Pillar Sect Outpost's world spiritual qi was thinning at a visible rate. A short while later, Lu Yi exited the Sanctum of Providence and gave Luo Fu a nod. The legate immediately went in to plunder the rest of the blessings. By the time he came out, the world spiritual qi of the outpost had become almost the same as the wilderness. Lu Yi would have liked to know exactly how much reward he had gotten out of this excursion, but that would have to wait until he had returned to the Crimson Blood sect. It was because plundered blessings could not be converted directly into contribution points. He would have to store them in the Crimson Blood sect's Divine Opportunity column first before he could convert them. It was a shame that much of the blessings were lost during the plundering process, or their booty would only be greater. Silverlight Island's cultivators still weren't done looting the outpost. For example, the outpost possessed a good number of spirit farms, and some of the herbs and plants they grew were quite valuable. Moreover, the Sky Pillar sect's outpost was way bigger than the Crimson Blood sect's, though it wasn't one of the natural benefits of being an inner circle sect. The Sky Pillar sect had to buy the expansion via contribution points. The range of a Divine Opportunity column was equal to the size of an outpost. At the beginning, every sect started out with the same amount of space and infrastructure. Over time, they could spend contribution points to increase the range of the Divine Opportunity column and the size of the outpost at the same time. It should not need to be said that more space was always better. Theoretically, it was possible to expand an outpost infinitely if they had an infinite amount of contribution points. They could literally border their neighbors if they wanted to. Of course, not even the richest sects had that many contribution points to spend. The size of most outposts was usually determined by the sect's needs. 2 hours later, the cultivators of Silverlight Island had assembled together once more. They then boarded the ship's spirit artifact under Luo Fu's order. Luo Fu invited Lu Yi to be a guest in their outpost, which was exactly what Lu Yi wanted. So, he joined Luo Fu on the ship and took off towards Silverlight Island's outpost. It did not take a genius to know that this massive ship-like flying spirit artifact was extremely valuable. Silverlight Island had probably spent a considerable amount of contribution points to purchase it from the Vault of Providence. Still, it was no match to the flying dragon boat he had ridden in the past. The flying dragon boat was an actual weapon capable of uprooting fortresses and sieging cities. This ship was at best a flying spirit artifact with some defensive qualities. After assigning a cabin to Lu Yi, Luo Fu went away and busied himself with work. Silverlight Island hadn't walked away from this excursion completely unscathed, though their losses were minimal as a matter of course. He was busy because he had to tally all the booty they had seized from the outpost. Half of it belonged to Lu Yi after all. While Silverlight Island's cultivators were flying home in high spirits, various messages had been transmitted to all major factions through all sorts of channels. It was the work of the deceased Zhou Qi, of course. He had passed the message that Silverlight Island could control the Great Serpent before his demise. His objective was very simple. If he could not save his outpost, he would at least prevent his allies from suffering the same fate. Plus, the message could prompt all Thousand Demon Ridge factions that were close to Silverlight Island to join hands and take them out. The ability to control the Great Serpent, or worse, any serpent, was just too scary. A core circle sect might not be too worried by the threat. They had plenty of champions who were cultivating heaven-grade cultivation techniques after all, but an inner circle sect? A serpent was basically an unbeatable threat. Who could sleep tight knowing that a goddamn serpent might knock on their great defensive ward one day? Of course, the news could have the opposite effect. All Thousand Demon Ridge factions close to Silverlight Island might swear off hostilities against the sect once and for all. There was no way Zhou Qi could anticipate how things would go, but a man on his deathbed had little to lose. All he knew was that he would definitely regret it if he took the intel to his grave. As a result, countless factions had sent their cultivators to investigate Sky Pillar Sect's outpost. Most hailed from Thousand Demon Ridge and some from Grand Sky Coalition. Heavens only knew how a message that should have remained in Thousand Demon Ridge managed to leak to Grand Sky Coalition so quickly. When the Ninth Order cultivators arrived at the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost, everyone was chilled by what they saw. There wasn't a part of the outpost that was left intact. Countless buildings had been knocked to the ground, and there were even traces of fires here and there. Silverlight Island had set the outpost on fire right before they evacuated. They had shown no pity toward their sworn enemy whatsoever. Every plant in the spirit farms was uprooted regardless of their maturity. The public square in front of the Sanctum of Providence was covered in blood and bodies. Some of the pools of blood were so big they hadn't even dried yet. To say that the Sky Pillar Sect outpost was a mess would be an understatement. When some Sky Pillar Sect cultivators had learned of their enemy's departure and came back to check the scene, their reaction was tragic to say the least. Some people had dropped to their knees and screamed themselves hoarse. Some could not stop weeping until many hours later. It was that bad. A fight between the Ninth Order cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge had even broken out afterward. It was inevitable considering that more and more people were gathering within the outpost. It was unknown who had won in the end. Half a day later, Lu Yi and Yi disembarked the ship and stood on the soil of the Silverlight Island's outpost. Amber was lying lazily on his shoulder. Luo Fu had personally led Lu Yi to the two-story building that he would be spending the night at and told him that a welcoming feast would be held that night. He would have liked to accompany the young man some more, but he needed to report the occupation of the Sky Pillar Sect outpost and Lu Ye's role in it as soon as possible. He told Lu Yi to speak with the Hao brother and sister if he needed anything. After Luo Fu had left, Lu Yi sent the two ghost cultivators away to catch some well-deserved rest and promised he would message them if he needed anything. Then he and Yi went up to the second floor. On the way back, Yi told Lu Yi that she had put the dragon scale in the storage bag after luring it about 5 kilometers away from the Sanctum of Providence. The great serpent had looked so stupefied that she was going to remember its expression for years to come. It had rampaged on the spot where the dragon scale had disappeared for a while before finally taking its leave. She could have been seeing things, but she thought that its eyes looked a little lonely when it left. Judging from the direction of its departure, it was probably going back to its old haunt, the lake. Yi couldn't be sure because Lu Yi had messaged her to return to him by then. In the room, Yi meditated to recover her strength while Amber chowed down some spirit pills. Yi had been carrying the dragon scale underground for hours, so of course she needed to meditate to regain her strength. Lu Yi was inspecting his spiritual points and deciding if he should ascend to the Eighth Order. Previously, he was hesitating because the contribution points he got for killing a Ninth Order cultivator were much higher as a Seventh Order cultivator than otherwise. However, while he absolutely possessed the power to kill enemies who were 2 minor levels above him, he discovered that the effort wasn't quite worth the reward. In the end, he decided that he was better off ascending to the Eighth Order. Also, the contribution points he got for occupying an outpost were way higher than what he got for killing an enemy cultivator. In fact, most of his contribution points had been obtained that way. Only a small fraction had come from killing an enemy cultivator. Ascending to the Eighth Order was the best choice here. If nothing else, greater cultivation level equaled greater safety. Brother Yi. A cry came from outside. Lu Yi looked out of the window and saw a young man in blue clothes looking up at him from the ground. As if sensing his gaze, the young man looked up and smiled at him. "I hope I'm not bothering you. May we speak?" "Give me a moment." Lu Yi moved back into his room and went downstairs. After he opened the door, he saw that the young man was accompanied by the Hao brother and sister. They were both carrying a large amount of storage bags. Lu Yi figured out what was going on immediately. Silverlight Island had come to give him his share of the booty. He liked how efficient they were. "I am the Prolgate of Silverlight Island, Qi Shi. I am very happy to make your acquaintance, Brother Yi." "You are too kind, Brother Qi. Please come in." The building he was assigned was probably built for guest reception. The second floor was the resting place and the first floor the lounge area. After Qi Shi and the Hao brother and sister had entered the building, the Prolgate said, "As per your agreement with Brother Luo, this is half of everything we got from Sky Pillar Sect. Where should we place them?" At first glance, they were carrying at least 100 or 200 storage bags in their arms. Please take them upstairs. The Hao brother and sister followed Yi upstairs and set down the storage bags at the place she pointed. Then they bade their goodbye and left Qi to speak with Lu Yi. Qi would have left too, but Lu Yi wanted to learn more about outpost management. Since Qi was a prolgate, he was sure he could learn from his knowledge and experience. Beside him, Yi brewed tea while listening to their conversation. Sometimes, Lu Yi would shoot her a look of astonishment. He didn't know that Yi was versed in the art of tea brewing until now. Chapter 254 Celebratory Feast. Since we achieved total victory this time, the sect is sure to reward us handsomely. Brother Luo intends to hold a celebratory feast that will serve as a welcoming feast for you as well, Qi said. Before he left, he asked me to ask you if you are okay with showing your face. After all, you are the reason this battle has gone as well as it did. Lu Yi figured out his meaning immediately. Most Silverlight Island cultivators were unaware of Lu Ye's role in the outpost's occupation. They thought that Sky Pillar sect was just unlucky enough to catch the Great Serpent's ire. However, those who knew the truth knew that Lu Yi was the one who lured the Great Serpent to the Sky Pillar sect's outpost. He was also the reason why the creature had only attacked the Sky Pillar sect's forces during the final stage of the battle. One could almost say that Lu Yi had single-handedly taken down the outpost. Out of everyone present, he was the one who deserved to attend the celebratory feast the most. However, revealing his role in the occupation would also expose the fact that Lu Yi was the one who, to a certain extent, controlled the Great Serpent. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was already an infamous name in the Thousand Demon Ridge. Revealing the truth would surely inconvenience him. Luo Fu and Qi did not want to take his credit. In fact, they had already reported the whole truth to the headquarters. On the other hand, they had to respect Lu Ye's own wishes. It showed that they had given much thought to the matter. Lu Yi did not think that Luo Fu was capable of such high-level thinking. He didn't have the right personality for it, so the consideration had probably come from Qi. This was the reason he had paid him a visit. The combined efforts of the Silverlight Island and the fortuitous attack of the Great Serpent is the reason Sky Pillar sect has fallen. My role in this matter really isn't as profound as it seems. Qi nodded knowingly. Your wish is my command. The prolgate left after chatting with Lu Yi a while longer. Yi closed the door and ran upstairs excitedly. She had wanted to tally their rewards since they were brought in. Even with Lu Ye's speed, it was going to take him at least 2 to 3 days to fully unlock the 200 storage bags he had received from Silverlight Island. Some of the storage bags weren't locked though. They were filled with all sorts of strange plants and spirit artifacts. He had no doubt that the plants had been plundered from the Sky Pillar sect's outpost. As for the spirit artifacts, they became ownerless after their original owners were dead, so it was up to the finders to do whatever they wanted with them. Lu Yi only needed once glance to know that Luo Fu had split the booty exactly as he said he would. We're rich. Yi chirped excitedly. She had never seen so many storage bags in one place. Lu Yi grabbed one of them and began opening their restriction locks. Every time he opened one, Yi would tally its contents and store them in separate storage bags according to their categories. Some of the storage bags contained unimaginable riches, and some had more dust than there were items. Overall, they added up to a sizable amount of wealth. As the sun fell, the clamor outside their building grew louder and louder. It sounded like a ton of cultivators had gathered in one place. When Yi poked her head out of the window, she saw that a lot of Silverlight cultivators were gathering at the Sanctum of Providence and setting down tables and chairs. The place had also been decorated with so many lights that it looked as bright as day. A while later, the fragrant scent of food came through the window. It was the Silverlight Island cultivators preparing their celebratory feast. They had been enemies with the Sky Pillar sect for over a century, but never had they won such a crushing victory until now. Their excitement was more than understandable. The smell of food jolted Amber awake from its slumber. It stared at Lu Yi with a hungry look on its face. It was at this moment the Hao brother and sister came over with a group of people. They set up a table on the first floor and filled it with all kinds of delicious food. They even brought in a huge chunk of freshly hunted meat for Amber. A moment later, Luo Fu's elated voice boomed all the way from the Sanctum of Providence. The man was giving a speech, and the gist of it was that everyone had done well today, that they had lived up the sect's expectations, that they should work hard to replicate this victory and so on and so forth. After several rounds of applause and cheers, the celebratory feast officially began. A while later, Luo Fu and Qi Shi showed up at Lu Ye's place. "I'm so sorry, Brother Yi." Luo Fu had apologized the second he met Lu Yi. The young man was the biggest contributor of the occupation, and yet he couldn't even participate in their celebratory feast openly. He felt quite ashamed, to put it mildly. Of course, he felt a tad better after listening to Qi Shi's analysis and learning of Lu Ye's decision. He also realized that he hadn't thought things as deeply as he should. Although it seemed like they weren't giving Lu Yi the credit he deserved, it was the best option available to them. "It's okay." Lu Yi invited them to the house smilingly. A few minutes later, the drinking began. Yi was watching Lu Yi worriedly because the young man had not had a drop of alcohol until now. Courtesy to Li Baxin, alcohol was strictly forbidden within the sect by Shui Yuan. Even the sect master had to indulge in his vice in secret when he could not hold it any longer. Naturally, Yi had no idea if Lu Yi could hold his alcohol. The good news was that Lu Yi looked perfectly fine after a few rounds. He was a 7th-order cultivator after all. It would be embarrassing if he went under the table so quickly. While they were eating, Luo Fu mentioned that he would like to form an alliance with the Crimson Blood sect of his own accord. Naturally, Lu Yi was more than happy to accept it. It was the main reason he had come to their outpost. Since they were both legates, they had formed the contract on the spot. Now, Crimson Blood sect disciples could visit Silverlight Island's outpost to train and even pay some contribution points to teleport back to the Crimson Blood sect's outpost directly. "Brother Lu, I heard a rumor saying that the 2,000 Demon Ridge forces bordering your outpost have already been broken. Is it true?" The incident was extremely well known in the outer circle, but the Silverlight Island was both an inner circle sect and a little too far away from the Crimson Blood sect's outpost. Therefore, Luo Fu and the others had heard of the news but did not put much stock in it. In fact, inner circle sects normally paid little attention to outer circle business, just like how core circle sects paid little attention to inner circle business. It wasn't because they looked down on the others, but because they had their own circle, allies and enemies to worry about. Few people had the time and energy to constantly look beyond their circle. It is true. Is it because of the insectoid attack? A sect called the Redoubt of Wrath failed to handle their insectoid attack properly and caused an outbreak. It was so bad that it even affected their ally Clan Feng. So, we took the opportunity to ambush and slay many of our enemies. I see. Luo Fu nodded. Does that mean that the Crimson Blood sect is a very safe space right now? It sounds like you have a request to make, Brother Luo. Lu Yi shot him a look. Luo Fu sighed. It's like this. A daughter of our esteemed elder has been cultivating in our outpost for a while. She is now a 3rd-order cultivator. As you're aware, cultivating in the inner circle ensures a speedy progress, but that also means she is sorely lacking in worldly experience. A cultivator who hasn't seen blood is not a cultivator after all. Now, I'm not saying that my junior sister is unwilling to venture into the outer circle. In fact, she's been harassing me day and night to let her go, so much so that the mere sight of her is enough to give me a headache these days. You might ask me why I didn't just send her away. That's because my elder is a doting parent. He is terrified for his daughter's safety and would strangle me if I sent her away, and something bad were to happen to her. But now, an opportunity has presented itself. Do you think it's okay if I send my junior sister to the Crimson Blood sect? It should be pretty safe right now, right? Yes. I don't think anyone would dare to attack our outpost for the foreseeable future. In fact, only a suicidal person would try to attack the outpost. Gray, a spirit beast on the same level as the Great Serpent, is guarding it. The Great Serpent had nearly breached the Sky Pillar sect's grand defensive ward single-handedly, and Gray was in no way inferior to it. That's wonderful. I will speak with my elder and see if he's amenable. Luo Fu and Qi Shi stayed a while longer before taking their leave. They were the legate and the prolgate after all. Since they had drunk the wine, sated their appetite, and settled both casual and serious business, it was time to return to the celebratory feast. It would be remiss of them to spend all their time with Lu Yi and neglect their own junior brothers and sisters. Lu Yi looked thoughtful as he saw Luo Fu and Qi Shi off. A while later, he shook his head with a wry smile on his face. What's amusing you? Yi asked in puzzlement. It's nothing. If it's nothing, then surely you can tell me about it? Yi pleaded in a cute voice while shaking his hand back and forth. I'd already formed an alliance with Luo Fu, so he didn't need to notify me about sending his junior sister to our outpost. Instead, he asked me how our outpost is doing and even explained her circumstances to me. He's trying to tell me that his junior sister is an exalted member of Silverlight Island, and that the Crimson Blood sect should pay extra care. Is that so? But why can't he just come out with it? What if you're too blockheaded to understand his meaning? Lu Yi grabbed her cheeks and squeezed. You're the blockheaded one. Also, sometimes the circuitous route produces better results. She's really starting to feel like a real person. Yi slapped his hand away and pouted. Overall, Luo Fu's request was not a difficult one to accept. If they treated the junior sister and anyone else they sent to the outpost well, then Silverlight Island would be honor-bound to reciprocate their kindness. This was how the world worked. Meanwhile, Luo Fu and Qi Shi were walking side by side when Qi Shi said, "Brother Luo, I feel that Brother Lu is extremely versed in using the strength of another to achieve his objectives." What do you mean? When he was in the outer circle, he had exploited the insectoid attack to cripple both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng. Today he used the Great Serpent to cripple the Sky Pillar sect. Surprise flashed across Luo Fu's features. It was clear he hadn't made the connection until Qi Shi had mentioned it. You mean to say that Lu Yi has toppled 3,000 Demon Ridge factions to date? There's more. Brother Lu claims that they were able to ambush the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng because the former had failed to handle their insectoid attack properly, which leads to an outbreak that affects both sections. In reality, we both know that it's quite easy for an outer circle sect to handle an insectoid attack. Assuming the sect in question wasn't completely in shambles, the worst that could happen is unnecessary casualties. There's just no way they could fail so hard that an outbreak occurs. Are you saying? I suspect that our brother Lu is the true mastermind behind the Redoubt of Wrath's so-called failure to contain their insectoid attack. Of course, I wouldn't know how he did it exactly, just like those not in the know would never guess that he was the one who lured the Great Serpent to the Sky Pillar sect. Luo Fu mulled over his aide's words and realized he was probably right. Although insectoid attacks were a natural disaster, any sect could deal with it unless they were beyond unlucky, or if someone was actively sabotaging their efforts. What a monster! Luo Fu clicked his tongue while looking clearly impressed. Looks like Thousand Demon Ridge is going to suffer a lot more pain from now on. Qi Shi agreed. Yeah. Thank goodness he is one of us. Luo Fu guffawed. This is a cause for celebration. We shall drink until we drop, Brother Qi. I'm being serious here, Brother Luo, Qi Shi said with a helpless sigh as Luo Fu dragged him toward the square. Soon they were surrounded by cultivators holding wine jars. Chapter 255 Spirit Creek Realm 8th Order. 3 days had passed since the Sky Pillar sect's outpost was conquered. Luo Fu was receiving a few cultivators in the guest hall of the Silverlight Island outpost. They were all 9th Order cultivators. Every man or woman was either a legate or a prolgate whose outpost was located close to the Silverlight Island. He knew why they were here since Qi Shi had warned him about this. As expected, they were all here to ask about the Great Serpent and to express their desire in conquering another enemy outpost. They offered to give up 60% of the loot if Silverlight Island would agree to lend their support. Zhou Qi's dying message was an effective one. Not only were all nearby Thousand Demon Ridge factions wary of them, even the Grand Sky Coalition factions believed that they were actually capable of controlling the Great Serpent. That was why they had come to discuss business with Luo Fu today. Unfortunately, Luo Fu could not fulfill their wishes. If he was actually capable of controlling the Great Serpent, then this meeting would end in 10 minutes at most. He would happily cooperate with these Grand Sky Coalition factions to take out all nearby Thousand Demon Ridge outposts and drown in the spoils of war. The problem was that they were not the controller of the Great Serpent, but they could not reveal the truth either because they would be breaking their promise with Lu Yi. In the end, he had to swear a heavenly oath declaring that it was pure luck that the Silverlight Island was able to conquer the Sky Pillar sect's outpost, and that they had nothing to do with the Great Serpent whatsoever. Knowing that Luo Fu was telling the truth, the legates and prolgates had no choice but to withdraw in disappointment. After he had seen off his peers, Luo Fu shot the training chambers a glance and asked, "Did Brother Yi express his wishes to train in our outpost, Brother Qi?" "Unfortunately, no." Qi Shi shook his head. "That is truly unfortunate. It could only be good news if Lu Yi was willing to stay in Silverlight Island. Forget the Great Serpent, his personal strength alone was worthy of their attention." Since Lu Yi had not mentioned anything like this, It most likely meant that he was going to leave in the near future. It could not be helped. It wasn't like they could force him to stay with them. Remind me to ask him if he's willing to lend us his aid again. If he truly can control the Great Serpent, then our next target would be the Cloud Smoke sect. I've been wanting to crush those preachy weirdos for a long time. The Cloud Smoke sect was another Thousand Demon Ridge faction that neighbored the Silverlight Island. Although their feud wasn't quite as bad as the one they shared with the Sky Pillar sect, it wasn't a pleasant relationship by any means. If they could take out both the Sky Pillar sect and the Cloud Smoke sect, then there wouldn't be anyone left within a few thousand kilometers who could challenge them. They would be able to do whatever they wanted in these lands. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was making a breakthrough inside a training chamber. He was channeling his spiritual power and breaking down the barrier surrounding his spiritual points little by little. There was a soft pop, and the barrier blocking his 144th spiritual point was breached. Streams of spiritual power immediately flowed into it. A cultivator was considered an 8th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master when they had unlocked 144 spiritual points. Lu Yi proceeded to fill up the spiritual point with spiritual power until it had formed a microcosmic orbit. He officially entered the 8th Order when a gust of energy spread out of his body. It had taken him between 50 to 60 days to ascend to the 8th Order, which was pretty slow if he were to be honest with himself. It was because he had to spend half a day studying the way of glyphs with Lady Yun every day when he was still at the Crimson Blood sect. It was fine though. If he moved up the cultivation realms too quickly, he would not have the time to solidify his skills. Over time he would become a cultivator whose strength did not match his cultivation realm. It was why Li Baxin had advised him to solidify his skills in between his cultivation. Plus, his progress was slow only if he compared to himself. To most cultivators, ascending from 7th Order to 8th Order was pretty quick all things considered. Moreover, he had accumulated plenty of battle experience including his time in the Rift of Illusions. The Rift of Illusions was a hyper-realistic battlefield where everything he experienced including the sensation of death felt as real as it could be. The combat experience and skill he had accumulated by dying repeatedly wasn't something that could be replicated in a normal setting. They were essences he had engraved into his soul via repeated injuries and death. This was why Lu Yi was so much stronger than his peers even though he was ascending the cultivation realms fairly quickly. Lu Yi still didn't stop after successfully entering the 8th Order. He consumed a spirit pill and started cultivating because he wanted to know how many spirit pills it would take to unlock a single spiritual point at his current level. A quarter of a day passed and he concluded that he needed around 35 spirit pills to unlock a single spiritual point. It was a terrifying number to say the least. Back when he was a 3rd or 4th Order cultivator, it had only taken him a dozen or so spirit pills to unlock a spiritual point. He had thought his consumption rate was crazy back then, but it was nothing compared to his current consumption rate. The higher one's cultivation realm, the more spiritual power it took to unlock a spiritual point. If he wished to ascend to the 9th Order, he would have to unlock another 36 spiritual points. Assuming that he cultivated using spirit pills only, it would cost him over 1,200 spirit pills. Of course, consuming spirit pills wasn't his only method of cultivation. His actual consumption rate would probably be half of that, if not lower. Suddenly Yi jolted and let out a muffled groan beside him. Her complexion also looked paler than normal. It was because she had just awoken from the Rift of Illusions. Yi had contribution points since the sect master had bestowed Yi a battlefield imprint and made her a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. She could also earn contribution points by slaying enemies. However, most of her contribution points were made up of the monthly wages Wuxia had given her a while ago. She only had less than 1,000 contribution points including the ones she earned via killing enemies. It wasn't much. Since she didn't have much use for her contribution points right now, Lu Yi decided to put her through the Rift of Illusions. They had a long, tumultuous journey ahead of them, and the Rift of Illusions would prepare her adequately for those trials. Was it fun? Not in the slightest. Yi grumbled loudly. Clearly, she had been taught a painful lesson by the insectoids of the Rift of Illusions. It's fine. Just take it one step at a time. MHM. Yi responded unhappily before assuming a meditative position and began recovering her strength. Lu Yi grabbed a spirit artifact from his storage bag. It was the flying spirit artifact belonging to the 9th Order cultivator Yuan Guang, and he was planning to refine it for himself. The 7th Order was considered a dividing line for Spirit Creek realm cultivators. It was because it was the level where a cultivator could start using controlling spirit artifacts via telekinesis to attack their enemies. Technically, the Eighth Order was also a dividing line of its own. It was the minor realm where a cultivator was powerful enough to fly on a spirit artifact. However, most Eighth Order cultivators refrained from doing so not only because it cost too much spiritual power, but also because they generally could not fly fast and or high enough to be useful in battle. If anything, it was fairly easy to target such a cultivator in the open. Defeat was almost a certainty if they were to be struck down from the sky. This was less of a problem only after a cultivator had reached the Ninth Order. That was why most cultivators who dared to fly in the open were Ninth Order cultivators. Technically, Lu Yi could already fly without a flying spirit artifact. However, wings only had a lifespan of 6 hours. Lu Yi had used it as sparingly as he could since he obtained the tattoo-type glyph, but it was only a matter of time before it ran out completely. That was why he needed to master an actual flight ability as soon as possible. The good news was that he was now qualified to attempt flying on a spirit artifact. A day later, Lu Yi exited his training chamber with Yi right behind him. Luo Fu visited him immediately after he heard the news. It wasn't long before they took their seats in the guest hall. "Brother Yi, I'm not the type to beat around the bush, so I'm just going to give it to you straight, okay?" They had known each other long enough to skip the pleasantries. "A few days ago, I was visited by several Grand Sky Coalition legates and prolegates. The long story short is that they wanted our help to attack a 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost or two." Lu Yi nodded. It was perfectly normal to ask for a nearby ally's help to attack an enemy. For example, he had contacted the Athenaeum of Finality when he was attacking Clan Feng. As you're aware, it's incredibly difficult to breach an outpost's grand defensive ward. In fact, two sects can work together and still not destroy the ward unless they possess a specific trump card. In this case, they would like to borrow the strength of the Great Serpent. It was clear what Luo Fu was trying to say. "That is why I'd like to know if you can still control the Great Serpent. If you can, then I would like us to pull off another big one." "You misunderstand, Brother Luo. I am incapable of controlling the Great Serpent. At best, I can lure it in a certain direction. I have no control over its actions whatsoever." "That's enough. If you can lure it to an outpost, there's a good chance they would break without much resistance considering what had happened to the Sky Pillar sect. With luck, they might even back off without needing us to fire a single spell. It's a high-reward, low-risk attempt, don't you think?" Luo Fu said while rubbing his palms in excitement. Lu Yi gave it some thought before nodding. "There's no harm in giving it a try, I suppose." Delight immediately bloomed across Luo Fu's face. "We are in agreement then?" "Yes, but please don't contact our allies yet. It would be highly disappointing for everyone if it turned out that I couldn't lure the Great Serpent after all. I'll contact you once I'm certain about our chances." "That would be for the best." Luo Fu walked Lu Yi out of the guest hall. A short while later, the young man was already riding across the wilderness on Amber's back. The legate would have sent the Hao brother and sister with him, but Lu Yi had turned down his offer. Lu Yi was willing to give it a try, but frankly he did not think well of his chances. That was why he had given Luo Fu no promises. The Great Serpent was powerful enough to be quite intelligent. That was why he wasn't sure that it would fall for the same trick twice. After moving about 5 kilometers away from the Silverlight Island's outpost, Lu Yi climbed off Amber's back and produced an item from his storage bag. He filled it with spiritual power and tossed it into the air. The item immediately transformed into a small boat about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. There were beautiful engravings all over its surface. It was none other than Yuan Guang's flying spirit artifact. There were several recesses on the bow and the stern of the boat. They were meant to fit spirit stones. A cultivator's spiritual power did not necessarily have to be the only source of power of a flying spirit artifact. Some could be installed with spirit stones to decrease the strain on the cultivator's reserves. Obviously, the better the quality of the flying spirit artifact, the lesser the strain on the cultivator. Yuan Guang's boat, for example, was a high-quality flying spirit artifact. The boat was only big enough to fit 2 or 3 people at best, but since Lu Yi was alone, it wasn't a problem whatsoever. Lu Yi was extremely careful when he planted his first step on the flying boat. He could still remember the disastrous experience when he attempted to fly with wings for the first time as clear as yesterday. It wasn't until he was standing steadily on the boat that he beckoned Amber to get on. The tiger immediately transformed into its cat form and leaped onto his shoulder. As for Yi, she had slipped inside Amber's body a while ago. Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power after everyone was ready. At first, it looked like things would go smoothly even though the boat was shaking quite badly as it took flight. However, it soon fell from the sky at an odd angle. Chapter 256 Moving Forward. An incense stick later, a boat-shaped spirit artifact flew in the sky 130 meters above ground level. Thanks to his experience with wings and the fact that his control over his spiritual power was nothing like what it used to be, it took Lu Yi only a short time to grasp the key to flying on a spirit artifact. He was moving faster than Amber was running at full speed, but that was perfectly natural. Flying was always going to be faster than running. That said, riding Amber wouldn't cost him any spiritual power, while flying steadily ate away at his reserves. Still, the cost was much smaller than he had imagined because his spiritual power was sufficiently pure. He made a rough calculation and concluded that he could fly between 7 to 9 full hours without pause. For a newly ascended 8th order cultivator, that was an impressive amount of airborne time. In the future, his flight speed and time would only improve drastically. There was also a basic defensive ward on the boat. It could barely block an attack, but it did well to repel the strong wind blowing his way. Lu Yi was currently sitting at the center of the boat, and Yi in front of him. She was leaning against his chest and laughing like a bell as they soared toward the horizon. Now that he could fly on a spirit artifact, both his repertoire of travel and escape had increased by 1. He no longer had to rely just on wings to fly anymore. A quarter of a day later, the sky had turned completely dark. Lu Yi landed beside the lake where the Great Serpent had resided. They could even see traces of the bonfire they had made a few days ago. Lu Yi had no idea if the Great Serpent had returned to the lake, but Yi had observed it moving in this direction, so it probably had. He had Amber assume its cat form and Yi standing by for anything. It was only then he took out the dragon scale. For a while he simply stared at the lake for any movement. Nothing happened. Next, Lu Yi held the scale in front of Amber so it could inhale a wisp of blood chi. As if on cue, Yi warned, "Here it comes." Lu Yi also saw the ripples on the lake. The disturbance quickly grew until a meaty horn surfaced from the water and slowly moved toward the shore. Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power in secret. The second the serpent did anything strange, he was going to activate wings and book it. There was a splash as a gigantic serpent's head emerged from the lake. Then a pair of green eyes fell on the dragon scale in Lu Ye's hand. The great serpent didn't look nearly as impressive as it had the first time he met it though. Judging from the missing scales all over its body, it was still recovering from its recent ordeal. Their eyes met about 100 meters away from each other. Lu Yi gave the scale a wave and the great serpent's pupils seemed to track it. Unlike the first time though, the creature did not rush him even though it still clearly desired the dragon scale. Instead, it watched him with extremely wary eyes. Lu Yi knew he was probably going to disappoint Luo Fu the moment he saw this. The great serpent had displayed an exceptional level of intelligence from the beginning. Last time, he had lured it to the Sky Pillar sect's outpost and tricked them to fight against one another. Obviously, things had ended poorly for the Sky Pillar sect, but it wasn't like the great serpent had slithered away unscathed. The injuries it had sustained during the fight had enraged it to the point where its reason had completely fled, a mindless beast that could only think of taking the dragon scale and nothing else. It wasn't until it was slithering back to its haunt after the dragon scale's presence had disappeared that it realized that it had been used. It was well aware that the humans of this world were in a state of constant conflict. In fact, it was the main reason it rarely left the lake. For one, it didn't have much purpose left in its life after reaching the absolute limit of its growth. 2, it had no desire to get involved in human conflicts. It was fine staying out of their way as long as they stayed out if it's. One might even say that it was a pacifistic serpent these days. That was until the shameless, despicable human had lured it with its heart's desire and made a complete fool out of it. The more it thought about it, the angrier it felt. But what could it do? That object's presence had vanished completely, and that despicable human was nowhere to be seen either. Today both the object and the human had appeared once more. It still desired the dragon scale as a matter of course, but its head was much cooler than it had been that day. It knew that the only way it could obtain the dragon scale was to slay the despicable human. That was why it had stayed motionless for a couple of seconds before firing a lightning bolt the size of an arm from its horn all of a sudden. However, Lu Yi was prepared for this and took to the sky immediately. There was a loud boom as a blackened pit appeared on the spot Lu Yi was standing a moment ago. In the sky, Lu Yi flew away from the great serpent while feeling cold sweat breaking out of his back. He knew it was unlikely that he would be able to take advantage of the great serpent a second time, but he hadn't expected the creature to loathe him this much. If he hadn't been prepared for an attack, that lightning bolt would have killed him already. After he had moved far away enough from the lake, Lu Yi gave Yi the dragon scale. He was hoping that she would have better luck than him. Yi carried the dragon scale into the underground and tried all kinds of things to bait out the great serpent, but an hour later she returned to him and shook her head. The creature had learned its lesson and refused to take even a step from its haunt. Left with no choice, Lu Yi raised his hand and sent a message to Luo Fu. It stated, "I'm sorry. The great serpent will not move." Luo Fu quickly responded to the message. The man was disappointed as a matter of course, but he already knew that failure was a possibility. After all, Lu Yi had already told him that he was only baiting the great serpent and not controlling it. That Lu Yi was willing to give it a try regardless was enough for him. After he had received Luo Fu's reply, Lu Yi called out to Yi and said, "Let's go." Since he could not bait out the great serpent, Lu Yi decided not to return to the Silverlight Island's outpost. It was time to move on. After finding a suitable resting spot, he recuperated while waiting for dawn to arrive. There were two main reasons Lu Yi had entered the inner circle. One, he wanted to pave a path for his sect mates by forming legged alliances with sects that he deemed to be suitable. This way they would have more options in the future. Two, he wanted to take revenge for what happened to him during the Battle of Golden Tip. The Sky Pillar sect had been wrecked, so it was time to move on to his next target, the House of Wintry Blossoms. The House of Wintry Blossoms was the second Thousand Demon Ridge faction to challenge him to a fight. His opponent was a female spell cultivator whose wind and fire attacks had given a bit of trouble until he got close enough to decapitate her. Unfortunately, their outpost was quite a ways away from his current location. It would take him at least half a month of travel time even if he rode Amber the entire way. The travel time could be shortened if he flew on the boat spirit artifact, but it would consume too much spiritual power. He was in no hurry though, so he decided to ride Amber to the outpost. On Amber's back, spiritual power was surging out of Lu Ye's left and right hand. His left hand was producing yin and yang elements non-stop until they gradually formed an incredibly complex picture. It was a glyph he had learned from a book. It wasn't the only glyph he had learned from the books as a matter of course, and it was quite a useful glyph too. However, since he wasn't familiar enough with the glyph to conjure it at a moment's notice, he had no choice but to practice with it again and again. He was unable to use it in combat either. So far, Lu Yi only used glyphs he had obtained from the Tree of Glyphs in combat. It was because he could create them whenever he wanted. Despite Lady Yun's unreserved teachings, Lu Yi was only a novice in the way of glyphs. Since he could not consult Lady Yun right now, the only way he could improve further was to study on his own. Thankfully, he had received many glyph-related books from Lady Yun before he had bade her goodbye. His skill should improve drastically after he mastered them completely. On his right hand was another glyph, Sharp Edge, but he was trying to disassemble it. In other words, he was creating a glyph with one hand and disassembling another with the other. It was a doable but incredibly difficult task. Right now, he wasn't even close to being adept at multitasking with his glyphs. Still, this method of practice would improve his mastery and further hone his control over his spiritual power. Now that he was an 8th order cultivator, he could control another one or even two flying weapons if he wanted to. He didn't do so though. Adding another flying weapon or two to his repertoire wouldn't increase his combat capabilities by a significant amount, not to mention that the best way to improve the lethality of his flying weapons was still to create a glyph on them. It wasn't an easy task and Lu Yi had no idea how to even begin. That was why he was studying the way of glyphs right now. Eventually, he would reach the level where he could construct glyphs on his flying weapons at a moment's thought. If he was traveling alone, he would never have dared to split his focus like this. But since he was traveling with Yi, he trusted her enough to watch his back. And so Lu Yi practiced creating and disassembling glyphs at the same time during the day, and studied the books Lady Yun gave him during the night. If he felt like getting into a fight, then he would enter the Rift of Illusions for some fun. The insectoid stages were gone after he entered the 8th order. All his battles began with an 8th order cultivator now. He wasn't sure why, but he certainly wasn't going to complain about it. 8th order cultivators were no match for him as a matter of course. Even 9th order cultivators couldn't last long against his saber. The heaven grade 7th order cultivators, they were a different story entirely. Every battle was hard-fought because a cultivator's power improved explosively after they switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Before this, Lu Yi was able to overcome 2 minor realms and slay the 9th Order Yuanguang without too much difficulty. 8th Order and heaven-grade 7th Order were technically 2 minor realms apart as well, but not only were the fights much harder, he sometimes died due to a mistake or moment of carelessness as well. Thanks to these experiences, he knew exactly how strong he was right now. If he were to go up against a 7th Order heaven-grade opponent, it was a 50-50 chance who would live to see another day. It depended on who happened to be more informed that day. In the Rift of Illusion, the cultivation faction of his opponents was completely random. Therefore, assuming he was willing to spend the contribution points, Lu Yi could amass a ton of practical combat experience against all types of cultivators in no time at all. And once he had digested these experiences, they would become powerful skills that he could use to slay his enemies in real life. His journey to the House of Wintry Blossoms was not a peaceful one. Since Lu Yi had been traveling in a straight line, it was inevitable that he would trespass the territories of some 1,000 Demon Ridge factions. Naturally, a fight broke out every time he ran into one or more enemy cultivators. The large majority of the cultivators in the inner circle were between 6th to 9th order. Rarely would one encounter a cultivator who had changed to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Those people mostly roamed the core circle. As a result, not a single 1,000 Demon Ridge party had managed to get the upper hand on Lu Yi, not even when they outnumbered him 5-1. Plus, it wasn't like he was fighting alone. Yi was extremely elusive, and she had become very proficient at using the 9 Realms scroll. If necessary, she could drag one or more of Lu Ye's enemies into the ward scroll and battle them there. Their fate was as good as sealed after that. Chapter 257 Rift of Fortune. The Spirit Creek battlefield boasted an abundance of world spiritual chi, which was why its environment was extremely beautiful. Lu Yi and Amber were able to take in all the sceneries on their path while they continued to travel to the House of Wintry Blossoms. In fact, there was probably no one on Lu Ye's cultivation realm who had seen and heard more of the Spirit Creek battlefield than him. He had left Green Cloud Mountain and begun his journey to the Crimson Blood sect as a second-order Spirit Creek realm master. He had traveled the roads for at least 5 months before he became a 5th-order Spirit Creek realm master. Now he was on a long journey once more. Although cultivators often left their nest to experience the world once in a while, the vast majority of their time was still consumed by cultivation. Naturally, Lu Yi was more knowledgeable and experienced than his peers. Today, a travel-worn Lu Yi and Yi had arrived at a bazaar. Unlike the ones in the outer circle, this bazaar was clearly busier and more prosperous. After all, its main customers were no longer budding cultivators between the 3rd or 4th order. Everyone who roamed the bazaar, or the entire inner circle for the matter, was at least a 6th order cultivator. The name of this bazaar was very simple. It was called the Divine Trade Bazaar because it had been formed around the Divine Trade Association. There were many more of its kind across the inner circle and core circle. While cultivators usually spent contribution points to purchase rare materials from the Vault of Providence, the same could not be said for daily necessities and generic cultivation resources. After all, it wasn't easy to earn contribution points. The need for trade naturally gave birth to many bazaars. Lu Yi had visited several bazaars in the outer circle, but this would be the first bazaar he visited in the inner circle. As he explored the place and took in the sights, he discovered that it was very different from the bazaars he knew. For starters, the layout of the buildings was tidier, and the streets were cleaner. There was a good mix of independent cultivators and sect cultivators as well. Yes, independent cultivators existed in the inner circle and core circle as well. Maybe it was because they were used to a loner's life, or maybe it was because they carried certain pursuits that would not fit well with a sect cultivator's lifestyle. Regardless of the reason, these independent cultivators had chosen not to join a sect. Moreover, sects generally did not welcome independent cultivators who had reached the 7th order or higher. There were several reasons. They could not ascertain if their background was clean. It would be dangerous if the prospect turned out to be an enemy spy. 2. It was difficult to secure their loyalty. At their level, they might not be able to adapt to a lifestyle where they must answer to a sect's beck and call. In the outer circle, most 3rd and 4th order independent cultivators still had a good chance to join a sect. But the higher their cultivation, the harder it was for them to join a sect. The existence of independent cultivators wasn't unique to Spirit Creek realm either. There were Cloud River Realm, True Lake Realm and even Divine Ocean Realm independent cultivators. The vast majority of independent cultivators would choose to become the associate of a sect's outpost to enjoy their rich world spiritual chi. However, there was a small minority that chose to be completely independent because a chi-rich environment was the only benefit of becoming an associate. Not only that, they would have to answer to the sect's summons if the latter had need of their services. Since they weren't willing to subordinate themselves to a sect in any way, they had to find another way to earn their cultivation resources. Hence the Divine Trade Bazaar. Barring a very small minority, the vast majority of independent cultivators were highly dependent on the Divine Trade Bazaars to make a living. An independent cultivator's life was full of poverty and hardships, but it could not be denied that they also enjoyed the greatest degree of freedom. The main reason Lu Yi had come to this Divine Trade Bazaar was to catch a good night's rest. He also wanted to update his 10-point map. It had been nearly a year since he had spent an obscene amount of money to purchase this map. He was sure that some of the details were no longer accurate. Besides that, this was a good opportunity to process all the useless loot in his storage bag, such as his share of the booty he had received from Silverlight Island. Although he had sold most of it to the Vault of Providence, there was still some that was taking up space in his storage bag. That was why he wanted to exchange it for cultivation resources. As he entered the Divine Trade Association, he noted that the layout was exactly the same as the one he visited in the past. A manager led Lu Yi to a private room and listened attentively to his requests. Then he took the items he gave him and left to process the request. Lu Yi poured a cup of spirit tea for himself while he waited. It immediately brought back some memories. Back then, he made sure to drink until his stomach was full every time he entered the Divine Trade Association because the spirit tea contained a bit of spiritual power that he could use to improve his cultivation. He was seriously poor back then, so poor that he tallied his spirit pills every few days for fear of running out. Thankfully, that wasn't the case anymore. If he lacked cultivation resources, he could simply rob them from an enemy cultivator. He was even able to accumulate a sizable amount of precious contribution points. About an incense stick later, the manager returned with an updated 10-point map and a bag of spirit stones and spirit pills. Lu Yi checked the contents before confirming that the goods were delivered, and the bill settled. With that done, Lu Yi requested for a room to stay in the Divine Trade Association. It was processed accordingly as a matter of course. A short while later, Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the best room of the third floor and inspected his 10-point map closely. However, it looked practically identical to his old map as far as he could tell. It probably meant that not much had changed in the past year. Anyway, the map informed him that he was only half a day away from the House of Wintry Blossoms' territory. Thanks to his earlier experience, he decided to head straight for there or Vane. He had opted for a more conservative approach with the Sky Pillar sect at the beginning because he was only a 7th Order cultivator and a newcomer of the inner circle back then. Now that he was an 8th Order cultivator, he believed he could afford to be a little more aggressive. Worst case scenario, he would just escape from his pursuers. Yep, he could not see anything wrong with the plan. After he put away the 10-point map, Lu Yi took out a thick book and began flipping through the pages. At the same time, he assembled and disassembled a glyph on his hand. His movements were a lot better thanks to his daily practices, a clear indicator that he was slowly but surely deepening his understanding of the way of glyphs. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, after waking up to a wonderful night's sleep, he took a bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. Then he walked down the stairs feeling like he could challenge the world itself. To his surprise, the hall was almost empty. In fact, he couldn't see anyone besides the employees of the Divine Trade Association. At first, he thought the place was empty because it was early in the morning. Then he stepped out and found that the streets were almost empty. It was as if most of the cultivators had left the bazaar overnight. Lu Yi frowned. What the heck was going on here? Yi suggested, "Do you want me to ask around?" After he gave her a nod, she turned around and called out to the female receptionist standing in front of the entrance of the Divine Trade Association. "Good morning, sister. Do you know what's going on here?" The receptionist answered, "I heard that something called the Rift of Fortune has appeared." "And what is that?" The female cultivator shook her head. "That's all I know." She probably wasn't lying because she was just a 4th Order cultivator. She wouldn't even be in the inner circle if she wasn't affiliated with the Divine Trade Association. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had already gone back into the trade association and sought out a manager. Does the association have information on the Rift of Fortune? The manager immediately broke into a wide smile. But of course, sir. Which level of information would you like to purchase? Give me the best one you got. Truly, things were different from what they used to be. Back then, buying a single 10-point map had felt like gouging out his heart. Now, let's just say that money wasn't a problem anymore. Very well. Please wait a moment, sir. A while later, the manager returned with a jade slip and said, "Thank you for your purchase. That would be 900 spirit stones." He did ask for the best information they had, though whether it was worth the money remained to be seen. Lu Yi wordlessly paid the fee before stepping aside to inspect the contents of the jade slip. Half a cup of tea later, he set down the jade slip and felt Yi's curious gaze on him. He passed her the jade slip so she could inspect it as well. According to the information in the jade slip, the Rift of Fortune was an independent space not unlike the chess sea but smaller. Moreover, there were many types of Rift of Fortune. Sometimes it looked like something straight out of a painting. Sometimes it looked like the depths of hell itself. And sometimes, its environment was constantly changing and unfathomable. One thing was certain though, and that was each and every rift contained valuable treasures any cultivator would like to get their hands on. It could be precious natural resources, secret arts, secret books, and even heaven-grade cultivation techniques. Currently, cultivation techniques were in a state of polarization in Jianghu. All cultivation techniques beneath heaven grade were cheap enough that even independent cultivators could afford them without difficulty. It was why Lu Yi was able to purchase the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic for the cheap price of a few spirit stones from the Mystic sect. Even an earth-grade cultivation technique was worth only dozens of spirit stones at most. On the other hand, heaven-grade cultivation techniques were absolutely priceless. There was only one way to obtain one, and that was to buy it from the Vault of Providence using contribution points. It took a minimum of 1,000 contribution points to purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Moreover, the cultivation technique was keyed to the buyer. Anyone who tried to teach it to someone else would be punished by the heavens. 1,000 contribution points wasn't a huge sum for Lu Yi because he could slay most enemies with ease, not to mention that he was a legate. If necessary, he could just pay himself a monthly wage of contribution points. The same could not be said for the other cultivators, however. Some people could accumulate contribution points throughout their cultivation lives and still not make enough to purchase a single heaven-grade cultivation technique. It was why countless people were stuck in the Ninth Order. It wasn't like they could skip the cultivation technique either. A heaven-grade cultivation technique was the key to ascending to Cloud River Realm. To put it simply, one could not become a Cloud River Realm cultivator without a heaven-grade cultivation technique. This was why cultivators of opposing factions were more than willing to murder the hell out of each other. One might even say that their kill count directly affected their future. This was why the Rift of Fortune was highly attractive to all cultivators. They effectively saved themselves over 1,000 contribution points if they were lucky enough to pick up a heaven-grade cultivation technique from the Rift. The information provided by the Divine Trade Association was extremely comprehensive. It was because they purchased every bit and piece they could from cultivators who had survived the Rift of Fortune before compiling them all into one neat little jade slip. There was a reason the information was as expensive as it was. According to the jade slip, the Rift of Fortune could appear on any corner of the Spirit Creek battlefield at any moment. While it wasn't an uncommon occurrence, it definitely took a good bit of luck to stumble across one. Of course, every time a Rift of Fortune appeared, all nearby cultivators would enter it to search for their fortune. This was why the bazaar was so empty right now. Unfortunately, the Rift of Fortune only lasted around a day before vanishing. It wasn't always discovered immediately upon appearing either. Add to the fact that there was usually a delay before the news were spread, and it meant that the number of cultivators who actually got to enter the rift were few and far between. There was even one time where the Rift of Fortune was discovered when it was close to disappearing. The cultivators had arrived just in time to see it vanish before their eyes. It was a painful experience to say the least. After he had fully digested the information, Lu Yi asked the receptionist at the entrance a couple more questions, before exiting the Divine Trade Association. Taking out his boat spirit artifact, he flew into the sky. Chapter 258, The House of Wintry Blossoms. 40 kilometers to the east of the Divine Trade Bazaar, there was a U-shaped valley that was covered in gray fog, so much so that it was impossible to tell how it looked originally. The valley was fairly small, all things considered, a few kilometers in radius at most. Groups of cultivators could be seen standing on the hills. It was clear they were drawn here by the news of the Rift of Fortune. This valley did not fall under any sect's territory, so it was considered a neutral ground. In fact, there were plenty of neutral grounds in the Spirit Creek battlefield. The world was vast, and the sects weren't so numerous that their territories bordered each other seamlessly after all. The valley was located at the center of 4 sections. 2 of them belonged to Grand Sky Coalition, and the other 2 to Thousand Demon Ridge. Ranging between the 5th to 6th tier, they were all pretty powerful sects in their own right. 2 of the 4 factions had already made it to the valley. One was the House of Wintry Blossoms and the other Hidden Light Sanctuary. The independent cultivators were gathered in groups of 3s, 4s and 5s. Both the 2 sects had brought at least 100 cultivators with them. It showed just how much they valued the Rift of Fortune. The reason they were able to arrive faster than the other 2 sects was because the valley was closer to their outposts, and they had received word in a timely fashion. The other 2 sects were not so lucky. It would take them a while to get here even if they caught wind of the news early. Currently, both the House of Wintry Blossoms and the Hidden Light Sanctuary were attempting to recruit the aid of the independent cultivators. Unfortunately, neither of them were having much success. The independent cultivators of the inner circle were more independent than their outer circle counterparts. They were also less likely to be fooled by a sect's empty promises. There was a reason they made it this far after all. Moreover, safety in numbers wasn't always a good thing when exploring a rift like this. For starters, joining a sect meant that they were obligated to participate in large-scale battles against the opposing faction, something that was guaranteed to happen more than once in a small space like the Rift of Fortune. They would also be putting their fate in their acting superior's hands. If the superior was incompetent or plotting to use them as sacrificial pawns, well, long story short, it wasn't necessarily less safe to stay with their fellow independent cultivators. Plus, those who wanted to join a sect would have done so a long time ago. They would not have waited until now to join one. That was why the independent cultivators at the valley were more willing to team up with their peers. By the time Lu Yi showed up on his flying spirit artifact, several hundred cultivators had already gathered at the valley. Things looked pretty messy from what he could see. The first thing he noticed was that 2 100-man groups were standing on opposing sides of the valley. They were clearly hostile toward one another. One group had far more female cultivators than male cultivators, and they were all fairly beautiful in their own right. They also wore provocative clothes that showed off their legs, their waists and more. Flying behind them was a huge banner with petals on it. In fact, the fabric itself smelled faintly of flowers. Lu Yi immediately identified it as the banner of the House of Wintry Blossoms. Technically speaking, he had never seen their banner before. However, he had seen their symbol on his 10-point map. The symbol of every sect was displayed behind their name. For example, the Crimson Blood sect symbol was a golden flame with a red background. Lu Yi did not recognize the other group, but a quick check of his map told him that they belonged to the Hidden Light Sanctuary. This meant that 2 of the 4 nearby factions had already arrived at the valley. The 2 factions who hadn't shown up yet were the Lofty Plume Court of Grand Sky Coalition and Sunlit Mountain of Thousand Demon Ridge respectively. They were probably still on the road since their outposts were farther away from the valley. Lu Yi landed on the side belonging to Hidden Light Sanctuary. Then he looked into the valley curiously. The reason he paid 900 spirit stones for the best info on the Rift of Fortune and rushed over as quickly as he could was because the word rift had tickled his mind. It so happened that he had a mystic fruit that transported his mind to a rift of illusion so he could battle against all kinds of enemies and strengthen his skills. What if this Rift of Fortune was somehow connected to it? He could be completely wrong as a matter of course, but there was certainly no harm in checking it out. So far, he was inclined to believe that his suspicions were right. It was because the rolling gray fog in the valley looked exactly the same as the one in the Rift of Illusions. Are they really connected to one another? That said, it was a bit presumptuous to make that deduction now. He would have to enter the space to be sure. While he was thinking, a young cultivator walked up to him and saluted him respectfully. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Ji Yen of the Hidden Light Sanctuary. Would you be interested in exploring the Rift of Fortune with us?" Lu Yi glanced at his party and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "Thank you for the offer, but no thanks." While he was safer traveling with the Hidden Light Sanctuary's party, he would lose a certain extent of freedom. He did not believe that the trade-off was worth it. Jiyan did not waste his breath. He simply nodded at Lu Yi before moving on to the next person. After Jiyan was gone, a short cultivator with short mustaches standing next to him said in a friendly tone, "You are wise to turn them down, buddy. I won't deny that Hidden Light Sanctuary's reputation is pretty good, but I doubt you'll be able to gain much from the rift if you were to join them. We independent cultivators simply aren't born compatible with sect cultivators, don't you agree?" The guy must have had unpleasant experiences with sect cultivators. It was clear he wasn't fond of them. He then changed his tune and continued, "Would you like to travel with us? Whatever the rift might be, acting as a group can't be worse than acting alone. Plus you look like a combat cultivator. It so happens that I'm a spell cultivator, and this big fellow next to me is a body tempering cultivator. If you join us, then all we need is a ghost cultivator to complete the team. What do you say?" He patted the shoulder of the guy next to him. The only reason he managed to do so was because his companion was sitting on the ground. Lu Yi glanced at the guy's companion. He hadn't noticed at first, but the man was impressively broad and tall. It was clear he was a body-tempering cultivator judging from his overwhelming vitality alone, and he gave off the impression of a mountain even though he was just sitting on the ground. His shock grew when he looked closer, however. It was because the body-tempering cultivator's spiritual power was perfectly pure. It had been a while since he began his adventure of the Spirit Creek battlefield, and he had encountered cultivators of all shapes and sizes during this time. However, none of their aura was perfectly pure because of the spirit pills they consumed. Without exaggeration, this was the first time ever he encountered someone whose aura was almost as pure as his, not to mention that he was a body-tempering cultivator. The body-tempering cultivator was currently eating what looked like a bloody piece of meat. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the man met Lu Ye's gaze and shot him a naive smile. "What is your answer, buddy?" the short cultivator asked again. Lu Yi replied indifferently, "Thank you for the offer, but no thanks." The short cultivator huffed. "I was planning to provide you some guidance, but since you do not appreciate it, then whatever." Technically speaking, it wasn't a boast. Both him and his companion were ninth-order cultivators after all. The guy then walked toward another lone independent cultivator. Clearly, he wasn't going to stop until he had recruited a team of sorts. Suddenly, the body-tempering cultivator handed over the meat in his hand. "Have a bite." Lu Yi was going to reject the offer when Amber leaped off his shoulder and landed on the body-tempering cultivator's legs. It then consumed the meat ravenous. The naive-looking body-tempering cultivator smiled at the sight of this. He raised his ridiculously massive hand and stroked Amber's smooth fur. Interesting, Lu Yi thought to himself while watching this. The number of people who could approach Amber since he brought it back to the Crimson Blood sect could be counted on one hand. Not even Yi Yi's closest friend, Ruan Lingyu, was an exception. One time, Ruan Lingyu wanted to ride Amber but was rejected no matter what she tried. The tiger simply refused to get up from its sunbathing spot until Yi Yi had given it a direct order. It carried Lingyu around the summit of Fortitude once but never again after that. As for feeding, Amber had never eaten anything that didn't come from Lu Yi or Yi Yi. Not even his senior sister, Shui Yuan, was able to convince it otherwise, much less a complete stranger. Naturally, he was quite surprised with Amber's current behavior. It wasn't like he could ask Yi Yi what was going on either, since the girl was currently hiding inside Amber's body. Amber was capable of seeing through the heart. The fact that it was being so affectionate with the body-tempering cultivator seemed to indicate that he possessed certain qualities that were attractive to Amber. Could it be that simple-minded people were naturally pure in heart? Time passed quickly. More and more cultivators heard the news of the Rift of Fortune and showed up, though none had shown up in a large group. Meanwhile, the fog in the valley grew thicker and thicker. On the other side of the valley, a tall and slim female cultivator wearing a short shirt that revealed her waist was listening attentively to a male cultivator's report. She was the progate of the House of Wintry Blossoms, Qi. The Rift of Fortune was a place of untold opportunities and riches. Naturally, the leader of the exploration party had to be a legate or progate at the very least. Sunlit Mountain is almost here. They should make it before the rift opens, the guy reported while moving closer to Qi. Her flowery scent was causing sparks to explode inside his head. Qi nodded. Good. What about Lofty Plume Court? I haven't heard anything about them yet. Well, don't just stand here and do nothing. Go investigate them now. Right away. the guy responded before retreating to the back. The House of Wintry Blossoms was a very special faction in the sense that women enjoyed better status and treatment in this sect. In fact, the sect used to have no male cultivators at all. The founder of the sect was a divine ocean realm cultivator. It was said that she was tricked and betrayed by her lover in the past because she came to believe that all men in the world were disgusting, repulsive, and death-deserving creatures. That was why she wanted to found a sect with female cultivators only. Unfortunately, dreams did not usually mesh well with reality. The restrictions severely restricted their growth, not to mention that they were a body-tempering cultivation faction. Most women would prefer to be slim, beautiful, and perfect, not massive hunks of meat whose very responsibility was to get hurt and ugly in battle. That was why the sect changed their policies as soon as their founder had passed away. They began accepting male disciples into their ranks, although 70 to 80% of their members were still female. Moreover, most of their male cultivators were body-tempering cultivators. Long story short, it was their job to brave all the dangers and endure all the hurt. Despite this, the House of Wintry Blossoms remained incredibly popular within Thousand Demon Ridge. After all, who doesn't like a sweet, gentle beauty, and the House of Wintry Blossoms was overflowing with them. Chapter 259 The Lost City of Xianyuan. Chu Qing looked over to the other side of the valley where Hidden Light Sanctuary was. Their legate, Gu Kanyang, was watching her with a cold look and vice versa. Hidden Light Sanctuary and the House of Wintry Blossoms were neighbors, so of course they hated each other's guts. Moreover, they were competing for the fortunes within the Rift of Fortune this time. They were absolutely going to destroy one another when they went inside and the opportunity presented itself. The reason no one was making a move was because the Rift of Fortune still wasn't open. There was no need to start a quarrel just yet. Chu Qing glanced left and right in search of any cultivator that might deserve her attention. It wasn't long before she saw a large man wearing a tattered hemp shirt that bared half of his chest. Her pupils contracted. If she wasn't mistaken, the independent cultivator was none other than the famous Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia was quite famous among the independent cultivators, so much so that all nearby sects were made aware of his name. In fact, Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court had tried to recruit him before. Normally, the sects would not recruit a ninth-order independent cultivator due to various concerns. However, they were all willing to make an exception for Zhu Jia not just because he was simple-minded, but because he was unlike any other body-tempering cultivator they had ever known. For starters, it was said that Zhu Jia had never taken a life since he began cultivating. It was unthinkable that there existed a cultivator on the Spirit Creek battlefield who had never taken a life, but Zhu Jia was apparently the exception to the rule. There were several reasons why Zhu Jia had survived until now despite killing no one. The first reason was his spell cultivator companion. Assuming that the rumors were true, the duo had teamed up since they were second or third order, and the spell cultivator was the one who did all of the killing. The second reason was that Zhu Jia was extraordinarily tough. Practically no one at his cultivation level could break through his defense, and even those who were 1 or even 2 minor realms above him had a hard time injuring him. Somehow, the duo were able to make it from the second or third order all the way to the ninth order. The reason Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court failed to recruit Zhu Jia was because of the spell cultivator. The guy seemed to think of Zhu Jia as his money tree and refused to give him up to anyone else. The fact that Zhu Jia was here meant that he would be entering the Rift of Fortune, and Chu Qing did not want to know what would happen if they were to clash against one another. The good news was that Zhu Jia wasn't standing with the cultivators of Hidden Light Sanctuary, which meant that he was probably still working with his spell cultivator companion. They should be fine as long as they did not provoke him on purpose. Chu Qing began looking for the spell cultivator to confirm her suspicions. The spell cultivator was extremely recognizable because of his short stature and short mustaches. That man's a bad egg no matter how you look at it. Her eyes were just skipping past Lu Yi when she abruptly retrained her gaze on him. She then poured spiritual power into her eyes and examined him closely. She slowly narrowed her eyes when she confirmed she wasn't seeing things. Why is that man here? This aura, he's 8th order already? She was shocked because he was a 5th order cultivator just a few months ago. This meant that he had climbed 3 minor realms in just the span of a few months. She carefully withdrew her gaze and stared at her feet. She slowly clenched her fists as murderous intent began to flow out of her body. On the other side, Lu Yi felt like someone was watching him and shot the House of Wintry Blossoms a glance. Unfortunately, he couldn't be sure because there were too many people. It could just be his imagination. It was around this time Amber finished eating the meat it was given and leaped back to Lu Ye's shoulder. Seemingly reluctant to let Amber go, the body-tempering cultivator asked in a low, muffled voice, "What is its name?" "Amber." The body-tempering cultivator nodded. "Jujia." It was probably his name. It was at this moment a massive ship appeared from the horizon and flew toward the valley at high speed. The cultivators of the House of Wintry Blossoms perked up when they saw it because it belonged to none other than their allied sect, Sunlit Mountain. A while later, the massive flying spirit artifact landed on a flat ground on the other side of the valley. Then, a group of 100 cultivators led by a handsome young man stepped off the ship and met up with the House of Wintry Blossoms right away. For a time, the atmosphere grew warm and cheery as both sides engaged each other in a pleasant conversation. It was obvious that the two sects shared a close relationship. On the other hand, the cultivators of Hidden Light Sanctuary wore grim expressions on their faces. Ji Yuan, the same guy who had attempted recruit Lu Yi earlier, walked up to a man with bronze skin and asked in a low voice, "How much longer until Lofty Plume Court arrives, senior brother?" The man with bronze skin was the leader of this Hidden Light Sanctuary group. He was also the legate of their outpost, Gu Kanyang. "I don't think they'll arrive in time," Gu Kanyang replied. "Last I checked, they're still 4 to 6 hours away from our location, and it looks like the Rift of Fortune could open at any moment." Ji Yen looked deeply worried. "What do we do then? We'll be fighting 1 against 2 if we head in right now. Should we withdraw?" Gu Kanyang shook his head. "What do you think will happen if we retreat without even putting up a fight? Our sect will become a laughingstock for months to come. Don't worry, the situation might not necessarily be disadvantageous to us. With luck, the Rift of Fortune this time could be one where superior numbers do not provide an advantage." It was at this moment the fog in the valley began moving rapidly. "It's about to open," someone shouted. The entire valley fell silent as if a silencing spell had been cast over everyone's mouth. They were all staring at the fog in front of them. The fog continued to churn and converge in multiple locations. Soon, many vortices of varying sizes appeared across the valley. It didn't take long before the churning fog abruptly turned still once more. However, the vortices were still present and leaking some sort of unspeakable aura. "Senior brother," Ji Yen called out. Gu Kanyang raised his hand and sliced the air in front of him. "Forward." Since he had decided to enter the Rift of Fortune, he wasn't going to quit at the last possible moment. As if to prove his resolve to his sect mates, he walked toward the closest vortex and jumped straight into it, vanishing immediately. Behind him, the cultivators of Hidden Light Sanctuary followed closely. On the other side of the valley, the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain were doing the same thing. They were all entering the mysterious vortices that led them to God knows where. Same thing with the independent cultivators. The spell cultivator had returned to Jujia's side. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to recruit a single person. In his head, he grumbled how the times had changed and people were far more heartless than they used to be, so much so that he couldn't even recruit a single helper. When he saw that Ju Jia was still eating his food like nothing was going on, he became so frustrated that he kicked the body-tempering cultivator once before barking, "Get up! It's time to go." "Okay." Ju Jia shoved all the meat in his hands into his mouth, filling up his cheeks like a balloon. Then he followed the short cultivator into a vortex. Lu Yi had leaped into the vortex next to theirs. He was hoping that he could peer through the vortex somehow, but unfortunately there was no such luck. As he passed through the vortex and entered a foggy world, he suddenly felt an invisible energy wrapping around his entire body and holding him in the air. There were noises all around him. When he looked around, he saw that all the cultivators who entered the vortices ahead of him were frozen in midair as well. He looked behind himself. There were many holes in the grayish sky, and cultivators kept pouring in through them. He tried to channel his spiritual power but found that he was unable to muster even the slightest bit of energy. "Fuck. It's the motherfucking lost city of Xianyuan," someone shouted. The shout was like a bomb in a pond. Countless people began shouting obscenities on top of their lungs. Lu Yi looked beneath his feet. He saw a massive city with incredibly impressive structures sprawling across a vast land. However, it was also in tatters as if it had just been ravaged by war. Even its humongous walls, some as tall as several hundred meters, were collapsed in several sections. Not only that, he spotted massive claw marks on some parts of the walls. There were also massive patches of dark blood that gave off a pitch-black smoke and a terrible sense of misfortune. It was almost as if the walls had been scaled by some sort of massive creatures. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes with a serious expression on his face. According to the information he bought from the Divine Trade Association, the Rift of Fortune was connected to many different pocket dimensions. Each one contained the ruins of an ancient faction, and no one knew when they were founded or how they were destroyed. In fact, a good number of these pocket dimensions were safe and filled with all kinds of treasures. They were probably the valuables left behind by the vanquished factions, and a good number of them had entered the pockets of the cultivators throughout the years. Some people had discovered an ancient herb garden in the Rift of Fortune, and every herb it contained was valuable beyond imagination. Some people had found a spirit treasure and become powerful overnight. And some people had even received the inheritance of a peak champion. This was why the Rift of Fortune was so attractive to the cultivators. Every time it appeared, they would swarm to it like bees to honeys. However, some ruins were more dangerous than the others, and the lost city of Xianyuan was among the most dangerous a cultivator could enter. It was because some of the dangers in this city were practically irresistible as a mere Spirit Creek realm cultivator. Death was almost a certainty if one came across these dangers. Not only that, the lost city of Xianyuan was overflowing with apparitions. These apparitions seemed to be Xianyuan city cultivators who died in the past and, for whatever reason, were turned into apparitions and trapped here. Most of these apparitions were mindless creatures who could only act as their instincts dictated, although there were some unique apparitions who still had their minds. Therefore, enemy cultivators weren't the only dangers in this place. The city itself was one giant death trap. Lu Yi recalled everything he knew about the lost city of Xianyuan while looking at a massive palace at the center of the city. He vowed to himself to never set foot in that place because it was the residence of the city lord. In other words, the apparition of the city lord himself was inside that building. Meanwhile, the shouts and curses of his fellow cultivators had gotten louder. They would never have entered this Rift of Fortune if they knew it was connected to the lost city of Xianyuan. Everyone loved valuables, but what was the point if they wouldn't live to use them? Lu Yi didn't lower himself to their level, but he was a bit disappointed with this outcome. There was a pocket dimension containing a vast number of valuable ancient scriptures called the Great Brahmin Library. Although the scriptures themselves could not be carried out of the rift for whatever reason, it was overflowing with all kinds of inheritances including that of glyph weavers. Of all the pocket dimensions, the Great Brahmin Library was the most desired because of its low-risk, high-reward nature. Chapter 260 Lu Sanbao. It would be nice if swearing loudly could improve their situation somehow, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. It was impossible to leave after entering a Rift of Fortune. They could only wait until the time limit was up and they were thrown out by the lost city of Xianyuan itself. It was at this moment Lu Yi felt a powerful attraction force from the front. The next moment he began falling toward the city at high speed. People were crying out in surprise all around him. About 600 or 700 cultivators had entered the Rift of Fortune this time. The sight of all of them falling toward the ground was impressive to say the least. At this height, not even a body-tempering cultivator like Wuxia could possibly survive the impact. It wasn't a matter of tenacity but of physics. A fall like this just wasn't survivable. Everyone was trying to channel their spiritual power to save themselves to no avail. Cultivators who knew nothing about the Rift of Fortune started cursing even louder. Some were even screaming and crying that they didn't want to die yet. Lu Yi didn't panic because the information he bought from the Divine Trade Association had mentioned this exact situation. He simply focused on channeling his spiritual power again and again. As they were falling, some people started straying away from the main group as if they had been caught in a different air current. They felt horrible as the change of direction had nothing to do with their intentions whatsoever. The short cultivator and Wuxia had appeared not far away from Lu Yi, but they eventually moved out of sight as they were falling toward the city. It was impossible to say where they were right now. The screams grew increasingly frantic as the ground grew closer and closer. It wasn't until they were around 30 meters from the ground when their descent abruptly slowed. When the distance had shortened to 10 meters, the shackles around their spiritual power finally vanished like they were never there. All cultivators who knew what was going to happen immediately channeled their spiritual power and saved themselves from crashing. Those who didn't landed unceremoniously, to put it mildly. They were close enough to the ground that the impact wasn't enough to kill even the weakest of them, but it certainly wasn't a good look to land on your face, ass, or any other embarrassing position. Lu Yi performed a front roll immediately after his feet made contact with the ground. It was an evasive maneuver just in case someone had landed close by and decided to take a cheap shot at him. Once he had risen to his feet, he immediately grabbed the hilt of the inviolable and checked his surroundings. Luckily for him, the street, a market street judging from the dilapidated shops lining on both sides of the street, he landed on looked to be devoid of people. Everyone's formation had been completely disorganized. Originally, the three sects held a major advantage over their competitors since they were in a large group. Now, it was going to take them a while to reunite with their fellow cultivators. This was good news for the independent cultivators because it meant that they wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by massive groups of enemy cultivators for the time being. Suddenly, Lu Yi heard a shout, "Who dares to enter Xianyuan without permission? Take them down." Immediately after that, he heard the sounds of fighting and felt shockwaves of spiritual power. He was still trying to determine what to do when he saw two cultivators rushing out of a corner and running straight toward him. They looked like they were being chased by some sort of harbingers of doom. Unlucky bastards. Lu Yi swore under his breath while checking his left and right. As soon as he found a building with a lantern at the entrance, he immediately applied windwalk to his legs and rushed toward it like lightning. He pushed open the door, dashed inside, and slammed it behind him in one smooth motion. After breathing a sigh of relief, he peered through the gap between the door to look outside. The two cultivators had barely run a couple of steps when a shining rope lashed toward them from behind. Judging from its appearance, it was less of a spirit artifact and more like a shackling spell. In fact, it looked pretty similar to the rumored spirit shackling rope. The spirit shackling rope was targeted at the combat cultivator of the duo, but the man wasn't going to go down easily. He lashed out with his blade and was able to destroy the spell in mid-run. He humphed disdainfully and said, "Piece of cake." Not a moment too soon, 5 more spirit shackling ropes appeared from the back and wrapped around him like they had a mind of their own. The poor guy was immobilized instantly. The combat cultivator yelped in surprise as he dropped to the ground. He struggled hard to break out of his binds, but the spirit shackling ropes simply grew tighter and tighter until finally, he could barely breathe. "It's not fair. Fight me one-on-one if you dare," the cultivator yelled. His captors merely ran past him without a sound and continued chasing after the other cultivator. Just 10 breaths later, Lu Yi heard a cry of surprise from the distance. Then the captors returned with the cultivator in tow. They dropped the bound man next to his companion. For a time, the two cultivators simply stared at each other with tears in their eyes. The captors were all wearing the same type of armor. The leader's helmet had a long feather at the top. Their name was the Xianyuan City Watch and they were the protectors of the city. Although the city was destroyed, and they were all transformed into apparitions a long time ago, not a day had passed where these spectral sentries weren't carrying out their duties faithfully. The Xianyuan City Watch was the biggest threat in the city bar none because every member was at least 8th order or higher. Some squad leaders were heaven-grade 7th order cultivators as well. As if that wasn't bad enough, the sentries were the lowest rung on the ladder. The officers, commanders and higher were even more powerful. As for the city lord, no one knew how powerful he was. No one had ever set foot in his residence and lived to tell the tale. The Xianyuan City Watch was a major threat to all cultivators. They always operated in squads of 5 or 6, and each squad was led by a squad leader. They were a formidable force that most cultivators would avoid like the plague. Lu Yi only needed to look at the two captured cultivators before him to know the information was true. They were a pair of 8th order and 9th order cultivators, and they weren't weaklings whose skill did not fit their cultivation realm either. However, the sentry squad had still captured them with ease. "Take them to the dungeon," the sentry leader with a feather at the top of his head declared. Lu Yi silently offered his condolences to the two cultivators. They were all here to search for their fortune, but it took a kind of bad luck to be caught by the Xianyuan City Watch at the very beginning, much less imprisoned behind bars. Although it didn't look like their lives were in danger, the sentry leader would have just executed them if that was the plan. Heavens only know what kind of fate awaited them in the dungeon. It was said that those who were thrown into the dungeon were tortured horribly. The tough ones might be able to survive until they were ejected from the city, but otherwise death was the most likely outcome. The sentry leader wasn't done though. He strode to the shop where Lu Yi was hiding next and pressed an eye against the gap between the door, staring him directly in the eye. He then declared in a malicious tone, This is what happens to all those who dare to break the law in Xianyuan. Do not forget this. It was only then he finally left with his squad and his prisoners. Lu Yi kept watching until the spectral sentries were completely out of sight. Even then he never let go of the inviolable. At the same time he thanked his past self for spending 900 spirit stones to purchase the best information available in the Divine Trade Association, because he would have had no idea how to deal with this situation otherwise. He would have clashed against the squad already if he was stingy, and heavens only know what might have happened then. According to the info in the Jade Slip, all buildings with a lantern at the entrance seem to be protected by some kind of strange power. Barring exceptional circumstances, the Xianyuan City Watch would not enter these buildings. That was why Lu Yi had made a beeline for this shop. A ton of cultivators should be roaming the streets of Xianyuan and engaging the Xianyuan City Watch in a deadly cat-and-mouse chase right now. After some thought, he decided that it would be safer to hide in this shop and wait until the situation stabilized than to explore blindly. I wonder how many people were caught by the sentries already? Lu Yi turned around and stared wordlessly at a corner of the room. 3 meters away, a fat middle-aged man wearing a landlord's outfit was rubbing his palms and smiling kindly at Lu Yi. What terrible luck. Most of the buildings with a lantern at the entrance did not have an owner, but sometimes they housed an apparition or two. Moreover, these long-dead apparitions would often make all kinds of strange requests to the cultivators who paid them a visit. If they were able to fulfill the apparition's request, then they would be able to leave the place unscathed. Otherwise they would have to pay a terrible price, their lives included. Long story short, the lost city of Xianyuan was a bizarre place. It seems that fate has brought us together, my young friend. Would you like to gamble with me? This guy had to be a gambler when he was still alive. Lu Ye's gaze lingered at the apparition's neck for a second. He was wondering if he could kill the guy in one hit. Unfortunately, his aura was that of a heaven-grade 7th-order cultivator, so chances were he was going to fail horribly. So he suppressed his killing intent and went with the apparition's wishes for now. It wasn't the time to cause a huge commotion anyway. Sure. The apparition's expression grew even friendlier as he beckoned Lu Yi to follow him. Follow me. Lu Yi kept a hand on his saber as he followed the apparition into another room. When he saw the gambling table at the center, he immediately figured that his theory was right. The apparition was a gambler in the past. The apparition sat down at the head of the table and gestured. Sit. Lu Yi did as he said and sat down on the opposite chair. My name is Lu Sanbao. What is yours, my young friend? Lu Yi. Lu Sanbao chuckled when he heard this. Fate truly has brought us together. Even our names match one another's. That said, you do not look like a skilled gambler, so let's play a simpler game, shall we? How about dice? Your house, your rules, Lu Yi replied unconcerned. We are in agreement then. The apparition rolled up his sleeves as if he was going to give it his best shot. He flipped his palm and pulled out a dice cup seemingly out of thin air. A melodious sound rang when he threw 3 dice into the cup. Lu Yi shot the cup a glance but said nothing. Lu Sanbao covered up the cup and shook it a little. Then he slammed it on the table and declared, place your bet on the left if you think the dice total is big, or right if you think it's small. You may begin now. He looked very excited. It was clear it had been a long time since he got to gamble with anyone. What can I bet? Anything. Literally anything. Even a strand of hair is acceptable. So, Lu Yi grabbed a spirit stone from his bag and tossed it to the right side of the table. The bet is decided and the outcome is... Lu Sanbao yelled in excitement before removing the cup. He guffawed as he continued, for 5 and 6, a big total. You've lost, my young friend. Lu Sanbao immediately grabbed the spirit stone and tossed it into his sleeves. He then scooped up the dice with the cup, covered it up and shook it once more. He said again, bet left if you think it's big and right if it's small. Lu Yi wordlessly tossed another spirit stone to the right. Chapter 261 Another Ghost Spirit. 1 incense stick later, Lu Yi had lost 30 rounds in a row. It would be a shocker if he won really. Lu Sanbao's dice cup was a spirit artifact. He could make the dice stand on their pointed ends if he wanted to, much less manipulate their numbers. By now the commotion outside the shop had subsided somewhat. Believing that the initial chaos had passed, Lu Yi rose to his feet and said, your skills are impressive, I concede defeat. He then walked straight toward the exit. Lu Sanbao simply smiled and did not try to stop him. Lu Yi quickly found out why. When he arrived at the door, he peered through the gap to see if there was anyone on the streets. After confirming that it was as empty as it seemed, he grabbed the door handle and tried to pull. It wouldn't budge, however. It was as if some sort of invisible energy was holding it shut. Spiritual power surged into his pupils as insight took form. He immediately noticed that the entire building was surrounded by an airtight ward. The only way to break out of this place was to breach it. He knew it wouldn't be this simple. He examined his surroundings to check if he could breach the ward. After studying the way of glyphs under Lady Yun for so long, he wasn't completely clueless about breaching wards. The good news was that the ward was pretty simple. He should be able to break out given enough time. The bad news was that he couldn't be disturbed during the process, and Lu Sanbao was hardly going to stand there and do nothing while he unraveled the ward. He slowly walked back into the room and stood in front of the gambling table. While thumbing the hilt of his saber, he stared at the smiling apparition and said slowly, "Open the ward. I'm leaving." Lu Sanbao shook his head. "I cannot do that, my friend. Our game isn't over yet." "When will it be over?" "That depends on how many stakes you have. The game will end naturally when you've lost everything you have." He started chuckling sinisterly. After all, there is nothing a true gambler wouldn't stake to get his thrill, not even his life. "I understand." Lu Yi nodded. "Let's skip the trivialities and bet our lives then. Who do you think will live, you or me?" The second Lu Yi finished his sentence, he leaped over the table and unsheathed his saber. He empowered it with sharp edge and swung it straight at Lu Sanbao's face. Lu Sanbao's smile remained unchanging. It was as if he knew Lu Yi would do this from the start. Not even bothering to dodge out of the way, he gave his dice cup a light slap and fired a dice straight toward Lu Yi's face. There was a loud clang as Inviolable clashed against the dice. It looked like the dice wouldn't even slow the saber, but in reality the impact was so great that Lu Yi had to bend backward a little and lose a bit of momentum. That wasn't all. 2 more dice were flying toward his left and right side at high speed. Roar! A tiger's roar resounded within the building. At the same time, Yi flashed out of Amber's body and fired a spell straight at Lu Sanbao's face. Lu Sanbao's smile suddenly froze on his face. In fact, his entire outline wobbled a little when Amber's roar hit him. The 2 dice flying toward Lu Yi suddenly lost a lot of power as well. Lu Yi was able to send them flying with ease. The next second, Yi's spell sent Lu Sanbao flying through the air and crashing against the floor. It was only now Lu Sanbao's eyes regained their clarity. When he looked up, he met Amber's eyes and felt as if they could pull his soul into it, literally. For the first time in God knows how many years, he was paralyzed with fear and worry. What on earth are? Amber did not wait for him to recover. Having returned to its original form, the tiger opened its mouth and inhaled in Lu Sanbao's direction like it normally did with the blood qi in the dragon scale. Something incredible happened. Lu Sanbao's entire body began distorting as if his form could collapse at any moment. At the same time, a bulge appeared on the apparition's chest as if it was trying to break free. Lu Yi wasn't expecting this to happen at all. His plan was very simple, and that was to kill Lu Sanbao and escape this shop. He had no idea that Amber was capable of suppressing the apparition. He did not think that the suppression only worked on Lu Sanbao either. It should work on all apparitions. Amber once transformed Yi into a ghost spirit, so it made sense that it was uniquely talented in this regard. He had no idea it could suppress apparitions though, and he wouldn't have found out if he hadn't entered the lost city of Xianyuan. No! Lu Sanbao screamed in panic as he attempted to pull away from Amber's mouth with all his might. Although the gap between their cultivation realms were massive, the apparition felt like he had encountered his natural enemy. Not only was he incapable of unleashing his normal strength at all, he was trembling with fear from the bottom of his soul. Lu Yi did not hesitate to score a hit on Lu Sanbao, causing his resistance to weaken considerably. Another hit later, and his entire body folded like paper as he was pulled bit by bit toward Amber's bloody maw. "I was wrong. Save me, please." Lu Sanbao begged while holding out a hand toward Lu Yi. It was far too late though. There was a gust of air, and the apparition vanished in the blink of an eye. Amber let out a loud burp, and its aura flashed brightly for a moment. After the battle was over, Lu Yi and Yi exchanged a surprised look with each other. Obviously, none of them had expected this outcome. This should have been a hard fight, but Amber's suppression against apparitions was so ridiculous that even a heaven-grade 7th Order cultivator was unable to defy it. How does Amber feel? Did it change in any way? Lu Yi asked. It was a fair question. This was the first time Amber had displayed this ability since they had never encountered another ghost until now. Yi fell quiet for a couple of seconds before shaking her head. No, I don't. Wait. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat as Yi abruptly lunged into Amber's body. When she came out, she surprised him by dragging a familiar-looking apparition with her. It was none other than Lu Sanbao. I guess Amber didn't eat him after all. Anyone would have thought that Amber had eaten the apparition after that earlier scene. It looked like that wasn't the case though. If he wasn't mistaken, Lu Sanbao had been converted into its ghost spirit. He was nothing like Yi though. His face was blank and his earlier cunning was nowhere to be seen. He clearly did not have a mind of his own. Moreover, Lu Sanbao's strength had dropped from heaven grade 7th Order to 9th Order. There was no telling if this drop in power was natural or not. It could be because Lu Yi had slashed him multiple times while he was vulnerable, or it could be something else. Can he be controlled? Lu Yi asked again. Amber cocked its head thoughtfully. Then an aura flashed out of its body. Lu Sanbao began stuttering unnaturally like a puppet on strings, but it wasn't long before he seemingly returned to his usual self once more. He picked up the dice cup he had dropped on the ground, ran to the gambling table and yelled, "Place your bet on the left if you think the dice total is big, or right if you think it's small." Yi slapped Amber's head immediately. That's not something you should learn. Amber immediately whined in protest. It was because it hadn't made Lu Sanbao act like this. All it did was give Lu Sanbao a simple order, and the apparition just acted of his own accord. The gambler was truly a hopeless gambler. He was unable to rid himself of his ingrained behavior even after he had been transformed into a ghost spirit. How many ghost spirits can you control at a time? Lu Yi asked. Amber responded with a cry and Yi translated, "Not sure. It would have to consume more apparitions to know for sure." A bold plan began taking form in Lu Ye's head. Come. Let's seek out the Xianyuan City Watch. Amber made Lu Sanbao open the ward trapping them within the building. Then they took off toward the distance. Meanwhile, the chaos in the city had subsided considerably. It had been total chaos when hundreds of cultivators had descended from the sky. At least dozens of people were unlucky enough to be caught by the sentries and imprisoned in the dungeon right from the get-go. In fact, the sentries were still scouring the streets for them. Combat was inevitable if they were discovered. Everyone started contacting their friends and allies and traveled in groups. It was their only shot at survival if they stumbled upon the Xianyuan City Watch. In this heaven's forsaken place, exploring alone was the worst possible thing you could do. The sentries weren't just powerful, they were also capable of annoying spells such as the spirit shackling rope. If someone was snared by a spirit shackling rope, 3 or more were sure to follow. When that happened, not even the strongest Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could break out of their binds. In fact, the Xianyuan City Watch was so oppressive that the cultivators actually stopped their infighting for the moment. If they ran into a cultivator from the opposing faction, they would simply bow their heads and go their respective ways. It was because there was simply no benefit to fighting each other right now. Worst case scenario, they might all be captured by the Xianyuan City Watch. The fighting could happen after they had met up with their friends and allies. Speaking of which, the lost city of Xianyuan did not have any valuable herbs or plants that could be harvested. What it did have was buildings that potentially contained valuable treasures. Of course, they could only get them if they could avoid the Xianyuan City Watch. Right now, a battle was happening at a corner of the city. A group of cultivators had accidentally stumbled upon a squad of sentries and were now fighting for their lives. Unfortunately for them, they were losing horribly. 2 of their group of 4 had already been captured, and the remaining 2 did not look like they would last much longer. It was at this moment the squad leader suddenly looked in a certain direction. He saw a young man standing in the open and looking at him brazenly. "You dare." The squad leader erupted and rushed straight toward the intruder. The young man immediately turned tail and ran. It wasn't long before both the pursuer and the pursued were out of sight. A few seconds later, a tiger's roar erupted from the corner both men had disappeared to. And then, that was it. In an alley, Lu Yi watched the blank-faced squad leader with a satisfied look on his face. The apparition was almost as strong as Lu Sanbao, and he was devoured by Amber not long after Lu Yi had baited him to this location and hit him a couple of times with his saber. He was now a ninth-order ghost spirit under Amber's control, just like Lu Sanbao. A while later, Lu Yi and the squad leader returned to the battlefield. Since Lu Yi was walking in front of the apparition, it looked like he had been captured as well. The rest of the sentries were standing by for orders. The 4 cultivators they were battling had already been bound like worms. At first, one of the captives shot Lu Yi a look and felt pity for his fellow cultivator. However, he quickly realized that Lu Yi wasn't bound in any way. His eyes immediately widened in shock and confusion. Lu Yi had been watching the sentries closely as he approached them. When he noticed that they were frozen in their spots like statues, he immediately realized that they were just mindless apparitions. The squad leader was smart enough to judge a situation and take independent actions, but the ordinary sentries clearly did not possess such intelligence. The fact that they hadn't even glanced at Lu Yi pretty much proved his assessment. Chapter 262, Growing the Squad. Lu Yi felt much more confident after he saw this. Next, he turned toward the bound cultivators and raised his hands silently. The battlefield imprint immediately shone and revealed his affiliation. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. One of the cultivators forced a smile and said, "We're from Grand Sky Coalition too, buddy. Please help us." The response he got was a flying weapon to his brain. Everyone else died the same way. One of the cultivators had shouted angrily before he died, "You will die for this." Lu Yi couldn't say he was wrong. No one could predict the future after all, but one thing was for certain: the guy wasn't going to live to see it. If these cultivators belonged to Grand Sky Coalition, they would have shown him their battlefield imprints when he showed off his. Since they had refrained from doing so, they could only belong to Thousand Demon Ridge. Naturally, he wasn't going to let them live, much less release them from their bindings. The 4 sentries had not moved a muscle when he killed the cultivators. It was like they couldn't see what had happened at all. With that done, Lu Yi called Amber over and gestured at one of the sentries. The tiger immediately began inhaling the apparition into its stomach. As it turned out, the sentries weren't so far gone that they lacked even self-preservation instincts. He struggled a little, but his resistance was futile as a matter of course. Soon, the entire squad was remade into Amber's ghost spirits. After Amber had resummoned the sentries, Lu Yi discovered that their cultivation levels were more or less the same as before. This meant that Lu Sanbao and the sentry leader were weaker, probably because he had attacked them, or because the tiger could not create a ghost spirit that was too powerful. Amber itself wasn't particularly strong after all. He would have to verify this at a later time, though he could not see what he could do about this even if it was the first reason. If he did not attack the apparitions, then Amber would struggle to devour them whole. The ideal outcome wasn't achievable either way. Anyway, he now had 6 ghost spirits in total, including Lu Sanbao. Suffice to say, no one had ever done such a thing in the history of the lost city of Xianyuan. Historically speaking, few people had ever profited from this pocket dimension, not just because they had to contend against enemy cultivators and the Xianyuan City Watch, but also because the city itself did not contain many valuables. The best reward one could get in this city was access to a place called the Soul Cleansing Reservoir. There, a cultivator could use the water of the reservoir to refine their divine soul, an invisible, intangible thing that a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator had no use for. The benefits only showed themselves when the cultivator had reached the Divine Ocean Realm and gained their divine ego. It was because the root of the divine ego was the divine soul. Suffice to say, any Divine Ocean Realm cultivator would happily buy the water off their hands if they could procure it. Once, a cultivator was lucky enough to receive a few droplets of water and gift it to their elders. For his loyalty and generosity, he was rewarded with an incredible amount of treasures. However, it was also said that the Soul Cleansing Reservoir was located at the heart of the Xianyuan City Watch, the place where most of the city's military force was concentrated. It was simply impossible for a bunch of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators to break into that place. Despite Amber's newfound abilities, the thought of breaking into the Soul Cleansing Reservoir never once passed through Lu Ye's mind. It was an unrealistic dream at best and a fatal distraction at worst. Right now, all he wanted to do was to convert as many apparitions into ghost spirits as possible. This way he wouldn't be helpless no matter what kind of danger he faced. If he could make an entire army of ghost spirits, then he could even go up against the entire House of Wintry Blossoms party. Now that he had 6 ghost spirits, and that was before factoring EE in his own strength. He no longer had to tread every step like he was on thin ice. He began exploring the streets openly and even searched the buildings in hopes of finding some valuables. Unfortunately, he was quickly met with disappointment. While there were a ton of buildings in the city, he could not find anything that was even remotely useful. Soon he gave up trying to search the buildings altogether. The information was right after all. The lost city of Xianyuan was a terrible place to look for fortune. He even wondered why it was connected to the Rift of Fortune at all. It just felt like one giant scam. An incense stick later, he finally ran into a squad of 6 sentries. The sentry leader immediately pointed at Lu Yi and ordered his soldiers, "Take them down." To the sentry leader's surprise, not only did Lu Yi not try to flee, but started running straight toward him. He quickly found out why. A number of ghost spirits immediately flew out of Amber's body and engaged his soldiers in battle. Now it was just Lu Yi versus the sentry leader. The squad leader looked flabbergasted for a second. Then he erupted with towering rage. "You dare!" By now, Lu Yi had run past the sentries and arrived in front of the sentry leader. Amber was also lying on top of his shoulder in its cat form. The moment he was close enough, the tiger roared at the sentry leader and blew away both his power and his mind. By the time he came to, a spirit shackling rope was already wrapping around him. The spell had been thrown by none other than the sentry leader Amber had converted earlier. Caught off guard in more ways than one, the sentry leader couldn't even attack before he was bound like a spider's prey. Amber then took a deep breath right in front of his face. Beside Amber, Lu Yi kept a firm grip on the inviolable, ready to act at a moment's notice. His caution was unnecessary though. The sentry leader couldn't put up much resistance in his bound state, and it wasn't long before Amber had devoured him completely. Meanwhile, the sentries were still locked in battle with one another. That was the order their leader had given them. After Amber had released the second converted sentry leader, he shouted, "Stop!" Both squads stopped fighting immediately. Things were simple after that. Amber walked up to the sentries and devoured them one by one. With this, Lu Ye's army of ghost spirits had grown to 12 in total. There were 9 ordinary sentries, 2 sentry leaders and 1 Lu Sanbao. Even better, Amber still hadn't reached its limit, so Lu Yi continued to roam the streets for more sentries. The lost city of Xianyuan was huge, but the same could be said for the Xianyuan City Watch. The fact that they were patrolling everywhere also made it easy to find them. Sometimes Lu Yi would run into groups of cultivators. He did nothing to those belonging to Grand Sky Coalition as a matter of course, but the same could not be said for Thousand Demon Ridge. To his enemies, he looked like an isolated Grand Sky Coalition cultivator who was trying to meet up with his allies. Of course they were going to seize the opportunity to kill him. However, they quickly discovered that they weren't facing just 1, but 2 sentry squads. Once the spirit shackling ropes were thrown out, the poor bastards were usually bound before they could even get close to Lu Yi. After that, well, let's just say it was some of the easiest kills of his life. In fact, Lu Ye's opinion of the lost city of Xianyuan was changing bit by bit. While this pocket dimension was dirt poor in terms of loot and extremely unfriendly to most cultivators, it was the definition of paradise for Lu Yi. Amber's ability to convert apparitions to ghost spirits was just way too useful in this place. 4 hours later, Amber finally reached its limit. Not including EE, it now had 31 ghost spirits under its control. It was nowhere the city-conquering army Lu Yi had dreamed at the beginning, but it was still a formidable force. At the very least, he could not imagine that there were many threats left in the city that could threaten him. Moreover, Lu Yi was able to confirm through repeated experiments that Amber could not produce a ghost spirit that was stronger than 9th order. It was because of its low cultivation level. Moreover, the more ghost spirits it released at once, the faster Amber's energy ran out. The tiger had visibly shriveled in just a short time when they had fought a big battle against their enemies. Its energy was the source of the ghost spirit's power after all. They also consumed its energy when recovering from their injuries. E was the same as them in the past. Back then she had to return to Amber's body whenever she got hurt or used up too much strength. Of course she had broken free from this crutch some time ago. She could now cultivate on her own and partake in the joy of growing stronger. In fact, her joy was double that of other cultivators because Amber could consume spirit pills to cultivate as well. Thanks to this, Amber and EE were able to grow at an accelerated rate. Both of them benefited when one of them grew stronger. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for the other ghost spirits. They did not possess a mind of their own and could only act according to Amber's orders. Amber had to give up its own energy to recover their strength or injuries as well. This was why it wasn't a bad thing that Amber's ability had a limit. Otherwise, the tiger would drain itself into a husk trying to sustain its ghost spirits. Lu Yi was no longer actively searching for the Xianyuan City Watch. He did his best to avoid them just like the other cultivators because he could no longer benefit from fighting them. It would only waste his time and his energy. He kept his gaze low as he strode through a street. For a while now, he had felt like someone was watching him from the shadows. He reckoned that it was a ghost cultivator. They were the only cultivators he knew who possessed such abilities. He did not panic even though he was certain that someone was watching him, most likely hostiles who meant him harm. He was, despite his appearance, not alone after all. His would-be attackers would surely learn a painful and perhaps fatal lesson if they dared to ambush him. With so many ghost spirits under his command, he didn't even need to fight his enemies in person anymore. He simply needed to wait until they were bound before decapitating them. Right now, what really troubled him was that he was unable to locate his enemies effectively. If this was the Spirit Creek battlefield, Yi could easily slip underground and scout out the area. However, there was an enchantment beneath the ground that prevented her, an apparition, from doing so. It wasn't just the underground either. There was an enhancement in the sky that limited one's flight level to just 33 meters. To fly any higher than that was impossible. It was why no one dared to fly in the lost city of Xianyuan. 33 meters was just too low. Suddenly, Lu Yi stopped in his tracks and gazed ahead. A group of people led by a tall woman wearing a small shirt that revealed her waist were walking toward him. Lu Yi's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw this. He had thought it a coincidence when an enemy ghost cultivator began tailing him a while ago, but now he realized that that wasn't the case. These people had come specifically for him because of that woman. He had seen her once on the other side of the valley. Unless he was mistaken, she was a member of the House of Wintry Blossoms. Did she recognize me? Is she here to take revenge for her fallen comrade? It made sense. Thousands of people had seen his face during the Battle of Golden Tip. It was unsurprising that some of his enemies would recognize him. That wasn't all. Waves of spiritual power suddenly emanated from every direction, and the sound of rustling clothes entered his ears. Lu Yi looked up and found that all the rooftops around him were surrounded by cultivators. Not a single one of them looked friendly. Chapter 263 Chuqing. Lu Yi had been completely surrounded before he realized it. He counted at least 20 of them. The House of Wintry Blossoms must have been looking for him since they came through the Rift of Fortune. Otherwise, there was no way they could have gathered this many people and formed an encirclement in such a short time. If he was any other cultivator, this situation would have been a complete dead end. The tall woman standing 30 or so meters away from him was staring at him with anger and a hint of satisfaction. It was because her vengeance was soon to be fulfilled. She was also flanked by 2 cultivators. The first one was an extremely fat woman. Her fatness could not be natural because even her thick clothes could not conceal the massive layers of fat within. But unlike a normal fat person, her skin was incredibly smooth and fair. It made her look like the chrysalis of a silkworm. The other cultivator was a petite woman who didn't seem to care much about her appearance. She had fairly short hair that was pulled into a short ponytail, and she was carrying a massive blade on her shoulders. Seriously, the blade was longer than she was tall by at least half her height. It painted quite the contrasting appearance. "Is that the one, Sister Chu?" the petite woman asked while looking Lu Yi up and down. She wasn't admiring his figure though. She was searching for the right spots to sink her blade into, just like how Lu Yi normally did to his enemies. The tall woman nodded and the fat woman said with a smile, "He doesn't look too bad. It feels a shame to kill him here. Any chance you might reconsider your decision, Sister Chu?" The tall woman uttered coldly, "Why not? I wasn't planning to give him a quick death anyway." The fat woman giggled behind her palm. "Thank you for your kindness, Sister Chu." When she looked at him again, her gaze was a little more lustful than before. "Do you know who I am, Lu Yi?" the tall woman barked at him. Lu Yi tossed a spirit pill into his mouth and chewed slowly. "Nope. Who are you?" She replied in a chilly voice, "Do you remember Chu Shui at the Golden Tip? You mean that immoral woman who tried to seduce me before I killed her dead?" "Sure. How could he forget? She was the second person to challenge him during the Battle of Golden Tip, Not to mention he was on his way to visit the House of Wintry Blossoms before he got sidetracked by the Rift of Fortune. My name is Chu Qing. Chu Shui Chu Qing. It could not be any more obvious that they were sisters. In fact, Chu Shui had brought Chu Qing to the Golden Tip that fateful day, meaning that the woman had witnessed her sister's death with her own eyes. If they hadn't sworn a heavenly oath, and the battle hadn't been witnessed by cultivators from both factions, she would have jumped in and torn him to shreds already. Before this, Chu Qing thought she would never have the chance to take revenge against Lu Yi. Imagine how surprised and livid she had felt when she saw him on the other side of the valley. She was careful not to stare at him so long that he would notice her though. Why alert him of her murderous intent then when she could get her revenge in the Rift of Fortune later? And that was exactly what she did. She gathered her people and searched for him as soon as she set foot in the lost city of Xianyuan. Luck was on her side, it seemed. It wasn't long before she found him and immediately moved to encircle him. So, how do you want to die? Chu Qing asked. She could not see how she could lose this. She had him surrounded tighter than a rat's ass, and they outnumbered him more than 20 to 1. He could sprout wings this instant and he still wouldn't be able to get away from this. Lu Yi swallowed the spirit pill he was chewing and lowered his gaze. He then gripped the hilt of his saber and said, "That's my question, silly girl." Windwalk flashed on his legs in an instant, and he rushed toward Chu Qing so fast he was a blur. At the same time, 2 flying weapons shot toward the fat and the petite women beside her respectively. "You dare." Chu Qing raged at his gall before ordering, "Capture him." She wasn't kidding when she promised the fat woman to keep him alive at least for now. For the longest time, the horrible images of Chu Shui's death had haunted her dreams. There was no way she was going to kill him until she had tortured him to her heart's content. They outnumbered Lu Yi over 20 to 1, so Chu Qing was confident that they could handle him however they liked. Their flying weapons alone were beyond his ability to handle. Suddenly, cries of alarm erupted from all around them. It was because the cultivators of House of Wintry Blossoms found themselves struck by multiple spirit-shackling ropes right as they were about to attack Lu Yi. Those who were too slow to react were immediately bound and dropped to the ground. Even those who managed to dodge out of the way quickly found themselves fighting against multiple enemies at once. "It's the Xianyuan City Watch," someone shouted in surprise. At least 20 sentries had ambushed them from behind, something they had never encountered until now. It completely nullified their numbers advantage to say the least. Their group had run into multiple sentry squads before this, but never more than 1 squad at a time. Moreover, the only one that possessed a modicum of intelligence within a squad was the sentry leader. Therefore it took very little effort to take them out. If the sentry squads were their only opponents, then they still could have turned this around. After all, the sentry squads generally did not harm them unless they struggled too much or something. They also did not take a cultivator's life after immobilizing them with the spirit-shackling rope. The problem was that there was a strange fat apparition wearing a landlord's outfit among the sentries. He wielded a dice cup that fired 3 shiny dice, and he kept targeting the cultivators who were shackled by the spirit-shackling ropes. 3 people had died to his attack in the blink of an eye. Somehow their ambush had transformed into a counter-ambush by the Xianyuan City Watch. It was so unbelievable that the cultivators themselves doubted this was actually happening. This was the work of Amber, of course. When Lu Yi realized that he was being followed, he did not send Yi to scout the area like he normally would because the underground was sealed by an enhancement, and it was too dangerous. Instead, he sent Amber to look for his stalker. Imagine his surprise when Yi came back and told him that only 1 ghost cultivator was stalking him, but dozens more cultivators were sneaking toward them from every direction. Knowing that these people were planning to ambush him, he did the only thing he could, have Yi and Amber counter-ambush them. The ghost spirits usually hid within Amber's body until it released them, so there was little chance they would be discovered before they were ready. The reason he spoke with Chu Qing at all was to buy time for Yi to set up everything. Otherwise, not even protection would keep him safe from so many enemies. The current situation was much more manageable. His would-be ambushers were busy tangoing with the Xianyuan City Watch and Lu Sanbao, so they could not lift a hand against him. This meant that his only opponents were Chu Qing and the 2 women beside her. They were all 9th Order, sure, but so what? Clang. His 2 flying weapons were sent flying by the petite woman wielding the large blade. Holding her weapon with 2 hands, she weaved an impenetrable wall of steel that repelled everything within 10 meters from her person. Nothing and no one could get close to her unless they broke her dance, and she was surprisingly nimble despite the blade's powerful style. Although Chu Qing and the fat woman were surprised by the sudden turn of events, they did not lose their cool. Chu Qing launched a flying weapon that arced toward the right side of Lu Ye's head. Lu Ye attempted to slash the weapon out of the way, but it nimbly dodged the attack before continuing its path, metal sliding against metal. Lu Ye just barely managed to flick it away at the last possible moment. By now, Lu Ye was just 10 meters away from the three girls. He did not continue controlling his flying weapons after they were sent flying, even though he was capable of fighting at close range and controlling them at the same time. It was because splitting his focus in a life-or-death battle like this would only shorten his lifespan. Before he was in the seventh order, he envied his opponents for making him dance like a marionette with their flying weapons. It wasn't until he was capable of the feat himself did he realize that the technique was more flawed than it seemed. It was good for mid-range combat and only that. Once the distance was closed, flying weapons were distractions at best and suicide tools at worst. But of course, this did not apply to scenarios where a companion was supporting the melee cultivator with flying weapons. In the end, any method that could kill the enemy was a viable one. It was up to the user to make it a good one. Lu Ye swung slowly yet fast at his enemy, but a blade sailed toward his face as soon as he made the move. He had no choice but to cancel his attack and block the blade. A series of metallic clangs erupted through the streets. Sparks flew everywhere as spirit artifacts clashed against spirit artifacts. Chu Qing and the fat woman were just about to assist their comrade when suddenly, they felt a flare of spiritual power behind them. They looked behind just in time to see a sentry squad appearing behind them and launching their spirit shackling ropes. They were beyond shocked as a matter of course. Amber was currently in control of 31 ghost spirits, and it had split them into 6 squads as they were before they were captured. 5 of the squads were currently engaging the other ambushers, while the last one was pit against Chu Qing and her 2 friends. Although Lu Ye was capable of fighting above his cultivation level, not even he could battle 3 ninth-order cultivators at once and win. However, it was a different story if he had the support of a sentry squad. The sneak attack was so surprising that even Chu Qing and the fat woman were unable to react in time. At the last moment, the fat woman moved in front of Chu Qing with a speed that did not match her appearance and blocked all the spirit shackling ropes. For a moment, it looked like the ropes would cut into the woman's flesh and turn this fight into a horror show. Then, she gritted her teeth, roared, and let loose a shockwave of vitality so thick that it was almost tangible. Behind her, Chu Qing dashed out while holding a pair of swords in each hand. Although she was a woman, she fearlessly charged toward a sentry and danced the dance of murder with her spirit artifacts. Chapter 264, Man Plans and the Heavens Laugh. Every member of the Xianyuan City Watch was a powerhouse in their own right, but their actions were rigid because they lacked intelligence. As a result, their skills did not match their cultivation level. Their advantage lay in the fact that they operated as a squad and knew the spirit shackling lock. When one spirit shackling lock was launched, more would follow. It was especially difficult for isolated cultivators to handle this. Chu Qing was the progate of the House of Wintry Blossoms, so of course she was a powerful cultivator in her own right. The moment she reached the sentries, she surrounded one of them in a storm of swords and cut him down in just 3 breaths. It wasn't a flawless kill, however. The other sentries were hitting her with their spirit artifacts while she was cutting down their ally. After she successfully cut down one of the sentries, Chu Qing immediately withdrew to the back before shouting, "Xiao Yun!" The fat woman bound by the spirit shackling ropes immediately let out a mighty roar. At the beginning she was bound by 4 spirit shackling ropes in total. Now there were only 3 since Chu Qing had killed one of the sentries. Incredibly, she grew another size and actually broke free of the spirit shackling ropes just like that. "I'm coming." The fat woman named Xiao Yun yelled with obvious anger on her face. She then ran straight toward Chu Qing. For a moment, it looked like the 2 cultivators were in a collision course with each other. However, as if she had eyes at the back of her head, Chu Qing leaped into the air and landed lithely on Xiao Yun's shoulder. The 4 spectral sentries attacking her had no such luck. They were bowled over by the fat woman and suffered great damage as a result. "I'll hold them back," Xiao Yun declared. She wasn't afraid even though she was fighting 1 against 4 because she was a body-tempering cultivator. Her offensive repertoire might be lacking compared to cultivators of other cultivator factions, But the opposite was equally true. No one was harder to kill than a body-tempering cultivator. Be careful, Chu Qing warned before rushing back toward Lu Yi. They had gathered here to kill Lu Yi and take revenge for Chu Shui, not to do battle against the Xianyuan City Watch. Even if their numbers weren't literally infinite within the city, killing the Xianyuan City Watch wouldn't help further their objective one bit. That was why they weren't going to waste time with the Xianyuan City Watch. They could retreat after killing Lu Yi. Chu Qing pushed off the ground with both feet and rushed toward Lu Yi at high speed. However, her pupils contracted when Lu Yi abruptly sent the petite woman flying toward her. She even spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Chu Qing hurriedly put away her swords and caught the petite woman with both hands. They rolled across the ground for a bit before catching themselves. Quack! The petite woman spat out another mouthful of fresh blood while pushing herself to her feet. Ruo Yan! Chu Qing cried out in alarm. I'll live. Her companion answered with a light cough before heaving her massive blade over her shoulders once more. She stared cautiously to the front. There, Lu Yi was slowly walking toward them with his saber pointed toward the ground. Blood was dripping off the blade, and his eyes were narrowed into half-slits. His hair cast a shadow on his face and hid his expression from view. He was just an 8th-order cultivator, and yet he was giving off an inconceivable amount of pressure. Be careful, senior sister. Something's not right about that man, Ruo Yan warned as she recalled her brief clash against Lu Yi. Even now, she had no idea how he had defeated her so quickly. Chu Qing's eyes contracted into pins. Was it even possible for an 8th-order cultivator to possess such strength? Even Xiao Yun was only this strong. Realizing she had erred, she hurriedly withdrew her other sword and blocked the attack with both weapons. She would have cut herself if she had not done so. However, Lu Ye's second attack came much quicker than she had anticipated, forcing her to block it in a panic. The third attack had nearly run right through her chest. How is he so fast? There wasn't a day or night where she didn't dream of killing Lu Yi and taking revenge for her younger sister, but it was only after she actually engaged him in battle that she realized just how terrifying he was. It was bad enough that his attacks were powerful beyond imagination, they also came almost too fast for her to react. In fact, she almost certainly could not block his fourth attack. As expected, Chu Qing was unable to defend herself when Lu Yi swung his saber at her pale neck. Luckily for her, she wasn't alone. At the critical moment, a massive blade abruptly appeared beside her neck and struck the inviolable's blade. It was Ruo Yan finally making a move. Sparks flew everywhere as the attack that would have hit Chu Qing was blocked. Spiritual light erupted from the blade and nearly slammed the inviolable back into Lu Ye's face. Lu Yi turned his blade to redirect the force acting against him while turning his head at the same time. He survived, but the enemy's blade was close enough to shave off a few strands of hair. Sensing an excellent opportunity, Chu Qing reversed her grip on her left sword and thrust it toward Lu Ye's chest like a dagger. Suddenly, a great surge of spiritual power erupted from nearby. Without thinking, Chu Qing swung her sword in that direction and blocked the spell directed at her. She looked in the direction of the spell and found a cute girl standing not far behind Lu Yi. She was the one who forced her to cancel her attack. Neither Chu Qing nor Ruo Yan had noticed her until she fired the spell. The girl channeled her power and fired another spell at her. At the same time, Lu Yi swung his saber. Chu Qing and Ruo Yan were fighting together, but Lu Yi wasn't alone either. In fact, Yi had been searching for an opening since the start of the battle. Unfortunately, neither woman had revealed too big an opening even now, and she was forced to reveal herself when Lu Yi was in danger of taking a strong hit. Frankly, this battle was quite dangerous for the likes of Yi. Thankfully, a spell cultivator like her only needed to attack the enemy from a distance. Chu Qing and Ruo Yan's figures blurred as they attacked Lu Yi as one. Their teamwork was perfect even though their spirit artifacts were drastically different from each other. Their attacks filled every space within 3 meters of their person. In the past, they had fought 4 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators like this and even killed one of them. This time though, their perfect teamwork failed to give them a sense of absolute control. It was because the rhythm of the battle was fully in Lu Ye's grasp. His blade speed was unthinkable, and the spell cultivator's support gave him just enough power to push them to the edge. Despite having gone all out, they just barely managed to keep his attacks at bay. They couldn't even retaliate against him. The two women kept being pushed back as the blood slowly drained away from their faces. At this range, any mistake could be their last. They weren't sure when it had begun, but the surrounding fog suddenly looked much thicker than before. At some point, it even started churning as if something was about to burst out from within. Both sides noticed this unusual phenomenon and realized that their time was short. Lu Yi started pushing harder and harder. When Chu Qing realized they were seconds away from faltering under Lu Ye's assault, she finally cried out, "Xiao Yun! I'm here." The fat woman responded. The next second she ignored the sentry's attacks, ran up to Lu Yi like a behemoth, and brought down a fat palm on his head. Originally, Chu Qing was sure they didn't need Xiao Yun's help to defeat Lu Yi. She had imagined herself and Ruo Yen taking down the bastard in the shortest time possible while the body-tempering cultivator kept the Xianyuan city watch at bay. The remaining sentries weren't a problem as long as they were able to complete their primary objective. Unfortunately, man plans and the heavens laugh. Chu Qing thought she had already given Lu Yi the highest amount of respect, but reality still gave her a slap to the face. Both her and Ruo Yen were going to die here if she still did not call for help. Chapter 265, Why didn't the Xianyuan City Watch arrest you? Considering the amount of pressure Lu Yi was putting out right now, one death would quickly lead to the other if either one of them was killed. Chu Qing swapped places with Xiao Yun as soon as she arrived. It was a body-tempering cultivator's natural responsibility to fight at the forefront and endure the most amount of damage for their allies. The fat palm flying toward Lu Ye's head wasn't particularly quick. Lu Yi was able to change his trajectory and slash her in the arm. However, the inviolable only left a bloody gash on her skin instead of lopping off her whole arm. He felt as if he had struck an extremely flexible piece of rubber instead of human flesh. The wriggling flesh and blood surrounding the blade had minimized the force behind his slash. Xiao Yun brought down another palm at him. Lu Yi tried to send her flying with a kick to the stomach, but he felt as if his foot had sunk into a mud pool. Not only was his counterattack completely nullified, the wriggling fat abruptly clamped around his leg and held it in place. He was actually unable to pull it out on the first attempt. By now, Xiao Yun's palm had made contact with protection. The glyph shattered into bits, and he saw stars as if he had just taken a hammer blow to the head. If the attack was this powerful even after it was partially nullified by protection, he was certain that a perfect hit would turn his head into paste. "I've come to show you some love, you flirt." Xiao Yun's words were sweet, but the look in her eyes was anything but. As she stretched her arms wide as if she was about to give him a hug, vitality gushed out of her body and boosted her speed to an unbelievable level. This was bad. If she managed to catch him, it would be worse than being fully bound by the spirit shackling ropes. He would completely be at his enemy's mercy. As if this wasn't bad enough, his leg was still stuck in her stomach. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Lu Ye's eyes remained clear despite the fact that he was a moment away from defeat. His concentration climbing to peak levels, he wreathed Inviolable in flames and aimed a stab at Xiao Yun's chest. At the same time, Inviolable's aura flashed. If one sharp edge isn't enough, how about two? As the tip of his blade sank into Xiao Yun's flesh, he could feel it wriggling and trying to nullify his attack like last time. However, it was way harder to nullify a stab than a slash, not to mention that it was empowered by two sharp edges. Xiao Yun cried out in pain as the blood drained away from her face. Instead of hugging Lu Yi, she hit him in both shoulders and pushed him away from her. The attack was so powerful that Lu Yi was pushed almost 10 meters to the back, his feet dragging across the surface and leaving deep gorges on the ground. Xiao Yun stared at her bleeding chest with lingering fear on her face. She felt as if she had one foot in the grave just now. A short distance away, Lu Yi caught himself and rolled his shoulder blades a little. They were a bit numb from Xiao Yun's attack, but it wasn't going to affect performance. At the same time, he lamented the missed opportunity. If Xiao Yun had hesitated even half a second just now, he could have activated Burster and given her a taste of internal flowering. Yi was throwing spell after spell at Xiao Yun this whole time, but the fat woman didn't even bother defending herself against them. The mixture of vitality and spiritual power surrounding her body was more than enough to stop them all. Lu Yi stared at the fat woman with a serious expression. He had to admit that she was a formidable opponent. Even if this was a 1-versus-1 fight, he still needed a bit of time to kill her, and right now time was something neither of them possessed. By now, the surrounding fog had thickened to the point where it almost seemed solid. The unnatural churning was growing more and more intense as well. Behind Xiao Yun, Chu Qing and Ruo Yen had taken out all the sentries that were keeping her busy, leaving only the sentry leader. This was the reason they hadn't participated in the battle earlier. Someone had to keep the Xianyuan City Watch at bay, or it would be nigh impossible to continue the operation. Now that the pressure had alleviated somewhat, Chu Qing took a moment to survey the other side of the battlefield. She was stunned by what she saw. Half of her people had already perished in battle, and the other half wasn't doing well either. The Xianyuan City Watch was immobilizing them with the spirit-shackling ropes, and the odd apparition was killing them all with his dice. Their teamwork was pretty much perfect. Chu Qing could not help but feel saddened by this sight. She had assembled over 20 people to deal with Lu Yi, and yet the Xianyuan City Watch had appeared out of nowhere, foiled what should have been a flawless assassination. Just why had it turned out like this? Despite her reluctance, Chu Qing had no choice but to accept that they had been beaten for now. Eyes bloodshot, she ordered, "Retreat." The House of Wintry Blossom's cultivators were unwilling to engage the Xianyuan City Watch in the first place, so they did not hesitate to retreat when she gave the order. The sentries gave chase until both parties were out of sight. Meanwhile, Lu Yi rushed toward the trio the second Chu Qing gave the retreat order. He had been planning to take revenge against the House of Wintry Blossoms, so why would he let them escape, especially since they were kind enough to deliver themselves to his doorstep? Besides that, he recognized that these three women were his greatest enemies in this city, that fat woman named Xiao Yun especially so because of her strange constitution. If he couldn't kill her now, her presence was going to make it that much more difficult for him to kill the others. Luckily for him, Chu Qing's latest order was a mistake. Now was the time to take out the biggest obstacle in his path. Lu Yi stabbed toward Xiao Yun as soon as he got in range. Much more cautious after the earlier brush with death, so the fat woman attempted to bat his weapon away with her palm. However, she missed because Lu Yi had withdrawn his blade halfway before stabbing once more. Xiao Yun's pupils turned into pins when an aura erupted from Lu Ye's saber once more. At the last moment, Ruo Yen arrived and blocked the attack. At the same time, Chu Qing dashed out from the side and slashed at her sworn enemy. They had finally taken out the sentry squad that was keeping them occupied a while ago. Lu Yi was immediately pushed back after the trio had joined forces. Even with Yi's help, he wasn't quite able to defend himself perfectly. His protections kept flashing with every hit they took. "We leave now," Chu Qing ordered. Although they had finally gained the upper hand, it was clear that it was going to take some time before they could kill Lu Yi, and right now their first priority was to find a place and hide from the hidden threats of this city. It was clear from the churning fog around them that something big was about to happen in this location or even the entire lost city of Xianyuan. They all needed to leave this place as soon as possible. It was why she had ordered her people to retreat. Xiao Yun turned around and took off running. Ruo Yen escaped with Chu Qing after driving Lu Yi back. Lu Yi chased after the trio relentlessly, though he made sure to pick up his flying weapons before giving chase. For a time, 4 people could be seen leaping up and down the rooftops. However, every time Chu Qing looked behind her back, her expression grew just a little more frightened. It was because a dozen sentries were following behind Lu Yi, and she was certain they were part of the squads who had ambushed them earlier. How could she tell? It was because the odd apparition was among them as well. "I thought they were lured away by my cultivators. Why did they come back? And why are they chasing us?" Chu Qing just could not figure out what was going on here. She was wondering if she should turn around and give Lu Yi the death match he so desired if he continued to give chase, but now she had no choice but to extinguish that impulse. Everyone lost when they clashed in the presence of the Xianyuan City Watch. The sentry leaders and Lu Sanbao were obviously faster than the normal sentries. It didn't take them long before they caught up with the 3 women and attacked them. Lu Sanbao threw his 3 dice, and the other sentry captains unleashed their spirit-shackling ropes at Chu Qing. "Watch out, Sister Chu," Ruo Yen cried out while blocking Lu Sanbao's attack with her massive blade. Xiao Yun also moved behind Chu Qing to throw a punch at the spirit-shackling ropes. Her impressive vitality blew them away as if it was a physical thing. However, that short delay was all the sentries needed to catch up and throw even more spirit-shackling ropes at them. Xiao Yun was forced to stay where she was and punch away all the spells. While this was happening, Lu Yi ran straight toward her. "Go!" Xiao Yun roared while charging toward Lu Yi. She knew there was no longer any hope of escape for her. Chu Qing and Ruo Yan's eyes trembled, but they forced down their desire to help Xiao Yun and leaped toward the distance. It wasn't because they were willing to abandon their companion to her death, but because they would all be captured if they remained. The one silver lining was that the Xianyuan City Watch did not usually kill their captives unless they struggled too much. Most of the time they were simply thrown into the dungeon and left there. With Qiao Yun's tenacity, she should have no problems surviving until the end of the rift. As for Lu Yi, she highly doubted he would be able to escape the Xianyuan City Watch. Moreover, he would definitely fare worse than Qiao Yun if he was thrown into the dungeon. Lu Yi wasn't going to let Chu Qing and Ruo Yan escape if he could help it, but Qiao Yun grew her already massive body another size before running straight toward him. It was like he was facing down a hill of flesh. Not even protection would be able to hold out if he took a direct hit. He did not dodge out of the way, however. Instead, he empowered his saber with gravity well and brought it down for one mighty swing. The moment his blade connected with Qiao Yun, the woman let out a muffled groan and nearly dropped to her knees, while Lu Yi was blown about 30 meters away from his original spot. His saber grip was literally shaking after he steadied himself. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, the Xianyuan City Watch surrounded them in an inescapable circle. Qiao Yun laughed despite her dire situation. Her saggy eyes were full of delight as she declared, "If I'm going down, you're going down with me." Lu Yi merely massaged his wrist while staring at her with an odd expression on his face. She still had no idea what was coming for her. Qiao Yun yelled, "Don't kill me. I won't resist." "Capture her," a sentry leader yelled. Spirit shackling ropes immediately hit her from every direction and wrapped her from neck to toe. Suddenly, Qiao Yun frowned in confusion. Something didn't feel right about this. For one, the sentries only immobilized her and did not touch a hair on her person. Second, Lu Yi was walking toward her with his saber in hand, and the sentries around them were acting as if they hadn't seen him at all. Lu Yi walked until he was right in front of Qiao Yun. Then he raised the inviolable and aimed at the spot where her heart was. Lu Yi had fought plenty of fearless enemies in the past, but this was the first time he encountered someone who ran head first to her death. Shock and horror filled Qiao Yun's expression. "Why didn't the Xianyuan City Watch arrest you?" Chapter 266, Concealment Bracelet. Despite Qiao Yun's desperate struggles, she was unable to stop the double-sharp edge inviolable from piercing right through her heart. In her last moment before death, she suddenly realized something and looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. They're with you." It was the only explanation as to why the Xianyuan City Watch had attacked her but not Lu Yi. Not only that, they were the reason their perfect ambush had fallen apart completely. Otherwise, Chu Qing would have gotten her revenge already. Qiao Yun was no idiot. It didn't take much effort for her to put two and two together. What horrified her was that a cultivator had somehow colluded with the Xianyuan City Watch. She could not imagine what would happen if Lu Yi was allowed to continue like this. She had to warn her comrades no matter what. She raised her hand and tried to send a message through her battlefield imprint, but inviolable flashed once in her heart before blooming into a ball of energy spikes. Burster instantly turned her insides into mush. Qiao Yun's entire body trembled a little. The light in her eyes faded rapidly after that. Amber appeared out of seemingly nowhere and leaped onto Lu Ye's shoulder. The reason it hadn't made an appearance throughout the battle was because it was controlling the ghost spirits from the shadows. Unfortunately, even simple orders required a certain degree of control. The surrounding sentries dissipated into spiritual light before returning to Amber's body. The only ghost spirit still standing in the open was Yi. Without the spirit shackling rope to keep her up, Qiao Yun's massive body hit the ground like a landslide. Lu Yi grabbed her storage bag before running toward the distance. Right now, both the streets and the rooftops were covered in thick fog. Some sort of strange aura was seeping out of the fog as well. Lu Yi barely took a couple of steps when a humanoid creature suddenly burst out of the fog and attacked him. In fact, Lu Yi was incredibly familiar with this scenario. Every time he fought inside the Rift of Illusions, his opponents, cultivators that seemed to be covered in fog, would rush out from the fog and attack him. Every time he killed one of them, a stronger foe would take their place. They wouldn't stop coming until he was dead. The humanoid creature attacking him right now was completely covered in fog, making it impossible to determine their appearance or even their gender. They looked exactly the same as the fog creatures inside the Rift of Illusions. This discovery strengthened his belief that his mystic fruit was connected to the lost city of Xianyuan. For now, he still didn't know what that connection was. Just in case, he turned around and swung at the humanoid creature. Since the enemy was only a 7th-order cultivator, he easily cleaved them in half and returned them into fog. However, another enemy rushed out of the churning fog to engage him, and their aura was a tad stronger than the one he just killed. This time, Lu Yi did not hesitate to run like hell. He was now absolutely certain that these humanoid creatures were the same as the ones he fought in the Rift of Illusions. Their numbers were endless, and they would only grow stronger each time he defeated them, so there was no point remaining at this place for even a second longer. He tried rushing into the nearest building and closed the door, but the fog passed right through it as if it didn't exist. Lu Yi cursed under his breath when he saw this. He already knew from the information he bought that only houses with lanterns on the entrances could function as a shelter, but it was still annoying considering his current circumstances. He cut down the humanoid creature blocking his way and ran back out to the streets. Every once in a while, he would run into a stretch where one or both sides of the street was covered in fog. And every time he passed by these stretches, humanoid creatures would emerge from the fog and chase after him. It wasn't long before he had a tail of dozens of fog creatures. He knew he couldn't keep running like this. At this rate, he would have an entire army of fog creatures breathing down his neck. If they caught up with him, he was going to die even with the help of his Xianyuan City watch. Yi. Lu Yi yelled and reached out toward her. The girl immediately caught his meaning and passed him all the loot she had recovered from the battlefield. She then plunged head first into Amber's body. Next, Lu Yi retrieved what looked like a wooden bracelet from his storage bag, a spirit artifact. He then injected it with spiritual power. As he rounded a corner, he abruptly stopped in his tracks and pulled the bracelet down his wrist. Something incredible happened. A circular ripple spread out from the bracelet and covered Lu Ye's entire body. Then, his entire figure distorted for a second before disappearing completely. Not a moment too soon, his pursuers burst out of the corner and tried to continue the chase. However, Lu Yi was nowhere to be seen. After running circles around the area like headless flies for a bit, they finally went away as if they had given up the chase. Lu Yi did not move a muscle, however. In fact, he was doing everything he could to slow his breathing and suppress the circulation of his spiritual power to the max. It would be terrible if he was discovered at the last moment. Lady Yun was the one who gave him the miraculous spirit artifact. When she learned that Lu Yi was going to enter the inner circle, Lady Yun had given him 2 objects. The first one was the 9-realm scroll, a spirit artifact made to trap or kill enemies. The second one was the concealment bracelet, a self-preservation spirit artifact. The 9-realm scroll was a spirit treasure, and Lu Yi currently wasn't strong enough to utilize its full power. That was why Lady Yun sealed off 90% of its power to make it usable. The concealment bracelet wasn't a spirit treasure. In fact, its grade was subject to debate. There was no denying it was a very special spirit artifact, however. For example, it could turn its user invisible. Lady Yun had forged it using an incredibly rare spirit wood core as the body, a concealment glyph as the core, and a few more glyphs as the support. The result was a spirit artifact that was borderline priceless. If the 9-realm scroll was an offensive spirit treasure, then the concealment bracelet was a defensive spirit artifact. It was clear from this that Lady Yun truly cared for his safety. She wasn't planning for her successor to die now or ever. While it wasn't difficult to achieve total concealment, all high-level ghost cultivators could turn themselves invisible. The ability was almost unique to ghost cultivators, or more accurately, those who had communed with the Nether. Every other cultivation faction had a much harder time achieving the same effect. One method every cultivation faction had access to was a spirit talisman paper called the concealment talisman paper, but it was both expensive and incredibly rare. Not even the Vault of Providence had any in stock right now. Of course, invisibility was hardly an unbeatable skill. All cultivators possessed enhanced perception, and the stronger they were, the greater their perception. While ghost cultivators were experts in concealment and assassinations, a cultivator with sufficiently powerful perception could still detect them. Still, Lady Yun had basically granted him a ghost cultivator's special ability with the concealment bracelet. Its only flaw was that he could not move after activating the spirit artifact. It was also why Lu Yi hadn't used it until now, and he still wouldn't have used it if he wasn't being chased by an endless horde of fog creatures. The lack of mobility meant that a single wide-range spell was all it took to expose him. Luckily, his pursuers were mindless creatures just like the normal sentries of the Xianyuan City Watch. After he was sure they were completely gone, Lu Yi finally moved and resumed his escape. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before he was being chased by the humanoid creatures once more. The only silver lining was that the Xianyuan City Watch that should be patrolling the city were nowhere to be seen. It looked like they were avoiding the humanoid creatures as well. After he had run far enough, Lu Yi used the concealment bracelet and turned invisible once more. He was able to ditch his pursuers just like the last time before continuing forward. This situation repeated a couple of times until finally, he found a building with a lantern on its entrance. Lu Yi ran straight to the building and pushed open the door without hesitation. As he stepped in though, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over him and attacked him. Lu Yi immediately lifted his saber and struck his attacker. However, he heard a clang that sounded like metal and saw literal sparks flying across his vision when the attack connected. He looked up just in time to see a giant of a man bringing down a paper fan-sized palm toward his head. The attack wasn't quick, but the air pressure alone told him how powerful it was. Lu Yi's eyes twitched. Today was turning out to be a ridiculously unlucky day. First, the rift of fortune he entered did not really fit its name. Second, the only two body-tempering cultivators he fought today were abnormally strong. Xiao Yun was already an annoyance because her layers of fat were thick enough that his saber couldn't cut through them, but this guy was even worse. His sharp edge-empowered slash had only left a white mark across his chest. At least Xiao Yun relied on her fat to reduce the force of the enemy's attack to the utmost degree. This guy was just a goddamn walking hunk of metal. It was completely unfair. Right as the palm was about to hit his protection, Amber suddenly let out a cute cry. The palm stopped just above Lu Ye's head, the wind strong enough to blow up his hair for a moment. The inviolable also stopped just inches away from the man's face. The massive man glanced back and forth between Amber and Lu Yi. Then he withdrew his palm and scratched his head. Suddenly, a spell erupted from Lu Ye's side. He was just about to dodge out of the way when the hulking man moved his hand in the path of the spell. The fireball was at least the size of a wash basin, but it dispersed into nothing the second it made contact with his palm. Lu Yi couldn't even sense him channeling his vitality or spiritual power. This meant that the body-tempering cultivator had dispelled with spell with just his flesh. Lu Yi had never met such a tough spirit creek cultivator in his life. Jujia. An angry voice erupted. "We know them," the hulking man responded simply. Lu Yi looked to the side and saw the short cultivator he met this morning. As their eyes met, the short cultivator twirled his mustache and exclaimed, "It's you? I thought you were a Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator." Sorry. That was what he said, but he didn't look sorry in the slightest. In fact, Lu Yi had the feeling he would have killed him first and asked questions later if Jujia hadn't stopped, his affiliation be damned. After all, killing cultivators from your own cultivation faction gave contribution points as well. Lu Yi could smell blood in the air. He was pretty sure someone had died in this building. He shot the short cultivator a glance but sheathed his saber without a word. The short cultivator walked up with a smile and said, "Fate must have brought us together, fellow cultivator. To think we would meet again in this accursed city." Lu Yi replied non-committally before glancing left and right. He then walked to a corner and adopted a meditative position. Jujia walked closer to him while staring at Amber worriedly. His big eyes looked a bit like mini lanterns. His worry was very simple. The sentries who survived the earlier battle were absorbing Amber's energy to recover. Naturally, the tiger was looking a little shriveled right now. It was going to take a while before it could regain its strength. Chapter 267 Lu Yi must be dead. Lu Yi wasn't sure what Jujia and Amber saw in each other, but the duo acted as if they were close friends or something. It was the same back at the valley despite that being their first meeting. His impression of the short spell cultivator with a mustache was questionable at best, but Jujia? It was difficult to dislike such a simple and honest personality. Lu Yi gulped down a couple spirit pills before feeding some to Amber. He then changed his cultivation technique and activated Gluttonous Feast. A rumble immediately started within his stomach. This lost city of Xianyuan is such a dangerous place. The short cultivator walked up to the entrance and peered through the gap between the door. The Xianyuan City Watch is trouble enough, but this fog is just as bad. Heavens know how many people are going to die this time. He looked back at Lu Yi and asked smilingly, "You look like you were in a fight." Lu Yi definitely wasn't looking his best right now. He had used up a lot of spiritual power and took some light injuries during his battle against the House of Wintry Blossoms. It is a bit difficult to explore such a place being just 8th Order and alone. Would you like to join my party, fellow cultivator? I promise you won't regret it. No thanks. The short cultivator chuckled. Don't be so hasty to turn me down. Take your time. You may yet change your mind. The man was smiling, but it sounded like he was threatening him. In fact, he was standing in front of the only exit in this building right now. It looked like he was checking the streets, but heavens knew what he really meant with his action. I knew this guy was bad news. Back at the valley, Lu Yi had declined the short cultivator's invitation to join his party because they were strangers. However, the man had failed to recruit a single helper even after the Rift of Fortune had opened. This could mean that his reputation was unsavory, or that he had done something in the past that earned his fellow cultivators wariness, or both. In any case, no one was willing to work with him, and probably for good reason. Moreover, when Lu Yi had entered the building and engaged Jia in battle, the body-tempering cultivator had stopped immediately after spotting Amber on his shoulder. The short cultivator, on the other hand, had thrown a big-ass fireball in his direction. The guy claimed it was a mistake, but was it really? A cultivator's eyesight was extremely powerful, not to mention the eyes of a 9th Order spell cultivator. Even if he wasn't able to identify him at first glance, he should have seen his face during his brief exchange with Jia. However, the man still decided to launch a fireball at him. That act alone put his entire character in question. Is he planning to kill me and loot my corpse? Lu Yi thought to himself. I'll come back here after you've made up your mind, fellow cultivator. The short cultivator's smile suddenly became much friendlier as he moved away from the entrance. He then beckoned Jia to his side and said, "Stop playing with our friend's pet and come back already, Jia." "Oh," Jia replied in an unhappy voice but lifted his ridiculously huge finger from Amber's head. He then followed the short cultivator into one of the rooms of the building. The short cultivators turned into shock and doubt after he sat down on the floor. It was because he couldn't get a grasp of Lu Yi. Just now he was seconds away from attacking the young man. This wouldn't be the first time he had killed someone from his own cultivation faction, and it wouldn't be the last. To an independent cultivator with no one to rely on like him, Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge might as well not exist. He himself was the only faction he could rely on. As someone who climbed up the ladder from the lowest rung, he had figured out the true face of cultivation world a long time ago. Simply put, it was the law of the jungle. The reason he suddenly decided against his decision was twofold. One, he wasn't sure if Jia could go all out against the young man after his earlier restraint and inexplicable display of concern. Two, he noticed at the last moment that Lu Ye's waist was covered in storage bags. Generally speaking, most cultivators only carried a single storage bag on their person. Some people might carry 2 or 3 storage bags for categorization and convenience sake, but that was it. However, he spotted at least a dozen storage bags hanging off the young man's waist, and many of them were covered in blood. That was unnatural to say the least. This was the real reason the short cultivator had changed his mind at the last moment. As an independent cultivator who had suffered many hardships to get where he was, he knew better than anyone the folly of judging another cultivator's strength by their cultivation level. In this world, there existed people whose true power was not reflected by their cultivation level at all. There were also spirit artifacts that could conceal one's spiritual power and cultivation level. Since he couldn't be sure of Lu Ye's strength, he didn't dare to carry out his plan. He had never committed to something he wasn't completely sure about, and he wasn't about to start now. One thing for certain, that 8th Order youngster was a formidable cultivator. There was a small chance that the youngster had stumbled upon those storage bags by luck and not through his own strength, but that was even less believable than his original theory. If such luck existed, he would be the richest man on the battlefield already. He could not deny that he was sorely tempted by the young man's wealth though. He thought for a moment before tapping his battlefield imprint and sending a message to Jia. The body-tempering cultivator didn't notice though. He was too busy eating his food. It wasn't until the short cultivator elbowed Jia and pointed at the back of his hand that the latter realized that he had a message. He checked it briefly before shaking his head. The short cultivator stared at Jia. His question was, "Why do you like that guy's pet so much?" To which Jia had responded with the shake of his head. What did that even mean? If he wasn't sure that the guy was simple-minded before, he was now. "We can kidnap it if you want it, you know," he sent another message. This time Zhu Jia replied verbally with a shake of his head, "No." The short cultivator was so angry his liver hurt. If Zhu Jia wasn't as useful as he was, he would have abandoned him a long time ago. Zhu Jia knew he had done something wrong when he noticed the short cultivator glaring daggers at him. He scratched his head with a troubled look on his face, but he quickly returned to his carefree self after eating another piece of meat. Outside the room, Lu Yi was still recovering his strength and unlocking the restraining locks of his storage bags. It was a hassle to carry a dozen storage bags on his waist, so he wanted to be done with them as soon as possible. He had noticed the short cultivator's hidden malice, but he didn't pay much attention to it. If the guy was dumb enough to attack him, he didn't mind sending him on a one-way trip to the afterlife. It took him less than 2 hours to unlock all of the storage bags. He destroyed one in the process, but only because he didn't want to waste too much time on the task. He threw the empty storage bags after transferring all the useful stuff into his own storage bag. All in all, he didn't find anything that was particularly noteworthy. Generally speaking, most cultivators wouldn't carry items that were too valuable in their storage bag. Since most cultivators had a place they called their home, they generally stored their valuables in said home. It could be an outpost, a safe place and so on, and carried only recovery and combat items on their person. Lu Yi was an exception to this rule because he was traveling and because he was beloved by his elders. Amber recovered a little after digesting the spirit pills he gave it earlier. It still looked rather weakened, so Lu Yi allowed it to inhale some of the red essence from the dragon's scale. At the same time, he messaged Yi and asked her how their ghost spirits were doing. She informed him that they had only 14 ghost spirits left, meaning over half of them had died in combat. This meant he would need to replenish them as soon as possible. The ghost spirits were the reason he was able to turn the tables against the House of Wintry Blossoms. Without them, his only option was to run like hell. No matter how good he was, there was no way he could fight that many cultivators single-handedly. The House of Wintry Blossoms had suffered massive casualties during the previous engagement, but there was no way they were going to give up so easily. He was certain they would seek him out again. Whether he had an army of ghost spirits or not would directly affect the outcome of that battle. The good news was that it wasn't difficult to replenish the ghost spirits. The one thing this city didn't lack was sentries. Once the fog had faded, he could head out and replenish his soldiers. In fact, he was going to attack the House of Wintry Blossoms the moment he was ready. He would kill Chu Qing before they could fully muster their forces. Now that he had a clear goal in mind, Lu Yi felt much more spirited. At the same time, 8 House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators were licking their wounds in another building. Chu Qing's eyes were filled with hatred, and Ruo Yin could not stop sobbing at the side. It was because Qiao Yun was dead. In fact, she was dead not long after they had retreated. They had run away thinking that the Xianyuan City Watch would throw Qiao Yun and that damnable Lu Yi into the dungeon after catching them, but for whatever reason things hadn't gone the way they thought at all. Qiao Yun was the strongest body-tempering cultivator in the House of Wintry Blossoms, and not just in terms of her cultivation level. Despite being at 9th order only, her constitution was comparable to that of a heaven-grade body-tempering cultivator. If her image wasn't too unpopular, she would have been made the legate of their outpost for sure. Qiao Yun was an essential talent to the House of Wintry Blossoms because they were critically lacking in body-tempering cultivators, so much so that every loss was felt by everyone. It was thanks to Qiao Yun that their outpost had been nigh unassailable. Every time they clashed against the forces of Grand Sky Coalition, she was there to carry most of the pressure. It would be an understatement to say that her passing would devastate the entire sect. "Stop crying." Chu Qing barked suddenly. Ruo Yin immediately ceased her sobbing. The life of a cultivator is one filled with death and struggle. Perhaps you and I will meet a similar fate in the future. Rather than crying, you should focus on improving your chances of survival. Ruo Yin forcefully swallowed her sorrow and sniffed once. Chu Qing patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't be too sad. If Qiao Yin died, then Lu Yi must be dead as well. If nothing else, we were able to complete our primary objective. When the fog has faded, we will retrieve Qiao Yu's body and put our dead brothers and sisters at peace with Lu Yi's head." MHM. Ruo Yin nodded strongly. Chu Qing turned away after consoling Ruo Yin. No one saw the tears sliding down her cheek. In another building, Ji Yan of Hidden Light Sanctuary was massaging his forehead with a terrible frown on his face. His problem was very simple. Gu Kanyang had been captured by the Xianyuan City Watch and he was languishing in the dungeon right now. Gu Kanyang was one of the unlucky bastards to have encountered the Xianyuan City Watch as soon as he landed in the city. Despite his valiant struggles, there was no way he could have escaped an entire squad on his own. He had been bound and dragged away almost immediately. A junior brother who happened to witness this scene claimed that he had looked like the end of the world was upon him. If Gu Kanyang was just an ordinary disciple, he would have put the guy out of his mind already. The problem was that he was their legate, and he wasn't a body-tempering cultivator. There was a huge chance he wasn't going to hold out until the end of the rift. As if that wasn't bad enough, their sect was more or less in shambles right now. While Ji Yan had done his best to keep his people united, it was clear that his prestige could not compare to Gu Kanyang's. Right now, the best he could do was to muster their forces and wait for the fog to fade. Then they would try to rescue Gu Kanyang from the dungeon. He knew it was extremely unlikely they would succeed though. A ton of sentries had been posted at the dungeon as a matter of course. Many people had tried to raid the dungeon in the past, but no one had ever managed to get inside. Worse still, this was hardly Hidden Light Sanctuary's only problem. They had to watch out for Sunlit Mountain and the House of Wintry Blossoms as well. If either sect were to learn of their intentions, then they would interfere with their plan for sure. There was no chance Hidden Light Sanctuary could defend against both sects alone. Ji Yan's headache seemed to worsen when the thoughts replayed in his mind yet again. Brother Gu, oh Brother Gu. Just why are you so unlucky? Chapter 268, I Know How to Kill. Back in the building Lu Yi was hiding in, the short cultivator would sometimes run to the entrance and peer through the gap between the door. He was probably checking if the fog had faded away. Lu Yi paid him no attention and continued to recover his strength. According to the jade slip he bought from the Divine Trade Association, it was uncertain how long the fog would last. Sometimes it could be as little as 2 hours. Sometimes it could last around 1 or even 2 days. Half a day passed like this. The short cultivator was peering through the door again when he shouted, Ju Jia. The broad body tempering cultivator stepped out from the room. He was bare-chested and wearing a tattered hemp garment. The short cultivator clasped his hands at Lu Yi and said, We shall be taking our leave, fellow cultivator. See you another time. Despite the temptation, he ultimately decided against attacking Lu Yi. The tall and short duo left the building after that. It wasn't long before they vanished into the distance. Lu Yi waited until they were completely gone before he rose to his feet. After checking from the door for himself and confirming that the fog was gone, he too exited the building. First things first, he was going to replenish Amber's ghost spirits. While doing so, he would search for the forces of the House of Wintry Blossoms as well. In fact, he had another objective in mind. Ideally, he wanted to replace all of his ghost spirits with sentry leaders or special apparitions like Lu Sanbao. The normal sentries were just too dumb and inflexible, so their actual strength was lower than their cultivation level might suggest. The sentry leaders did not possess that problem, and special apparitions like Lu Sanbao even less so. While it was true that neither the sentry leaders nor Lu Sanbao possessed a mind of their own after they were converted into ghost spirits, they were capable of executing Amber's orders perfectly. They were far more useful than your ordinary sentries. Of course, apparitions like Lu Sanbao were pretty rare. Realistically, his army of ghost spirits would consist mostly of sentry leaders. Both the Xianyuan City Watch and the cultivators had emerged from their hidey holes after the fog had faded completely. Every once in a while, Lu Ye's senses would pick up a nearby fight or two. It wasn't long before he encountered his first squad of sentries. Before their sentry leader could even say, "You dare," he had already sent his own ghost spirits to capture them. A moment later, the entire squad had been captured and converted into Amber's ghost spirits. Although his objective was to replace all of his ghost spirits with sentry leaders or special apparitions like Lu Sanbao, he saw no reason to let go of the ordinary sentries just yet. It was more important to fill up the ranks first and leave replacing for quality later. Every time he encountered a building with a lantern at the entrance, he would explore it in hopes of running into another special existence like Lu Sanbao. Unfortunately, his search hadn't borne fruit so far. This suggested that special apparitions like Lu Sanbao were pretty rare in the city. 2 hours later, after Amber had fully replenished its ghost spirits, Lu Yi instructed it to release one into the open. it was because he wanted to perform a test. When he rounded a corner and saw a sentry squad, the ghost spirit trailing after Lu Yi immediately summoned its spirit shackling rope and bound Lu Yi. They then continued forward as if nothing was going on. The distance between the two groups kept shortening until finally, they brushed past each other. The sentry squad hadn't even spared him a glance. It does work. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. The reason Lu Yi carried out this little test was because he wanted to avoid unnecessary conflicts with the Xianyuan City Watch after completing his objectives. After all, killing them only wasted his energy and earned him nothing. Now that he knew that he could trick the Xianyuan City Watch by pretending to be bound, the amount of unnecessary battles he had to fight just went down drastically. Of course, he wasn't done hunting the Xianyuan City Watch just yet. He wasn't going to stop until he had replaced everyone with a sentry leader or special apparition. Suddenly, a couple of cultivators walked out of a nearby alley and saw Lu Yi. Their leader was a guy who looked to be in their early 20s. He shot Lu Yi a glance and said, "Please show us your battlefield imprint, fellow cultivator." Lu Yi returned the glance and activated his battlefield imprint as requested. A blue light immediately shone from the back of his palm. "Kill him," the cultivator ordered with a wave of his hand. The group immediately assumed combat stances. However, the sentry behind Lu Yi abruptly retracted the spirit shackling rope. Then, countless apparitions flew out of Amber's body. The tiger was currently lying on Lu Ye's shoulder right now, and through their spirit shackling ropes. The group was tied up like a pig before they even realized what was happening. Lu Yi took a moment to crack his neck before walking up to the male cultivator. He then pulled the inviolable slowly out of its sheath. The guy was stunned to say the least. He asked while staring at Lu Yi in disbelief, "How could you control the sentries?" They had come out of the alley because they saw that Lu Yi had been captured by the Xianyuan City Watch. If he was an ally, then they would try to save him. If not, they would kill him and reduce their number of enemies by one. However, they never imagined that there existed a cultivator who could control the Xianyuan City Watch. "Do you know where Chu Qing of the House of Wintry Blossoms is?" "No." "Then you're useless." The inviolable fell and blood splattered all over the ground. He repeated the question to the second person and he answered, "Yes, I know where she is." "Really? Swear it by the heavens then." I don't know." A minute later, Lu Yi rose from the corpses and hung their storage bags on his waist. He was pretty sure that this group wasn't from the House of Wintry Blossoms because there wasn't a single woman among them. Either they were Thousand Demon Ridge independent cultivators, or they were members of Sunlit Mountain. Naturally, they had no idea where Chu Qing was. Still, this minor incident had turned out to be more useful than he initially thought. Not only was he able to fool the Xianyuan City Watch, he could trick enemy cultivators into committing suicide as well. He was tempted to repeat this trick ad infinitum, but in the end he decided against it. Being bound by the spirit shackling rope meant he would not be able to respond to sudden dangers immediately. He continued forward. When he encountered a sentry squad, he would capture their leader and replace an ordinary sentry in his ranks. When he ran into a group of cultivators, he would battle them and kill them all. For obvious reasons, the cultivators were no match for him. What they thought was an easy kill was really a powerhouse with over 30 ghost spirits backing him up. It was like a horror show where their moment of joy turned into a nightmare at the snap of a finger. The amount of storage bags he got steadily increased during this time. Of course, he occasionally ran into cultivators from Grand Sky Coalition as well. According to them, the cultivators of Sunlit Mountain and the House of Wintry Blossoms were in the middle of massing their forces. They were clearly plotting to take down all the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators who entered this palace in one fell swoop. After all, Thousand Demon Ridge outnumbered Grand Sky Coalition by at least 100 people this time. It was because Lofty Plume Court wasn't able to arrive in time. As a result, Hidden Light Sanctuary was in a dire position right now. Even the independent cultivators on Grand Sky Coalition's side were forced to join forces with Hidden Light Sanctuary for survival. It could be foreseen that the two factions would clash in the very near future. The outcome of this clash would directly decide the fates of all cultivators in the lost city of Xianyuan as well. If Thousand Demon Ridge emerged victorious in this clash, they would surely press their advantage and slaughter all Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. There were supposed to be 2 Grand Sky Coalition factions versus 2,000 Demon Ridge factions in this pocket dimension. Unfortunately, the Grand Sky Coalition faction named Lofty Plume Court were unable to arrive before the Rift of Fortune was closed. Naturally, every Grand Sky Coalition cultivator Lu Yi ran into had tried to persuade him to join them. He turned them all down though. He could not deny that it would be safer if he met up with his allies, but it would also be too late for everyone if they waited until Thousand Demon Ridge was ready. Plus, he only looked like he was alone. He really had an army of 31 ghost spirits in his command. He should be able to handle any threat as long as he didn't run into too many enemies at once. Traveling alone also afforded him the freedom to take any course of action he wanted and the opportunity to weaken Thousand Demon Ridge. In fact, he had already killed many Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators while he was searching for the House of Wintry Blossoms, not to mention that he hadn't replaced all of his ordinary sentries with sentry leaders yet. Some time later, Lu Yi came to a stop at a 3-story building. It had caught his interest because it had not one, but an entire row of lanterns hanging at the front. There was also a horizontal board on top of the entrance, although it was tattered to the point where all but the first word was unrecognizable: house. Lu Yi pushed open the doors. The stench of decay immediately washed over him. It was impossible to tell how the room was originally arranged. It looked as if a hurricane had passed through the place. There was also an old staircase leading toward the second floor. Lu Yi looked around the first floor for a bit and found nothing. When he entered the second floor though, his eyes immediately lit up with delight. Finally, he had found his second special apparition. Not including the apparition in front of him, Lu Yi had only encountered one special apparition throughout his search, and that was Lu Sanbao. His combat performance was beyond exemplary and he was at least several times stronger than a sentry leader. The apparition in front of him was a fragile-looking woman with a gorgeous countenance. She wore a dress that suggested that this building could have been part of the red light district and carried a pipa. Lu Yi did not think she was weak just because she looked fragile, however. It was because he saw 3 corpses not far away from the woman. He didn't know who these unlucky bastards were, but their expressions suggested that they had been tortured horribly before their deaths. There was encrusted blood on every hole on their faces, which were frozen in pain. Noticing Lu Ye's arrival, the woman shot him a shy look that would have stolen the soul of a lesser man. Her vermilion lips parted slightly as she spoke in a voice as gentle as water. "Do you know how to recite poetry, sir?" All special apparitions in the lost city of Xianyuan carried some sort of obsession or hobby from before they died. Lu Sanbao was a gambler, so the first thing he did after Lu Yi entered his house was to invite him to gamble. The gamble would not stop until one party had lost everything including their lives. Most of the time, Lu Sanbao was the undisputed winner. Unlike Lu Sanbao, this apparition's obsession was a bit more esoteric. This was the first time anyone had asked him if he knew poetry. "No." "Do you know how to compose a rhyming couplet then?" "Nope." "What do you know then, sir?" "I know how to kill." Lu Yi raised his inviolable. The woman's spiritual light was even thicker than Lu Sanbao's, so she was probably a heaven grade 8th or even 9th order apparition. As expected of the lost city of Xianyuan, this place was full of monsters. The female apparition shot the inviolable a glance but smiled at Lu Yi. She did not get angry despite his impudence. Her smile quickly vanished from her face, however. It was because spectral sentries began flying out of Amber's body until the room was filled with them. "Wah wah." The female apparition wailed. She looked terribly sad as tears streamed down her cheeks. It wasn't because she was terrified for her life, however. An invisible wave of energy swept across the entire second floor, causing the spiritual light of every sentry to start flashing erratically. Even Lu Yi felt a little faint. Lu Ye's expression immediately turned serious. It was a sonic attack, an attack that was transmitted via sound. He had heard about it, but this was the first time he actually experienced it in battle. He tried to raise his saber but discovered that he couldn't quite control his arm. Chapter 269 Wah Wah. The sentries closest to the female apparition fared worse than him. Even Lu Sanbao wore a pained look on his face. Roar. Thankfully, Amber was here to seal the deal. From Lu Ye's shoulder, it let out a mighty roar that not only suppressed the female apparition's cry, but also stunned her for a brief instant. When she came to, she realized that the tiger was not an ordinary one and watched it warily. Amber pounced toward the female apparition and inhaled at her. Knowing she was in danger, she played a note on her pipa and sent it flying from her. It even flipped a couple of times in mid-air. Yi immediately emerged from Amber's body and fired a spell at the female apparition. At the same time, Lu Yi rushed forward and brought down his saber. The female apparition was able to block the spell but not Lu Ye's attack. The aura surrounding her body flashed once. Not a moment too soon, the surrounding sentries tossed their spirit-shackling ropes, and Lu Sanbao his 3 dice at the female apparition. The female apparition placed her long slender fingers on a couple of strings and plucked them hard, freezing most of the spirit-shackling ropes in midair and shattering the rest. Wah wah, she began crying again. Roar. Amber immediately countered with its roar, and it was even louder than last time. A visible shockwave washed over the female apparition and stifled her cry. Her expression looked pained as well. Lu Yi immediately brought down his saber a second time. Wah. Roar. Thwack. Wah. Roar. Thwack. The female apparition was crying for real after that. Giant droplets of tears slid down her cheeks as she hugged her pipa close and stared at Lu Yi like a bullied child. Unfortunately for her, her customer this time was a tough one. Not only could he not recite poems or compose rhyming couplets, he was also a shouter and an abuser. A while later, Amber swallowed the depressed female apparition and converted her into a ghost spirit. Naturally, Lu Yi was extremely pleased with this outcome. He asked Amber to release the female apparition to check on her condition. Just like Lu Sanbao, her cultivation level had fallen to the 9th order. Her expression was blank, and her eyes had lost their soul-stealing quality. She was hugging her pipa, but her movement and posture were much stiffer than before. He could see a hint of her former fragility though. Unfortunately, this was one of the major flaws of Amber's ability. Any apparition it converted into ghost spirits would turn into mindless drones. Lu Yi examined the pipa in the female apparition's hands for a moment and noted that it was similar to Lu Sanbao's dice cup. At the beginning he had thought that the dice cup was a spirit artifact. However, he soon realized that it was really a manifestation of his power. It was neither real nor false like the apparition himself. With that done, he gave his small army of ghost spirits a look over. Excluding Yi, he had 31 ghost spirits and only 14 of them were ordinary sentries. The rest were 2 special apparitions and 15 sentry leaders. This was so much better than the force he had when he had neutralized Chu Qing's ambush. If he had such a force back then, not a single one of them would have been able to make it out alive. Suddenly, he realized that he had forgotten to ask the female apparition her name. It wasn't a problem though. He mentally labeled her as Pipa Girl before resuming his exploration. 2 hours later, Lu Yi stood in front of a compound with tall walls and stared at the lantern hanging at the entrance. He then pushed open the door and walked in. A compound like this was pretty rare in the city. Its owner was probably an important person before they passed away. He could vaguely hear the sound of running water from nearby. Lu Ye's gaze was immediately drawn to a shade of red at a corner of the compound. A slender woman was sitting on a swing with her back to him. Lu Yi could barely control his delight as he praised his good fortune. Before this, he had been searching for special apparitions like Lu Sanbao. Now he had run into both Pipa Girl and this mysterious woman in just 2 hours. Perhaps special apparitions weren't as rare as he thought after all. The reason he hadn't run into them earlier was probably because he was unlucky or because they were killed by other cultivators. The swing gently swayed back and forth. The woman's dress was long enough that it dragged against the ground. Lu Yi was just about to ask Amber to release the ghost spirits and communicate with the woman when suddenly, he turned as stiff as a statue. He rubbed both his eyes before staring at the woman in red dress intently. When he confirmed that he wasn't mistaken, he hurriedly clamped his hand around Amber's mouth. The tiger looked at him innocently. He just wanted to yawn. He then slowly shuffled backward while trying his best not to make a sound. Boom. Suddenly, the wooden door he came through a moment ago slammed shut behind him. He immediately rammed his shoulder into it because it looked rotten enough to shatter at the slightest touch. It didn't work though. It felt as solid as the stones that made up the walls of this compound. He wasn't out of tricks though. Spiritual power surged into his back as a pair of fiery red wings burst into existence. He soared into the air and tried to jump over the wall, but he was frozen in place at the last second by an invisible energy. Even his spiritual power was completely frozen, causing his wings to disappear into nothing. Cold sweat poured down Lu Ye's forehead like a waterfall. Alarm bells rang loudly in his head as he stared at the woman in the red dress. Suddenly, he understood exactly how his enemies felt when they found out that the person they thought was prey wasn't. It was an emotional roller coaster, all right. His senses had tingled immediately after he saw the woman's aura, or rather, a lack thereof. He had seen 3 people with no apparent aura in his life. They were Sister Shui Yuan, the sect master, and Lady Yun. Sister Shui Yuan was a true Lake Realm master, and the sect master and Lady Yun Divine were Ocean Realm masters. The reason he couldn't see their auras was because they were way beyond his level. This was also why Lu Yi had wanted to escape the moment he realized this. It was because the woman in the red dress was most likely unbeatable even with an army of ghost spirits on his side. Of course, there was a chance she didn't have any spiritual power because she was powerless. For starters, non-cultivators did not have an aura. This was the lost city of Xianyuan though. How could there be an apparition who was completely powerless? Now that he thought about it, breaking his promise with the woman in the red dress or even talking behind her back would probably go poorly for him, so he hurriedly corrected himself. We will. It can't be too hard, right? As if on cue, the feeling of danger vanished into nothing. It told him that it wasn't just his imagination. Now, Lu Yi understood why the woman had released him so easily. At the same time, he felt a growing headache in his head. How was he going to find a single cat in such a huge city? Did the cat even exist for that matter? If it didn't, then he was as good as dead. No, wait, that's not right. She said, can you find Tang Yuan for me? Not, you will die if you don't bring me my cat. That means I'll live as long as I put in the effort. Whether I can actually find it is beside the point. He felt much better after he figured this out. His situation wasn't as bad as he thought. Still, he couldn't help but lament how odd the lost city of Xianyuan was all over again. No wonder the cultivators hated this place so much. Not only was it rife with danger, one had to take care of the special apparition's strange requests as well. The slightest mistake could be their last. Suddenly, Lu Yi sensed a fight nearby. Judging from the shockwaves and the noise, it was quite the huge fight too. He told Yi to hide before activating Conceal Presence. Then, he quietly made his way toward the commotion. Chapter 270 Peerless Loyalty. A short while later, Lu Yi peeked out from behind a rooftop. He saw what looked like a public square and a couple of bodies on the ground. At least 30 cultivators had gathered around the place. The 3 sects who entered this place were the only ones capable of massing such a force, and since he already learned from his allies that Grand Sky Coalition wasn't assembling here, they most likely belonged to Thousand Demon Ridge. His suspicion was confirmed when he saw the petite woman named Ruo Yen among the cultivators. Chu Qing was nowhere to be seen though. As it turned out, he knew the person they were attacking. It was none other than the body-tempering cultivator he bade goodbye a while ago, Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia was currently standing with his back bent and his face facing toward the ground. Countless spells and flying weapons were smashing into his body and disrupting his aura. His hemp shirt was tattered to begin with, but now his upper body was completely bare, exposing tough muscles and bloody wounds. Lu Yi was shocked that Zhu Jia was still standing. During their brief exchange earlier, Zhu Jia had withstood a sharp edge-empowered slash and walked away with only a white mark on his chest. At the time, he was already awed by his toughness and wondering how it was even possible for a mere 9th-order cultivator to cultivate such a tough body. The scene he was witnessing right now was even more impressive. Zhu Jia was currently enduring a barrage of attacks no other 9th-order body-tempering cultivator could possibly survive. At least 7 or 8 of the 30,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who were gathered here were throwing their spells or flying weapons at him, but he looked like he could withstand the barrage a while yet. It wasn't like he was dodging the attacks either. From the looks of it, he wasn't moving because he was protecting something underneath him. Lu Yi focused his sight and realized that the thing underneath Zhu Jia was his companion, the short cultivator with a mustache. Zhu Jia was making sure that not a single attack would land on him. Judging from the growing pool of blood beneath Zhu Jia, though, there was a high chance the spell cultivator was already dead. In other words, Zhu Jia was protecting a corpse right now. How did they get themselves surrounded by Thousand Demon Ridge? The situation must have been really bad if that cunning bastard couldn't survive even with Zhu Jia's protection. Suddenly Ruo Yen spoke up, join the House of Wintry Blossoms, and you will live to see another day. Jujia. In fact, Ruo Yen and her group had come specifically for Jujia. Even before they entered the Rift of Fortune, Chu Qing had already assigned her sect mates 2 missions. One was to kill Lu Yi and the other Jujia. She wanted Lu Yi dead because she wanted to take revenge for Chu Shui. As for Jujia, the man was famous for his inhuman physique. If they didn't kill him now, he might join the Hidden Light Sanctuary in the future. They would rather nip the danger in the bud. They weren't the only ones who were hunting Jujia either. Sunlit Mountain was looking for him as well. They were going to fight a decisive battle against the Hidden Light Sanctuary later, so of course they were going to take out some potential threats before then. Jujia was easily at the top of their kill list. Ruo Yin had given chase after discovering Jujia and the Short Cultivator. The Short Cultivator collapsed first, but Jujia was still alive. Ruo Yin had heard of Jujia's reputation a long time ago, but it wasn't until today that she realized just how incredible he really was. Previously she had thought Xiao Yun was the best of the best among her peers, but clearly that wasn't the case. This was why Ruo Yin was trying to persuade Jujia to join their side. The House of Wintry Blossoms could always use more body-tempering cultivators, and their best, Xiao Yun, had died not long ago. If she could recruit Jujia, then this venture wouldn't be a complete tragedy. She had already messaged Chu Qing about this and obtained her approval. In fact, the woman and her group were on their way over. They would be arriving very soon. The House of Wintry Blossoms knew exactly what they wanted to do with Jujia. If they could recruit him, then all was well. If they couldn't, then they would end his life. Long story short, if they couldn't have him, then no one would. Don't be stubborn, Jujia. You know better than anyone how Sima Yang treats you. If you join us, we promise that no one will mistreat you ever again. Sima Yang was the name of his dead companion. It wasn't like no one ever tried to recruit an extraordinarily talented body-tempering cultivator like Jujia. Of course they had. In fact, the recruitment efforts hadn't stopped since the day he displayed his talent. A body-tempering cultivator like him was worth 10 ordinary body-tempering cultivators. Who wouldn't want to have him? But of course, Sima Yang rejected them all on behalf of Jujia. They had never joined a sect since they started cultivating because they would have to bow their head to a higher power if they did, and that was something Sima Yang could never accept. Speaking of which, the rumor that Jujia had never taken a life was real, as unbelievable as it sounded. It was because Sima Yang always took the last hit. Jujia would fight at the forefront and Sima Yang from behind. Once the enemy was crippled, Sima Yang would kill them and claim everything for himself. Contribution points, storage bags, everything. Sima Yang had long ago realized that Jujia's cultivation speed was far superior to his. If he did not do this, it was only a matter of time before Jujia left him behind. When that happened, he would not be able to travel with Jujia. So he forbade Jujia from killing. If Jujia didn't kill, then he couldn't earn contribution points. And if he couldn't earn contribution points, then he couldn't obtain a heaven-grade cultivation technique. He would be stuck at the 9th order until Sima Yang said otherwise. With this arrangement, Sima Yang could eventually catch up to his companion and accumulate enough contribution points to purchase himself a good heaven-grade cultivation technique. In fact, Sima Yang was planning to do that right after they left this Rift of Fortune. Only then would he find a way to get Jujia a heaven-grade cultivation technique. This way they could continue sticking together in their cultivation journey. Sima Yang's plan was not a secret among his fellow cultivators. In fact, more than one person had secretly told Jujia about this a long time ago. He just didn't care since he had traveled with Sima Yang since he was still a weakling. This was why no one was willing to help Sima Yang or join his team. Who in their right mind would cooperate with a known backstabber? In the end, Sima Yang's selfishness and greed turned out to be his undoing. He never thought the Rift of Fortune would be connected to the infamous lost city of Xianyuan, and that the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain were planning to take Jujia, and by extension him, out before their clash against Hidden Light Sanctuary. In his head, he thought the two sects would target Hidden Light Sanctuary first because they were the sworn enemy. He was even planning to play the fisherman while the two sides battled against each other. Unfortunately, the House of Wintry Blossoms found them first. His fate was sealed after that. Even Lu Yi would have died if he didn't have the ghost spirits back then, much less the likes of him. The House of Wintry Blossoms had attacked Sima Yang and Jujia with a party of 30+ cultivators. However, they had lost a couple of people not because Sima Yang was all that impressive, but because Zhu Jia was abnormal. When Lu Yi first laid eyes on Zhu Jia, he already noticed that his aura was almost as pure as his, if not purer. It was because Zhu Jia had been stuck on the Ninth Order for 2 or 3 years, and he hadn't consumed a single spirit pill during this time. Naturally, his spiritual power was as pure as it could be. Meanwhile, Zhu Jia's continued silence had finally caused Ruo Yen to lose her patience. She raised her hand and opened her mouth to give the kill order. There was no point keeping an enemy they couldn't recruit to their side alive. Suddenly, her arm paused in mid-motion. She spun in the direction of where a familiar figure was standing on the rooftop and looking down on her. Her pupils contracted with shock for an instant before turning hateful. "I knew you're still alive." Initially, she and Chu Qing believed that Lu Yi had died with Qiao Yun. However, they didn't discover his corpse when they went to retrieve their fallen comrade's corpse. Since then, Chu Qing suspected that their nemesis was still alive. That was why the duo had split up into 2 groups. Ruo Yan's group would look for Zhu Jia, while Chu Qing's for Lu Yi. They weren't going to stop until they killed him or found proof that he was dead. She hadn't expected Lu Yi to show himself right before she was about to order Zhu Jia's death. As if that wasn't arrogant enough, he was just as alone as the first time she met him. Ruo Yan was so angry that her lips morphed into a toothy, savage grin. Last time, their ambush had failed because the Xianyuan City Watch had appeared at the worst possible time. However, that was just bad luck. There was no way the same thing could happen a second time, right? Just as she thought this, a sobbing noise came from nearby. At the same time, spectral sentries emerged from every direction and threw a ton of spirit-shackling ropes at them. Peepa Girl's cries were no ordinary cries. It was a special sonic attack that even Lu Yi and his ghost spirits couldn't do anything against if they didn't have Amber back then. The attack was much weaker after her cultivation level had fallen to the 9th order, and she was converted into a ghost spirit. Even still, it was enough to buzz their ears and make them dizzy. At the same time, Peepa Girl started playing her pipa. It was like a scene straight out of a horror show. Many thousand Demon Ridge cultivators swayed on their feet as if they were drunk. Thanks to her power, many spirit-shackling ropes successfully landed on their target. A single spirit-shackling rope was hardly inescapable, but it was a different story if they were hit by more than one. Beside Peepa Girl, Lu Sanbao threw his 3 dice and killed everyone the sentries immobilized. That wasn't all. Lu Yi had also launched his flying weapons and made them spin like a top. Everywhere they went, blood and gore were sure to follow. Yi was casting her spells as well. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. 8 people were dead, and at least a dozen were bound by the spirit-shackling ropes in but an instant. "Protect your minds?" Ruo Yin screamed with bloodshot eyes. After releasing her spiritual power and breaking out of the spirit-shackling ropes binding her, she shot a flying weapon straight at the nearest sentry leader. The rest of her companions finally reacted and did everything they could to save themselves. Blood-curdling screams erupted all over the place. A couple more people were killed in just a matter of seconds. They were so busy fighting that they did not notice that Amber had leaped off of Lu Ye's shoulder. It ran toward the crouching Zhu Jia and stopped in front of him. Chapter 271 Massacre. Lu Yi spared some of his attention to Amber. He hadn't instructed the tiger to seek out Zhu Jia. It had sought out the body-tempering cultivator of its own accord, so he had no idea what it was planning either. Amber bumped its head against Zhu Jia's legs once. It then let out a couple of incomprehensible growls. For the first time, Zhu Jia stirred from his posture before slowly rising to his feet. The crisscrossing, bloody marks on his back looked absolutely terrible. What looked like boiling vitality seeped out of Zhu Jia's body and mingled with his dense, solid, earthen yellow-colored spiritual power. Crimson light shone out of his pupils as well. In that moment, the man felt more intimidating than he had been his whole life. Suddenly, he crouched lower and bowed his head as if he was about to launch into a sprint. He was facing the cultivators of the House of Wintry Blossoms. His messy hair was blocking his face from view, but it did not matter. All 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators abruptly shivered as if the killing intent of a monstrous beast had washed over them. Boom. An actual shockwave spread from beneath Zhu Jia's feet as he abruptly sprinted toward a group of House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators. Crimson-red vitality and earthen-yellow spiritual power mingled together to form a visible halo that wrapped around his whole person. He wasn't actually moving all that quickly, but he most certainly felt unstoppable. Not even a literal mountain was going to stop him from charging through. "Stop him!" screamed someone as the cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge grew even more panicked. The Xianyuan City Watch was attacking them, the special apparitions were attacking them, Lu Yi and Yi were attacking them, and now even Zhu Jia was charging toward them as well. They should be the ones who held the absolute advantage, so why was it that they were barely able to put up a resistance? I want to cry. Flying weapons and spells bombarded Zhu Jia, but not a single one was capable of even slowing his charge. They were all blocked by the halo made up of vitality and spiritual power. No one had ever witnessed this Zhu Jia, not even his lifelong companion, Sima Yang. He struck the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators' front line like a landslide. The man who attempted to hold him back was a body-tempering cultivator himself, judging from his rich vitality, but the second they made contact, his eyes widened like saucers, and he sailed across the air like a spilled blood bag. His bones snapped like twigs as well. They were both ninth order and body-tempering cultivators, and yet the power gap between them was like night and day. It wasn't a pointless effort though. Thanks to his sacrifice, he managed to slow the giant a tad and caused him to take more attacks than he would have. His dimming halo reflected this. Zhu Jia might be simple, but he wasn't stupid. He was aware he couldn't withstand any more attacks as well. So, right before the body-tempering cultivator he sent flying could fly out of his reach, he reached out and grabbed the man's leg. The body-tempering cultivator's eyes bulged when he felt an iron grip around his ankle. Then the world began spinning like a top. On the rooftop, Lu Yi was chewing spirit pills and killing his enemies with his flying weapons. However, Zhu Jia's actions caused his eyes to twitch violently. It had been months since he began exploring the Spirit Creek battlefield, and he had experienced countless big and small battles. He was no longer the ignorant child he was before. Even so, this was the first time he ever saw such a ridiculous scene. Zhu Jia was currently swinging the ninth order body-tempering cultivator around like he was a weapon. As a result, no Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator dared to get within 10 meters of the man. The nicest people were also the scariest when pushed too far. A while later, the weight in Zhu Jia's hand suddenly lessened considerably. When he looked down, he noticed that he was only holding a leg now. The poor bastard he was swinging around had turned into minced meat a while ago. The giant was just starting though. Throwing the leg against the ground like he would smash it to pieces, he let out a wounded animal's roar and charged toward the nearest enemy. Zhu Jia had never taken a life since he embarked on his cultivation journey. Today he would break his streak with a massacre. It had only been a few minutes since the battle began, but Thousand Demon Ridge had already sustained massive losses already. More than half of the group who surrounded Zhu Jia at the beginning were already dead, and most of those who were still standing were bound by spirit shackling ropes and being killed as well. It was around this time Lu Yi recalled his flying weapons. They had run out of spiritual power. He would have to recharge them before he could use them again. Lu Yi stored them in his storage bag and trained his gaze on Ruo Yan. He then slowly unsheathed the inviolable. Right before he could jump down from the roof and join the battle though, something pulled his gaze away from his target and toward the distance. He saw a massive group of enemy cultivators appearing from the end of a street and running toward the battle at high speed. The leader of the group was a tall, slender woman with exposed hips. It was Chu Qing, of course. At least 40 people were following behind her. Get ready to withdraw, Lu Yi said to Yi. If Ruo Yan's tattered group was the only enemy he had to contend with, then he was sure he could wipe out most if not all of them. However, it was a different story if Chu Qing and her reinforcements joined the battle. Moreover, it wasn't like his army of ghost spirits were completely unscathed. The ordinary sentries were almost completely wiped out, and a few of the sentry leaders were dead as well. The enemies weren't stationary targets who didn't know how to retaliate after all. He shot a glance at the still fighting Zhu Jia and jumped off the rooftop. Enhancing his speed with Windwalk, he shot into the battlefield and cut down an unguarded enemy like lightning. Suddenly, a tide of violent energy swam toward his right side. Lu Yi managed to block the attack with the inviolable, but the blade shrieked as if it was in pain, and his entire body was flung into the air. His weapon arm was numb by the time he landed on his feet. The attack had come from Zhu Jia. He had reached the point where he no longer cared to differentiate between friend or foe. That said, his bloodshot eyes regained a bit of clarity when he saw Lu Yi. Enemy reinforcements are coming, and there are too many for us to handle right now. Follow me if you wish to take revenge for your partner," Lu Yi said before making his escape. At first, Zhu Jia paid his warning no heed and charged toward another group of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. The roar. Amber roared once at the body-tempering cultivator before catching up to Lu Yi and leaping onto his shoulder. The ghost spirits also mounted a swift retreat, leaving behind a mess of bodies and destruction. Lu Yi didn't go too far before he heard heavy footsteps trailing behind him. It was none other than Zhu Jia. His warning had fallen on deaf ears but not Amber's. It was partially due to the strange bond the two shared, and also because Zhu Jia wasn't stupid. He had also seen Chu Qing's group and knew that to stay any longer was to court death. Not long after the duo retreated, Chu Qing and her cultivators arrived at the scene. The Prolgate looked around the battlefield in shock as she asked, "What happened?" She had come to meet up with Ruo Yen after the young woman informed her that she had found and trapped Zhu Jia. The scene before her was nothing like what she had expected though. Ruo Yan's group was over 30 strong at the beginning. Now less than half of them were left. It was no ordinary battle either. Looking at the battlefield, she saw what looked like minced flesh and massive swathes of blood. It almost looked like someone had been lifted into the air and smashed against the ground. She could hardly imagine what the hell had happened here. Ruo Yen looked shell-shocked and afraid, her body still trembling even though she was safe now. Zhu Jia going crazy had left that deep of an impression on her. That wasn't the real reason they had lost though. No matter how powerful Zhu Jia was, the amount of damage he could have done on his own was limited. Just like the last time, it was Lu Yi and those sentries who had fucked everything up. Lu Yi is still alive, Sister Chu. Not only that, I think he can control the Xianyuan City Watch. Chu Qing shot her junior sister a dubious glance and wondered if she had lost her mind. She knew that Lu Yi was capable of many things, but controlling the Xianyuan City Watch? That was a stretch too far, wasn't it? I'm telling you the truth. Ruo Yen hurriedly gave her senior sister a brief summary of the battle just now. It had taken her a while to accept this as well. This was the second time the Xianyuan City Watch had appeared at the worst possible time, and just like the last time they ignored Lu Yi and attacked Thousand Demon Ridge. Not only that, they actually withdrew together with Lu Yi. Chu Qing's skepticism faded as she listened to Ruo Yan's story. In fact, she realized that everything that puzzled her before would make sense if she assumed that Lu Yi could control the Xianyuan City Watch. It hadn't been a coincidence that the spectral sentries appeared just at the right time to screw up their perfect ambush. It was Lu Yi counter-ambushing their ambush. It would also explain why Qiao Yun had died, but Lu Yi had survived when they were both supposed to be thrown into the dungeon. On the other hand, was Lu Yi really that powerful? If he was, then why didn't he just command the Xianyuan City Watch to hunt down all Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators from the start? In fact, why did he run away just now when he firmly held the upper hand? Chase them. Chu Qing ordered immediately when she realized what was going on. Lu Yi might possess the ability to control the Xianyuan City Watch, but the fact that he was escaping meant that he currently did not have the power to throw down against all of them. Otherwise he would have just stayed and killed them all. In other words, this was their best chance to take out Lu Yi and the heavily injured Zhu Jia at the same time. Once they were rid of these nuisances, they could devote their full attention to cooperating with Sunlit Mountain and take out Hidden Light Sanctuary. And so, they hurriedly swept the battlefield before chasing after Lu Yi and Zhu Jia. While doing so, Chu Qing sent out a message and caused all House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators in other locations to move in this direction as well. While the enemy had a head start, they also left behind an incredibly obvious trail to follow. The massive, bloody footprints on the ground could only belong to Zhu Jia. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was several streets away from the battlefield with Zhu Jia behind him. However, the big fellow was looking pretty bad right now. His aura was weaker than normal and his entire body was covered in wounds. He also looked like he had just crawled out of a pool of blood. His entire body was covered in the blood of his enemies and his own. No physique could have weathered through that level of assault unscathed. His body wasn't the only thing that was damaged either. Even now, Zhu Jia was wrapped up in a clear cocoon of sorrow. He must have been really affected by Sima Yang's death. Of course, Lu Yi couldn't empathize with Zhu Jia. He did not know how close they were, but he certainly hadn't had a good impression of the spell cultivator. His death simply did not matter to him. Chapter 272 What the fuck say Tang Yuan? The reason Lu Yi had purposely informed Zhu Jia about the imminent danger before withdrawing was because he didn't want to be killed by the House of Wintry Blossoms. The enemy of my enemy is my friend sort of thing, not to mention that his impression of Zhu Jia was way better than Sima Yang's. He tried to console Zhu Jia. The dead cannot come back to life, but the living can take revenge against those who wronged them. It so happens that I have a grudge to settle with the House of Wintry Blossoms too, so if you don't mind, we can work together. The body-tempering cultivator continued with his head bowed and maintained his silence, though it was impossible to say if he heeded his advice. The moment of peace didn't last long. Lu Yi sensed a stir of spiritual power from nearby and looked up just in time to see 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators staring at them from a rooftop. The moment their eyes met, the man shouted, "Lu Yi is over here." Lu Yi launched a fire dragon straight at the crier. The technique was so hot that it distorted the air around it. The cultivator's expression changed as he attempted to dodge out of the way. However, Lu Yi easily changed the direction of the technique and scored a perfect hit. The man screamed as he fell off the rooftop. "We need to go." Lu Yi took off once more while Zhu Jia followed closely behind him. Both of them could sense the unnatural fluctuations of spiritual powers behind him. They obviously belonged to Thousand Demon Ridge. Despite their best attempts, they were unable to shake off the tail behind them. Not only that, the tail was growing longer and longer. Escape wouldn't have been a problem if Lu Yi was alone. The chances of them catching up to him while he had windwalk was almost zero. Zhu Jia was a different story though. The big guy wasn't slow, but he sure as hell wasn't fast either. His injuries were pretty bad as well. Ideally, he wanted to find a place where Zhu Jia could recover, but with this many pursuers on their tail, his dream was just that, a dream. He mulled it over for a moment. In the end, he could only think of one place to go. A while later, Lu Yi had led Zhu Jia through a couple more streets. They had just arrived at the entrance of a compound when a group of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators appeared behind them. Chu Qing and Ruo Yen were among them as well. They were both moving at top speed. Their eyes grew bloodshot when they saw their sworn enemy. They saw him taking a moment to straighten his clothes before pushing open the door to the compound and stepping in. "Surround the place," Chu Qing yelled. There were now around 80 people strong, a mix of the remnants of the House of Wintry Blossoms and some 1,000 Demon Ridge independent cultivators. Their numbers weren't huge compared to what they were at the beginning, but even so, it should be more than enough to overwhelm Lu Yi and the Xianyuan City Watch, not to mention that she hadn't seen the latter at all up until this point. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A group leaped onto the walls and surrounded the entire compound in no time. As for Chu Qing and Ruo Yen, they stepped through the main entrance with 20 people behind them. There was a swing in the compound and a woman in a red dress facing away from them, and Lu Yi was standing not far away from her. Normally, the man was so arrogant it was as if the concept of humility did not exist to him. Right now though, he was saying something she couldn't hear to the strange woman in a surprisingly humble manner. The House of Wintry Blossoms was well aware that special apparitions existed within the lost city of Xianyuan. In fact, they had encountered a few of them already. However, they had killed them all because these special apparitions usually made strange demands that they weren't equipped to fulfill. If the request was resolvable, then of course they were willing to settle things peacefully. Otherwise, the only way out was to kill them. Chu Qing knew immediately that the woman in red dress was a special apparition. At first, the realization did not trigger a red flag. Then she noticed that she couldn't see the apparition's aura. Unfortunately for her, Ruo Yen wasn't as perceptive as her. The petite woman glared daggers at Lu Yi and yelled, "This is the end of the road for you, Lu Yi." Lu Yi was still speaking with the woman when he heard this. He immediately pointed a finger at them and said, "It's them. They're the ones who keep chasing me and stopping me from looking for Tang Yuan." The swing stopped without warning, and every hair on Lu Ye's body abruptly stood on its end. At the same time, Zhu Jia let out a guttural growl, grabbed Lu Ye's shoulder and pulled him behind his back. The young man stared at his huge, wide back in astonishment. "Retreat now." Chu Qing realized their mistake and cried out immediately. Unfortunately. Boom. The door closed and cries of surprise erupted from everywhere. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who were standing on the walls suddenly found themselves falling into the compound. While the walls weren't nearly big enough to kill a cultivator, it certainly made them look foolish. The compound wasn't particularly huge to begin with, and now it almost looked crowded. At this point, Chu Qing's expression was grim enough to be a permanent fixture on her face. It was because she had lost control of her spiritual power exactly as Lu Yi back then. Worse, it looked like Lu Yi was in cahoots with the strange woman. Speaking of Lu Yi, the bastard was currently making faces at her with a pleased expression on his face. It immediately made her feel worse. She had encountered plenty of dangers in her cultivation journey, but none had ever been as despairing as this one. She knew they had fucked up the moment the compound suddenly turned into a no spiritual power zone. The woman in the red dress was powerful beyond imagination. There was no way Spirit Creek Realm cultivators like them could hope to resist her. Was she the reason Lu Yi could control the Xianyuan City Watch? That would explain why the bastard had come here. Chu Qing was mistaken though. Lu Ye's ability to control the spectral sentries had nothing to do with the woman. Even the reason he came here was because this was the only place both him and Zhu Jia could find refuge. He wasn't willing to ditch the body-tempering cultivator unless he had no other choice. He was very satisfied with the current situation. If the woman in the red dress would get angry and take out the dozens of thousand Demon Ridge cultivators in this compound, then even better. Have you seen Tang Yuan? The woman in the red dress asked suddenly. The pleased expression on Lu Ye's face was immediately replaced by a frown. This was not how he expected things to go. Chu Qing was also frowning as the massacre she had anticipated did not arrive. Sensing a sliver of hope, she recalled her previous encounters with special apparitions and Lu Ye's strange mention of Tang Yuan earlier. Finally she replied cautiously, "No, we have not." "Will you find Tang Yuan for me?" the woman in the red dress asked again. Lu Yi sighed knowing that his ploy had been foiled. He was hoping to use the woman in the red dress to slay his enemies, but it would appear he had underestimated her. Or rather, killing the cultivators had never been her goal. All she wanted was to find that cat named Tang Yuan. Naturally, the more helpers she could find, the faster she would be able to find her cat. "Of course," Chu Qing responded. Immediately after she said that, she felt her spiritual power returning to her body. The omnipresent pressure pressing against her body had disappeared as well. She let out a huge sigh of relief knowing that they had escaped danger, for now. She thought for a moment before whispering something to Ruo Yen. Soon, Ruo Yen and most of her men backed out of the compound and surrounded the place from outside. They were obviously planning to catch him as soon as he set foot outside the compound. As for Chu Qing herself, she stayed behind with just a few men to keep an eye on Lu Yi and prevent him from doing something unexpected. Lu Yi knew what she was planning but could not think of a way out of this. While he was strong enough to take out Chu Qing and her small group, it would be unwise to do so after what the woman in the red dress had said. At the very least, fighting in front of her felt like a folly of the highest order. But, what if I just sound out her limits? He was just thinking this when he saw Chu Qing walking straight toward him. Lu Yi immediately tightened his grasp on the inviolable, killing intent rising. If the woman dared to enter within 16 meters of him, he was certain he could kill her in 3 strikes. However, he felt a prickling sensation on his back the second his killing intent surfaced. He knew immediately that it came from the woman in the red dress. Moreover, the greater his killing intent became, the worse the prickling sensation became. At a certain point, he actually felt like he was about to be pierced by tens of thousands of needles. Chu Qing was feeling more or less the same. Her footsteps grew slower and slower until finally, she could not take a single step toward Lu Yi. Her forehead became covered in cold sweat. In fact, she had arrived at the same thought as Lu Yi. She too wanted to sound out the apparition's limits. The next moment, Lu Yi let go of his weapon and put away his killing intent. The feeling immediately subsided. He then strode toward Chu Qing and caused her to flinch in fright. "What are you doing?" Chu Qing couldn't stop herself from backing away from Lu Yi. Those who didn't know better might think that she was a fragile woman being pressured by the local bully. This continued until her back was literally against the wall. Then Lu Yi raised his hand and slapped it on top of her head. He then rubbed it vigorously until it was a complete mess. He said expressionlessly, "Do your best to find Tang Yuan, you hear? Tang Yuan is very important. You won't be eating dinner tonight if you don't find it." The few thousand Demon Ridge cultivators accompanying the woman could only stare at this in shock. They looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. In fact, they had tried to stop Lu Yi from approaching Chu Qing multiple times. Every time they tried to take action though, an inexplicable sense of crisis would befall them and prevent them from acting. Lu Yi turned away and left after that, leaving behind a stunned and messy-haired Chu Qing. Lu Yi hadn't attacked her, nor had she suffered any physical harm during that interaction. However, she felt worse than if he had just killed her. Her sister's killer was standing right in front of her, but not only couldn't she lift a finger against him, the bastard had made a fool out of her by messing up her hair. Tang Yuan. What the fuck's a Tang Yuan? She forced herself to take a couple of deep breaths. It was only after a while that she succeeded in pushing down the boiling anger and murderous intent inside her heart. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had strode to the middle of the compound where Zhu Jia was sitting cross-legged. The body-tempering cultivator had left the apparition's side even sooner than Lu Yi. He might be extraordinarily tough, but even he didn't feel safe beside her. Right now he was staring at Chu Qing with bloodshot eyes, although there was no killing intent behind them. Lu Yi hadn't illuminated him on the mysteries of this compound, but he didn't need to. He had figured it out faster than Lu Yi had the first time he came here. Simple-minded, pure-hearted people like Zhu Jia generally possessed a kind of animalistic instinct. He might not know what was going on here, but he knew how best to act to avoid danger. Lu Yi gulped down a couple of spirit pills before sitting down on a jagged piece of rock beside Zhu Jia. Then he passed the body-tempering cultivator a bottle of spirit-restoring pills and healing pills. Lu Yi noticed from the start that Zhu Jia did not have a storage bag. Naturally, he did not have spirit pills he might consume to recover his strength. Zhu Jia did not turn down Lu Ye's kindness. He accepted the first bottle and swallowed all the spirit pills in it in one gulp. He did the same with the second bottle. Chapter 273 I'm Not Alone. Lu Yi had never seen such a way of consuming spirit pills before. Although Tree of Glyphs could burn away the pill poison, he wouldn't dare to consume this many spirit pills at the same time. He could only say that Zhu Jia was exceptionally talented. Lu Yi turned around when he heard footsteps approaching. It was Chu Qing walking toward him. Her hair still as messy as Lu Yi had left it earlier, she stopped in front of him before clenching her fist. Then she landed a soft, completely harmless punch on his chest. Lu Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Chu Qing exclaimed in realization, "So, this is how it works." She wasn't stupid. After she had recovered from her anger, she quickly wondered why Lu Yi was able to ruffle her hair and quickly came up with a hypothesis. To put it simply, the prickly sensation would not occur as long as they did not reveal any killing intent. That was why the woman in the red dress had ignored Lu Yi when he rubbed her head earlier. The reason she came over to hit him in the chest was 1, to confirm her hypothesis, and 2, payback for the humiliation he dealt her. She wasn't satisfied though, so she raised her fist and hit him again. This time she injected enough strength into the punch to cause a thump. Lu Yi looked at the woman in the red dress. The special apparition was swinging on her swing without a care for the world. Chu Qing hit his chest again and she uttered through gritted teeth, "You won't be able to hide here forever. The minute you leave this place is the moment you die." Lu Yi was an avid believer of paybacks, even one as slight as this, so he immediately started rubbing her head again and said, "I killed Chu Shui." Chu Qing blanched and began trembling immediately. Killing intent burst out of her heart, and the temptation to kill Lu Yi no matter the cost swelled greater than ever before. However, the ballooning sense of crisis also made her recognize reality. She was certain she would die before she could kill Lu Yi. The special apparition's cultivation level was ridiculously high. So, she forced down her killing intent and smiled, her bloodshot eyes and fake smile combining to form the perfect image of a forced smile. "Don't worry, you won't die easily. The House of Wintry Blossoms still has dozens of cultivators. Each one of us will have a go at you when you fall in our hands. You will die a horrendous death." "I killed Xiao Yun." Chu Shui's fist paused for an instant before she started hitting him faster. "I might consider granting you a swift death if you beg for mercy now. What do you think? It's not a bad deal, is it?" "I will kill you." Lu Yi frowned when he said this. Although Chu Qing wasn't exuding killing intent, she had hit him enough times that his chest was starting to hurt a little. It wasn't like he could do unto her what she was doing to him either. It was one thing to kill her and another to molest her chest. Still, he felt like he was losing because her hair was already messy, and he didn't like to lose even a little bit. The moment he thought this, he leaped away from Chu Qing and said, "Zhu Jia, why don't you have some fun with her?" Zhu Jia slowly rose to his feet and walked toward Chu Qing. Her mouth unconsciously fell open when he stopped right in front of her. She was tall, but the body-tempering cultivator was almost a full chest taller than her. Wait, Chu Qing started a bit panically. Zhu Jia dropped his fan-sized hand on top of Chu Qing's head. Then he began rubbing earnestly. Chu Qing tried to retaliate, but she was unable to reach his chest even after she fully stretched her arms. What should have been a solemn, tension-filled moment turned hilarious instantly. Suddenly, a silent voice entered everyone's ears. Why are you fooling around instead of looking for Tang Yuan? Lu Yi the popcorn audience, Zhu Jia the bully, Chu Qing the victim and the utterly dumbfounded Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators at the sidelines all straightened their backs instinctively. Leave now. Yes, ma'am. Everyone answered in unison before rushing toward the exit. Chu Qing and the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators walked at the front while Lu Yi and Zhu Jia followed behind. The situation had suddenly taken a downward spiral for him and Zhu Jia. He hadn't expected the woman in the red dress to chase them out all of a sudden. There were a ton of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators lying in wait for them outside the compound. They would be attacked the moment they set foot outside. The woman in the red dress had already given them a warning though. Their situation would be far worse if they stayed. Their only option left was to make a break for it. He had a chance to escape, but Zhu Jia most certainly wasn't going to survive this. I'll go first. A massive palm and a booming voice stopped him in his tracks. Before he knew it, Zhu Jia had already stepped past him and strode toward the exit. Lu Yi followed right behind him and Amber crouched on his shoulder. A few seconds later, the compound's door slammed shut behind them. Lu Yi glanced around them. As expected, every way was blocked by dozens of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators at least. They were all glaring at him with murder in their eyes. Spiritual powers began rising. Spell cultivators began casting their spells, and ghost cultivators and combat cultivators released their flying weapons. Zhu Jia bent down and began channeling his boiling vitality. Lu Yi unsheathed his inviolable as well. Kill them, Chu Qing ordered. Right before they could unleash their attacks, muffled groans suddenly broke out all over the place. It was because their spiritual powers had suddenly become disrupted. The spells were all cancelled in mid-cast, and the flying weapons suddenly fell to the ground as well. The same had happened to Lu Yi and Zhu Jia. The duo only managed to take 2 steps before they were forced to halt in their tracks. Chu Qing's expression turned ugly as she stabilized her chaotic spiritual power in a hurry. Lu Yi did the same thing while sheathing the inviolable. The woman in the red dress had nearly given him a heart attack. He hadn't realized that her rule of no killing applied outside the compound as well. Perhaps the woman had forbidden Lu Yi, Zhu Jia, Chu Qing and everyone else involved from killing each other because she had ordered them to look for her cat. Naturally, it wouldn't be in her interest for her cat seekers to kill each other. Lu Yi relaxed when he noticed this. For now they were safe. A while later he finally let out a long breath and stabilized the spiritual power in his body. He then looked at the nearby Chu Qing and pointed a thumb behind himself. I'm not alone. He and Zhu Jia then strode toward the line of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators and forced their way through. There was absolutely nothing they could do to stop them. Chu Qing was seething with frustration, but so what? Nearly everyone had suffered from the woman's curse just now. She would be foolish to continue along this course now that she realized that her power extended beyond her compound as well. In fact, there was barely any difference at all. The second Lu Yi pushed his way out of the encirclement, he immediately cast Windwalk and ran forward. Zhu Jia wasn't stupid. He followed behind Lu Yi immediately. Chase them. Chu Qing waved her hand, and the 80,000 Demon Ridge cultivators immediately gave chase. The situation had returned to what it was before, but this time Lu Yi and Zhu Jia couldn't hide in the compound anymore. The woman in the red dress was clearly dissatisfied with their slack attitude. To head back now would be to court death. It looked like their situation had reverted, but in reality it wasn't quite the same as it was from before. There was one thing Lu Yi wished to test as soon as possible. It would be most interesting if things went as he thought it would. It wasn't long before they were a few streets away from the compound. Lu Yi abruptly skidded to a stop when he reached a round square. Zhu Jia followed suit even though he didn't know why Lu Yi had suddenly stopped running. A few breaths later, Chu Qing and the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators caught up with them. Surround them, Chu Qing ordered. They immediately formed a tight circle around the duo. The only reason they didn't act was because the apparition's invisible restriction was still present even though they were a long distance away from the compound. She knew this because she had tried to summon her killing intent multiple times during the pursuit to no avail. This frustrated her greatly because she could not take revenge even though her hated enemy was right in front of her. It was no different from torture. From the looks of it, the only way to remove the restriction was to find Tang Yuan. However, she had forgotten to clarify exactly what Tang Yuan was. She knew the apparition wasn't referring to the food. Apparitions did not need to eat to survive. In fact, there was an easy way to solve this problem. They were unable to kill Zhu Jia and Lu Yi because of the woman's restriction, but those who weren't at the compound earlier could. All they needed to do was to get help from other people. In fact, she had already contacted Sunlit Mountain about this. She requested if they could spare some men to take out Lu Yi. Unfortunately, Sunlit Mountain was already fighting against Hidden Light Sanctuary. Including the independent cultivators, about 300 of them were clashing against one another right now. In fact, they were hoping that she and the House of Wintry Blossoms would reinforce them as soon as possible. They were going to meet up with Sunlit Mountain before they ran into Lu Yi and were occupied until now. Chu Qing was unwilling to heed her allies' call for help because her sworn enemy was right in front of her. If she left now, there was a huge chance she wouldn't run into him again until the rift was over. That was why she had no choice but to wait. She would wait until Sunlit Mountain and Hidden Light Sanctuary's fight was over before borrowing their forces. They had already finished negotiations. Once the battle was over, Sunlit Mountain would assist the House of Wintry Blossoms in taking out Lu Yi and Zhu Jia. Then they would work together and sweep the rest of Grand Sky Alliance. It was an arrangement that benefited both of them. For now, their group only needed to stick to Lu Yi. The guy was already dead, he just didn't know it yet. She was just thinking this when something unexpected happened. Apparitions suddenly flew out of the pet crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder, and soon at least a dozen of them were surrounding the young man and Zhu Jia. Most of them were Xianyuan City Watch except two special apparitions. Chu Qing was stunned by this. So, he really can control the Xianyuan City Watch. One of the special apparitions started crying all of a sudden. At the same time, she plucked a note on her pipa. Before they even knew what was happening, a wave of dizziness struck all of them. Spirit shackling ropes were thrown, and 8 unsuspecting cultivators were caught immediately. At the same time, Lu Sanbao struck them with his dice and Yi with her spells. They began dying quickly. By the time the House of Wintry Blossoms recovered, some of their bound cultivators were already killed. Chapter 274, The Woman in the Red Dress Punishment. Lu Yi wasn't just escaping earlier. Just like Chu Qing, he was performing various tests such as growing his killing intent toward Chu Qing or something. Unfortunately, his suspicions were spot on. The woman in the red dress cultivation level was powerful beyond measure, and he was unable to lift a finger against Chu Qing even after he was several streets away from the compound. From the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to inflict any harm against those who were chosen to search for the woman's cat. However, the rule did not apply to Yi. Maybe it was because she was hiding in Amber's body, or maybe because she was an apparition. Regardless of the reason, she was free to act as she pleased, and the same applied to Amber's ghost spirits. It looked like Zhu Jia and him had been surrounded by their enemies, but in reality he was getting ready to launch his counterattack. He would not have stopped otherwise. Chu Qing had to seek help from others to kill Lu Yi, but Lu Yi could skip this step completely because his helpers were already right next to him. They were all hiding in Amber's body right now. The big battle before had cost him a lot of ghost spirits, but those who survived were elites. The sentry leaders and special apparitions such as Lu Sanbao and Peepa Girl were all capable of giving his enemies a run for their money. It worked just as well as he expected, if not better. The surprise attack had killed a couple of enemies instantly, and the rest started attacking on instinct as well. This would have been dangerous for the ghost spirits and Yi because as powerful as they were, there was no way they could survive even one bombardment from 70+ enemies at once. Thankfully, Lu Yi had planned for everything. The second the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators attacked, Amber immediately inhaled in the direction of the ghost spirits and sucked them all into its stomach. At the same time, Lu Yi leaped into the air and charged straight toward an incoming offensive spell, a golden arc slash to be exact. It had been launched by a 9th order spell cultivator and it was quite powerful. It was perfect for the experiment he had in mind. He quickly realized that his action was a tad pointless though. It was because Jia had suddenly scooped Amber into his arms before baring his back at the incoming spells and flying weapons. Stop. Chu Qing realized what was about to happen and screamed in panic. Some quick-witted cultivators were able to control their spells or flying weapons just in time to miss Jia. The slow ones though. At least a dozen spells or flying weapons bounced off Jia's back. At the same time, the golden arc slash was blocked by Lu Ye's protection. There was so much power behind the spell that Lu Ye was struck down from the sky. He hit the ground and skidded at least 10 meters before he came to a stop. He rose back to full height and flicked a finger across his own chest. Then he looked at the ninth order spell cultivator who hit him. A fearful expression was growing on the guy's face. The same expression was spreading across the dozens of cultivators who struck Jia as well. Their spiritual power grew more and more chaotic until they reached the point of berserking. Then he heard a series of pops that sounded pretty similar to popping balloons. Save me, Sister Chu. The ninth order spell cultivator screamed while stretching his hand toward Lu Ye. Ah! Blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the air. The dozens of cultivators were experiencing popping sounds as well. Lu Ye watched this whole scene with a grim expression on his face. His experiment was a success, but the consequences of disobeying the woman in the red dress rule, attacking a fellow cat seeker to be exact, were more severe than he had expected. This was the first time he heard of the popping sounds, but he still recognized them for what it was immediately. It was the sound of one spiritual point being punctured. Judging from the painful looks on his enemies, it wasn't just one spiritual point either. Their spiritual points were being punctured one after another. This was the punishment of the woman in the red dress. Everyone felt chilled watching the afflicted cultivators losing their cultivation bit by bit as their spiritual points were punctured. They went from 9th order to 8th order, and then from 8th order to 7th order. That was as far as it went because they died before they could lose more spiritual points. Amber chose this moment to leap out of Jia's arms. Lu Ye didn't even need to give it the order before it opened its mouth and released its ghost spirits once more. Chu Qing's pupils shook violently as she screamed, "Run!" Peepa Girl began wailing once more. Although Thousand Demon Ridge was prepared this time and managed to shield themselves from the worst effects, that didn't mean they were completely unaffected. As if on cue, the Sentry Leader's spirit shackling ropes, Lu Sanbao's dice and Yi's spells started raining from above. The tables were completely turned. The group who chased Lu Ye and Jia before were now escaping for their lives. At the front, Chu Qing gritted her teeth hard enough to crush it. Right now, the situation was overwhelmingly disadvantageous toward them because they couldn't so much as tickle their opponents with killing intent, while Lu Ye could command the Xianyuan City Watch to do some serious harm. It felt horrendous to be the victim of a one-sided beating. That wasn't all. If this was a fair fight, they could have wiped out the dozen or so apparitions with ease. The problem was that Lu Ye's pet could just inhale the apparitions every time they were about to be hit, and the stray attacks that hit Lu Ye and Jia would trigger the woman in the red dress punishment even if it was an accident. After witnessing the consequences with their own eyes, no one was willing to take the risk unless they were absolutely certain. So their current situation was this. They were unable to attack Lu Ye and Jia because of the woman's punishment. They couldn't just surround them and do nothing either because the Xianyuan City Watch Lu Ye commanded could attack them. Right now the only thing they could do was run like hell. Dozens of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators ran at the front while the ghost spirits chased them, throwing spells, dice or spirit shackling ropes. Lu Ye and Jia followed behind the ghost spirits. It was impossible for the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators to dodge or block all the spells flying toward them. People kept being caught by the spirit shackling ropes and killed. There were over 80 of them at the beginning, but half of them were killed just a quarter of a day later. At this rate, Lu Ye was going to slaughter all of them. Jia was wearing a stupid look on his face because he had no idea how things had turned out this way. That said, he was perfectly fine with this. Trang ling ling. Suddenly, everyone heard a crisp ringing from nearby. It flowed through their hearts like a clear stream and cleared the mind a little. Lu Ye turned toward the source of the ringing and saw something unbelievable. A small but agile figure was running across the rooftop, and it was none other than a cat. It had bright and smooth white fur and a collar wrapped around its neck. The ringing had come from the small bell in the middle of the collar. There's actually a cat in this city? Honestly, he had thought that the woman in the red dress was delusional when she asked him to search for her cat. Some special apparitions requests were completely insane after all. Now though, Tang Yuan the white cat really did exist in the lost city of Xianyuan? Lu Yi did not know if he would receive a reward for bringing the cat back to the woman in the red dress. He hadn't fulfilled Lu Sanbao or Peepa Girl's requests after all. It was worth trying though. Who knows, the reward might be better than he thought. Lu Yi immediately applied windwalk to his legs and ran toward the white cat. The moment he was close enough, he immediately stretched his arm toward it. To his surprise, he missed. The white cat turned out to be much more agile than he thought. Right before Lu Yi could catch it, it suddenly sped up and dashed out of his grasp. Lu Yi landed on the rooftop but didn't stop. He continued to chase after the white cat. As the man and cat chase continued, Lu Yi realized that the cat only looked like it was slow. In reality, it was extremely agile. Every time Lu Yi was about to catch it, it would speed up just enough to dodge out of his grasp. It made him feel like he was being toyed with. Lu Yi frowned and slapped his storage bag. 2 flying weapons flew out and stabbed toward the white cat. The white cat immediately moved faster. It jumped at just the right time to dodge both weapons. Jujia! Lu Yi shouted toward the bottom. The body-tempering cultivator immediately leaped into the air. He had seen the white cat a while ago and was waiting for the right opportunity to catch it. The moment he heard Lu Ye's call, he immediately leaped onto the rooftop, stretched open his arms and blocked the white cat's way. It almost looked like he was welcoming the creature into his arms. The white cat leaped toward Jujia and caused him to reach out with his massive hand. He missed. Not only that, the cat landed on top of his hand for an instant before flipping into the air and landing lithely on his head. Lu Yi and Jujia froze immediately. It was almost as if they had been frozen by a spell. On Jujia's head, the white cat meowed once before licking its paws. It caused Jujia to look above his head before staring at Lu Yi. He slowly stretched his arms and slowly reached out to his head. Lu Yi gestured for Jujia not to act carelessly by shaking his head. However, he nodded right after that. The next instant, Jujia's hands clapped above his head like lightning. Boom! A visible shockwave spread out from the point of impact. If the clap had hit, the white cat would be flattened like a pie even if it was an apparition. It was a short distance away from Jujia though, and it was that disdain in its eyes. Jujia pounced toward the cat like a vicious dog. There was a loud bang and the man crashed through the roof and into the building underneath. Right next to the hole, the white cat peered through curiously as if it had been there all along. Lu Yi tried to seize the moment of distraction and rushed forward, but just like the previous times, it dodged out of the way right before he could catch it. The disdain in its eyes was definitely growing. Lu Yi thought to himself as he stared at the cat. Then he jumped off the rooftop. He could confirm now that the little shit was toying with him and Jujia. It was so fast that he could never catch it with his own power. Since he knew it was futile to catch the white cat, he wasn't going to waste any more time on it. Right now, his top priority should be hunting down Chu Qing and her group. Jujia stepped out of the room where the hole was connected to and looked up at Lu Yi with an inquiring look on his face. Lu Yi shook his head at him to indicate that the hunt was over. Amber wasn't idle when they were trying to catch the white cat. It never stopped commanding the ghost spirits to hunt down Chu Qing's group. On the way, they encountered a scarce trail of bodies that were clearly slain by ghost spirits. The white cat was following them on the rooftops beside theirs, bell ringing the entire way. It was clearly taunting them, but Lu Yi simply pretended that he didn't see it. They didn't go far before they sensed what felt like a turbulent mess of spiritual powers. It looked like there was a big fight ahead of them. It was at this moment Yi returned with Amber. When Lu Yi inquired her what was going on, she confirmed that there was indeed a big battle ahead of them. Judging from the scale, it was probably between Hidden Light Sanctuary and Sunlit Mountain. Chu Qing and her group had already met up with Sunlit Mountain. They returned after seeing that it was impossible to keep up the pursuit any longer. Chapter 275 Save Them. They had predicted that Chu Qing would seek out Sunlit Mountain. Not only were they the mouse in their cat-and-mouse chase, they couldn't even retaliate against them. The only way they could survive was to meet up with their allies. There was some bad news though. According to EE, Hidden Light Sanctuary was currently being pushed back by Sunlit Mountain. Li was a bit puzzled by this. The House of Wintry Blossoms had not been able to provide their allies any support because he had been keeping them busy and even slaughtering them this whole time. Logically speaking, Hidden Light Sanctuary only needed to deal with Sunlit Mountain, and last time he checked their strength was more or less the same as one another. So why was Sunlit Mountain able to push them back? Back in the valley, Ji Yen of Hidden Light Sanctuary had attempted to recruit his aid. He had turned him down because he didn't like working with strangers, much less obeying their orders. He had believed that his journey would be more rewarding if he traveled alone, and that was proven true not long after he entered the lost city of Xianyuan. He would not have gained nearly as many rewards if he had worked with Hidden Light Sanctuary. However, Hidden Light Sanctuary was in danger right now. If Sunlit Mountain, a Thousand Demon Ridge sect was able to defeat them, then all Grand Sky Coalition cultivators in the city would be in grave danger. That was why it didn't take him long to decide that it was time to pay Hidden Light Sanctuary a visit. Now was the time to work together with his allies. An incense stick later, Lu Yi and Zhu Jia had entered the combat zone where the two forces were engaging one another. The battlefield spanned at least a dozen streets, and every building could potentially be hiding an enemy or more. Just passing through the area might be enough to trigger the enemy to attack them. On a long street, several Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were mounting an organized retreat as they weathered the enemy's attacks. The street they were treading was red with blood, and their companions' bodies littered its entire length. They were outnumbered and outgunned by the enemy group pursuing them. They had already sent out the request for help, but their side was being pushed back to begin with. Almost everyone was facing the same situation as them, so how could anyone possibly come to their rescue? They were unwilling to resign themselves to death though. Right now, they were just waiting for the opportunity to drag their enemies to the grave with them. Unfortunately, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were fighting very conservatively, probably because they suffered the same trick before. They only attacked with spells and flying weapons, and they did not get close to their opponents unless absolutely necessary. Clearly, they were intending to force them to use up all of their spiritual power before killing them. Knowing what their enemies were planning, the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were unwilling to drag out the battle any longer. They exchanged a glance with each other before the leader commanded them to charge toward the enemy. Blood spilled as colorful lights sailed across the air. 2 cultivators were dead before they ever got close to the enemy. Another 2 fell a breath later, leaving behind only an 8th Order combat cultivator. He managed to reach one enemy cultivator, charge his spiritual artifact with power before bringing it down on their head. Unfortunately, a spell struck him in the chest and sent him flying before the attack could land. By the time he hit the ground, he was already on his last breath. Foolish cur. The leader of the Thousand Demon Ridge group humphed coldly before stepping forward to take the combat cultivator's life. He had just taken a step when he paused with a frown. "What's that noise?" he demanded. He could hear a rumbling noise approaching from the side. The next thing he knew, a towering figure blew a hole out of a nearby house and rushed out into the open. The leader exclaimed in shock, "Zhu Jia?" He clearly recognized the body-tempering cultivator. Contrary to his appearance, Zhu Jia did not actually know what was going on when he burst through the house. He was just moving toward the nearest explosion of spiritual power when he suddenly found himself being attacked by a group of enemies. He bowed his head and assumed a crouching position. Then he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Multiple ripples appeared on his body as the attacks landed. However, they were unable to stop him before they were forced to scatter and lose their formation. An unfortunate cultivator was even sent flying while his bones snapped like twigs. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators tried to return to formation, but not before a wail and the twang of a pipa hit them. As if on cue, the Xianyuan City Watch appeared on the rooftops and hit them with their spirit-shackling ropes. Flying weapons sliced through bodies and reaped their lives. It wasn't long before the group of 8 were reduced to just 1. Seeing that the fight was over, Lu Yi recalled his flying weapons and jumped down from the roof. While accompanied by some ghost spirits, he walked up to the bloodied Grand Sky Coalition combat cultivator and inspected his wounds. A moment later he sighed inside his head. There was no saving the man. Suddenly, the 8th Order combat cultivator's complexion improved as if he was experiencing terminal lucidity. He was surprised to see the ghost spirits, but his attention was quickly drawn toward Lu Yi and Zhu Jia. Hope reigniting from the ashes of his despair, he seized Lu Ye's arm and croaked, "Save them." "I will." Lu Yi nodded slowly. The arm let go, and the combat cultivator's life force quickly faded into nothing. Yi was sweeping the battlefield. Zhu Jia was lifting an incapacitated Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator and holding him in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't understand what Zhu Jia intended until he said, "Take the kill." "It's fine, you can kill him yourself." Lu Yi thought Zhu Jia was trying to pay back the favor he received with contribution points, not knowing that Zhu Jia was trained to be the first to charge into any combat situation, cripple the enemies and leave the last hit to Sima Yang. Zhu Jia scratched his head after Lu Yi. He had killed some House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators earlier, but he did not remember it all because anger had completely overtaken his head at the time. Now that he was in control of himself, he found killing to be an extremely foreign concept to him. That said, he was a ninth-order cultivator. He might not have taken a life until recently, but that was only because Sima Yang forbade him from killing, not because he was unwilling to kill. So, Zhu Jia threw the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator on the ground after a moment of thought. Then he raised his foot and stomped the terrified cultivator's head into pieces like a watermelon. It was quite the bloody scene to say the least. Lu Yi shot Zhu Jia a glance but did not comment on the rather brutal method of killing. He waved and said, "Let's go." He and Zhu Jia continued to follow the shockwaves and successfully rescued two groups of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators along the way. They had all been split apart by the enemy until they were rescued. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia followed the directions they were given and finally arrived at the main battlefield an incense stick later. All buildings within the main battlefield had been destroyed. Countless bodies were strewn across the rubble. The group led by Hidden Light Sanctuary had dwindled to just 100 or so, but the one led by Sunlight Mountain was over 150 strong. Right now they were trading flying weapon attacks and spells with each other. The Thousand Demon Ridge group drastically outnumbered Grand Sky Coalitions, so they were able to force them back with ease. Their advantage kept snowballing as more and more Grand Sky Coalition cultivators died screaming and writhing. At this rate they were going to be routed very soon. Not a single person tried to escape though. They all knew that escaping would only worsen their circumstances. If they stuck together, then they still had the power to put up some resistance. If they scattered, they might survive for now, but they would certainly be hunted down to the last later. Unfortunately, even though their unity was at an all-time high, there was no denying that they were just delaying their deaths. Thousand Demon Ridge's assault was fierce and unrelenting. They had mounted several charges already, but they were still unable to breach Grand Sky Coalition's defense line. They were wondering if it was time to switch gears and fight conservatively. After all, victory was firmly in their grasp. As long as they held steady and kept pushing, it was only a matter of time before they exhausted their enemy and killed them all. The numbers advantage was irreversible at this point. In fact, they were doing just that until the House of Wintry Blossoms met up with them and brought them a certain piece of news. Then they resumed their aggression and attempted to grind down Grand Sky Coalition's defense line in the shortest amount of time possible, to win before a certain variable could potentially shake things up. Unfortunately, they weren't fast enough. Both sides were locking horns with one another when suddenly, a sound attack in the form of a wail spread across the battlefield. Countless Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators suddenly paused their actions for a short moment. The brief respite was enough for the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators to take advantage of and launch a counterattack. That wasn't all. A bunch of ghost spirits appeared out of nowhere and tossed their spirit-shackling ropes. Caught completely off guard, at least 8,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were caught and subsequently killed. Suddenly, some Grand Sky Coalition cultivators heard something and turned toward the source of the noise. They immediately broke into looks of pleasant surprise. It was because they saw a towering figure. It's Zhu Jia. That fucking Sima Yang finally came to our rescue. I guess he wasn't hopelessly stupid after all. Exclamations of surprise broke out everywhere. It would seem that Zhu Jia's arrival was surprisingly well received. Then again, the body-tempering cultivator was extremely famous in the area, so much so that even their enemies kept tabs on him. The point was, everyone's morale was lifted when they learned that the powerful body-tempering cultivator would be joining them. If nothing else, Zhu Jia's presence would make it so much more difficult for Thousand Demon Ridge to break through their defense line. There were two things that puzzled them though. Not only was the body-tempering cultivator standing together with a bunch of apparitions, these apparitions seemed to be on their side since they were only attacking Thousand Demon Ridge's cultivators. Also, the man casting fire dragons next to Zhu Jia did not look like Sima Yang. Meanwhile, Ji Yin let out a sigh of relief when he saw Zhu Jia as well. He had tried multiple times to recruit Sima Yang and Zhu Jia to their cause, but not only did he fail, the goddamned spell cultivator had tried to charge him an arm and a leg for their services. However, Gu Kanyang was currently languishing in the dungeons right now, and he was just acting as his replacement. Since he did not have the authority to make executive decisions, there was no way he could promise Sima Yang the rewards he desired. Now, it looked like Sima Yang wasn't completely short-sighted. At the very least, he knew that it would be bad for everyone if they lost. He was puzzled by the apparitions surrounding Zhu Jia, but now wasn't the time to ask questions. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If they were attacking Thousand Demon Ridge, then they were their allies. It was that simple. On the other side, a young man was staring at the ghost spirits and Lu Yi with a stern expression on his face. He was none other than the legate of Sunlit Mountain, Qi Ming. Is that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect? Qi Ming asked with a frown. That's him, Chu Qing replied through gritted teeth beside him. He's the one who single-handedly destroyed your group? Qi Ming said in a tone that conveyed clear dissatisfaction. Chapter 276, Counterattack. When Chu Qing finally met up with him, he had thought that they would be able to topple Hidden Light Sanctuary in one fell swoop. However, he was shocked to find that her group was less than 30 strong. Over 100 House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators had entered the Rift of Fortune this time. Even if some of them were unlucky enough to be caught and jailed by the Xianyuan City Watch, they should still possess a considerable amount of troops. In reality, their numbers had dwindled to just 30 or so, including those who hadn't met up with Chu Qing yet. That wasn't enough people to overwhelm Hidden Light Sanctuary's defense line in one go. At best, it was adding flowers to a brocade. Since the beginning, Qi Ming had messaged Chu Qing to focus on Hidden Light Sanctuary first and everything else later. If the Grand Sky Coalition sect was vanquished, then the remaining cultivators would only be sand they could sweep away at their leisure. However, Chu Qing could not let go of Lu Yi. He could have accepted this if she at least succeeded in taking out the cultivator, but no, they were reduced to less than 30 people. Although Sunlit Mountain wasn't the one who suffered those casualties, their loss had greatly impacted his plan. Naturally, he was incredibly displeased with this outcome. In fact, he would have called her a bimbo if they didn't share a good relationship with each other. Chu Qing could hear the criticism in his words as a matter of course. She felt aggrieved, but she could not deny that she had screwed up big time. She had told him everything on the way here. The main reason Lu Yi was able to destroy around 2/3 of her force was all thanks to that woman in the red dress. They would not have suffered such a horrendous defeat if the apparition hadn't commanded them to find that Tang Yuan they still had no idea about. Still, she definitely deserved the blame for the screw-ups. She was already trying to make up for it. We should take out the apparitions first. They are more trouble than they seem, Chu Qing suggested. The House of Wintry Blossoms had had enough of the apparitions. While the Xianyuan City Watch did not have many ways to kill the enemy, the spirit shackling rope alone was enough to cause havoc among their ranks. In a big battle like this, getting caught by the spirit shackling rope was practically a death sentence. I know, Qi Ming replied in a disgruntled voice before giving an order. Dozens of people immediately switched targets to Lu Yi and launched their spells and flying weapons at him. The fearless Zhu Jia immediately stepped forward to block all the attacks with his flesh and blood. At the same time, Lu Yi attempted to intercept as many attacks with his 2 flying weapons. His flying weapons moved quickly even though he could only control 2 of them at a time. Combined with Zhu Jia's defense, they were able to reduce much of the attacks flying toward the ghost spirits. Moreover, since they drew away a good amount of pressure from the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, the latter was able to recover and mount a much better counterattack. What should have been a landslide defeat actually started trending toward a stalemate. This outcome greatly invigorated the cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition as a matter of course. The wailing noise was grating on the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators' senses more and more. The constant bombardment of spirit shackling ropes was a source of great annoyance as well. The lucky ones managed to break free before the flying weapons and spells could hit them, and the unlucky ones were killed as a matter of course. More and more Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were killed. The situation really was starting to stabilize. Realizing that Lu Ye's team was having a huge effect on the overall battle, Zhu Yan immediately ordered a squad of a dozen or so cultivators to move in their direction and share some of their burden. This allowed the ghost spirits to act to their heart's content. This was especially true for Peepa Girl, as 3 cultivators surrounded and protected her at all times. Both Ji Yan and Qi Ming had realized the massive effect Peepa Girl had on a battlefield like this. The Xianyuan City Watch and even Lu Sanbao's method of attacks was monotonous. The former could only shoot their spirit-shackling ropes and Lu Sanbao his dice, but Peepa Girl's wailing affected an entire area. Every time she cried, countless thousand Demon Ridge cultivators would suffer a short but potentially fatal loss of concentration. Combined with the twangs of her Peepa, she was a killing machine capable of dictating the direction of any battlefield. Of course, Thousand Demon Ridge would attempt to kill her as quickly as possible. While everyone was busy murdering the hell out of each other, a blurry figure was slowly making his way toward Lu Yi. The man wasn't moving particularly quickly. Those who knew what they were looking for might even be able to spot a vague outline of sorts. However, no one had the energy to do so since they were embroiled in the big battle right now. No one could imagine that the enemy would be bold enough to infiltrate their backlands at this time either. Obviously, only a ghost cultivator was capable of such a feat. The ghost cultivator had withdrawn his aura so thoroughly that even the spirit artifact in his hand was fully hidden. He was slowly but surely approaching the tiger on Lu Ye's shoulder, Amber. According to Chu Qing's intel, the pet was the true reason Lu Yi was able to control the Xianyuan City Watch. That was why Qi Ming had ordered the ghost cultivator to kill it. The apparition should no longer constitute a threat if it was dead. In fact, the ghost cultivator had been skulking about since the beginning. His original target was Ji Yan, but he was unable to find a good opportunity to carry out the assassination until Qi Ming changed his focus to Amber. 30 meters, 15 meters, 7 meters. No one saw it coming when the ghost cultivator finally launched his surprise attack. Right before the attack could land, his vision suddenly blurred, and the surrounding noise suddenly vanished into nothing. Before he knew it, he found out that he was standing in the middle of a stone forest. Lu Yi looked behind his back immediately. Yi also took a few steps away from the front in a hurry. She lifted the concealed 9-realm scroll from the ground and saw that an unknown figure had appeared within the painting. She immediately channeled her spiritual power to stabilize the 9-realm scroll. After she nodded at Lu Yi, the young man set Amber on the ground and waited for Yi to throw the ward scroll over his head. 10 breaths later, Yi shook the 9-realm scroll and Lu Yi reappeared along with a corpse. Lu Yi had to admit that a 9th-order ghost cultivator was someone to be feared. They were able to conceal their presence so well that he never noticed a thing until it was too late. If he hadn't anticipated such a possibility and laid down the 9-realm scroll beforehand, Amber would already be dead. This was a good reminder to be careful whenever he went up against one or multiple ghost cultivators. They could sneak up on him at any moment. Of course, it wasn't completely his fault. The situation was a bit chaotic right now. Qi Ming vaguely sensed something amiss when his ghost cultivator had perished. He immediately checked his battlefield imprint and confirmed that his fear had come true. His expression darkened instantly. The 9th-order ghost cultivator was a member of Sunlit Mountain and extremely proficient in the art of concealment. However, the enemy still killed him somehow. When he observed the battlefield again, he also noted that the enemy had recovered to the point where they were capable of launching effective counterattacks from time to time. Since Lu Yi had shown up with the apparitions, Thousand Demon Ridge's body count had climbed to 30 plus or so. Although they still outnumbered Grand Sky Coalition for the moment, the one-sided beatdown they were applying on their enemies before was long gone and nigh impossible to regain. The apparition's wail also ensured that their numbers advantage was neutralized. At this rate, they would end up with a Pyrrhic victory even if they won. Qi Ming hesitated to make the call, but he could see that the battle was growing worse for his side. In the end, he had no choice but to order a retreat. The Grand Sky Coalition wasn't going to let them go easily as a matter of course. They gave chase until Ji Yan gave the order to stop. Both sides suffered some casualties during the process. That was the end of the first big battle between the Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge. Almost everyone on the Grand Sky Coalition had suffered some degree of injury, and even Lu Yi had lost a considerable amount of forces. Lu Sanbao and Peepa Girl were fine, but his dozen of sentry leaders had dwindled to just 3. Most of them had been destroyed during the battle. It couldn't be helped. Considering how chaotic the battle had been, He could not have protected his ghost spirits perfectly even with Jiujia's and his allies' aid, not to mention that Thousand Demon Ridge had tried to mow them down for a while. If Jiujia wasn't present, he was sure he would have lost all of his ghost spirits. Ji Yin and a few Hidden Light Sanctuary cultivators strode toward them. Before they even came close, they clasped their hands together and said, "Thank you for your timely assistance, fellow cultivator. We are all Grand Sky Coalition here. It is only natural that I aid my faction." Lu Yi returned the salute. Ji Yin remembered Lu Yi now. They had spoken briefly in the valley before. Unfortunately, the young man had rejected his invitation at the time. "May I know your name, fellow cultivator?" "I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect." Crimson Blood Sect? Ji Yan's eyebrows moved up. Is it the Crimson Blood Sect of Bingzhou? The cultivators accompanying him looked surprised as well. They were clearly aware of the Crimson Blood Sect. Exactly. Ji Yan looked Lu Yi up and down before asking doubtfully, "About half a year ago, a Crimson Blood Sect cultivator named Lu Yi had fought a great battle against the experts of Thousand Demon Ridge at the peak of Golden Top. Could it be? It is I." Ji Yan immediately exclaimed in realization. "It really is you? I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time, Brother Yi. On that day, Brother Gu had told me how impressed he was with your feat, and that he regretted not being present to witness your greatness firsthand that day." Brother Gu would be most envious if he learned that I was able to meet you before him. If only. He suddenly cut himself off as if thinking better before smiling. "Anyway, you are most deserving of your fame, Brother Yi. You praise me too much, Brother Ji." Ji Yin made an inviting gesture. "We have much to discuss, Brother Yi. Please follow me." A while later they arrived at a large courtyard that had clearly seen better days. As they went inside, Lu Yi saw many cultivators receiving medical attention from the medicine cultivators. Most of the time, large groups like this were accompanied by some medicine cultivators. The same applied to Thousand Demon Ridge. However, very few cultivators were medicine cultivators, and that was even more obvious in this city. There were only a few medicine cultivators among the 100-strong group, meaning that they were absolutely swamped right now. Only those with serious injuries were carried into the courtyard to be treated. The ones with light injuries basically had to treat their own wounds. "If you don't mind me asking, why is Jiujia traveling with you, Brother Yi? Where is Sima Yang?" Ji Yan asked while shooting a glance at the blood-soaked Jiujia. He had a feeling he knew the answer, but he didn't dare to make baseless assumptions. "Sima Yang is dead. I decided to travel with Jiujia after running into him by coincidence." Sima Yang is dead. Lu Yi wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought that Ji Yan was happy to hear of the death of the spell cultivator. That is a shame. Sima Yang may be an independent cultivator, but he is not without some merits. I had attempted to recruit him to my Hidden Light Sanctuary to no avail. I did not expect him to die at such a place. He called out after saying this, "Sister Lin. Sister Lin." A blood-soaked female cultivator with a scarf tied to her forehead ran over. "Yes, Brother Ji." Ji pointed at Jiujia and said, "Please treat Brother Jiujia's wounds. He is one of the reasons we were able to seize victory today." "Of course," the female cultivator responded before gesturing for Jiujia to follow. "Come with me." Jiujia did as she said. Chapter 277, A Gentleman Uses His Mouth and Not His Fists. After seeing Jiujia off, Ji Yan looked back at Lu Yi with a solemn expression on his face. "Brother Yi, I'll be frank with you. Our situation is pretty bad right now. If you don't mind me asking, will you stay and assist us in repelling the enemy?" Lu Yi replied affirmatively, "That is why I have come." Ji Yan let out a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Lu Yi would most likely assist them, he could not be assured until he heard a proper answer. "That is good to hear." He moved on to his next question. "By the way, did you encounter the House of Wintry Blossoms while you were exploring the city?" "I did, yes. That was putting it lightly. They had clashed so many times there was enough material to compose a full tale. Something isn't right with them." Ji Yan voiced his worries with a deep frown. "I'll be honest with you, the only reason we were able to hold on until now is because the House of Wintry Blossoms had not come to their allies' aid. I mean, they did show up in the end, but it was only a small portion of their forces. I do not know what their main force is doing, and that worries me. There is no way we can hold back Thousand Demon Ridge if they were to meet up with Sunlit Mountain. About that, you don't need to worry about the House of Wintry Blossoms, Brother Ji. What you saw is everyone they have left. Ji Yin looked at Lu Yi in puzzlement. Most of their forces are dead, Lu Yi clarified while performing a quick mental calculation in his head. At the beginning, Chu Qing had lost a dozen or so people when trying and failing to ambush him. Later, he and Zhu Jia killed another dozen or so people when he was saving Zhu Jia. After that, they and the ghost spirits pursued their main force for about a quarter of a day and killed over 30 people in the process. In total, the House of Wintry Blossoms had lost over 60 people. The House of Wintry Blossoms had entered the Rift of Fortune with a party of over 100, but he had to assume that some of them were caught and jailed by the Xianyuan City Watch right from the get-go. Therefore, Chu Qing's group could very well be the last remnant of the House of Wintry Blossoms. Ji Yin was going to ask how they died when he realized that Lu Yi had to have a hand in their demise. He could not have been so sure otherwise. Was it your doing, Brother Yi? You could say that. Ji Yin was stunned to say the least. To single-handedly vanquish over 2/3 of a 100-person party, it was an unimaginable feat even if he presumed that Lu Yi was underplaying Zhu Jia's role in this. Now Ji Yin realized he had been worrying about nothing. The main bulk of House of Wintry Blossoms had already met up with Sunlit Mountain. It was just that their numbers weren't nearly enough to pose a real threat. Is it because of the apparitions? Ji Yin immediately put two and two together. There were two reasons he was treating Lu Yi with the utmost respect. 1. The Crimson Blood sect was extremely famous. 2. He had witnessed the apparitions helping Lu Yi in the big battle with his own eyes. This was especially true for the special apparition who wailed and played the pipa. Without exaggeration, their casualties would have been much worse without her presence. That is correct. Again Lu Yi nodded and responded affirmatively. Since he had made up his mind to fight alongside Hidden Light Sanctuary, there was no longer any need to conceal his advantages. At the very least, he should let his allies know what he was capable of so they knew how to maximize his effectiveness. Your abilities are truly unfathomable, Brother Yi, Ji Yin said with admiration. Lu Yi changed the subject. What is your plan now, Brother Ji? Ji Yin replied, we will rest and recuperate for the moment. Now that we have you and Zhu Jia, Thousand Demon Ridge should not dare to mount another attack without considerable preparation. Have you not considered retaliating, Brother Ji? Ji Yin replied, of course I have. The lost city of Xianyuan may be huge, but there can only be one tiger in a mountain. I am sure that Thousand Demon Ridge would return even though your and Zhu Jia's timely assistance have foiled their plans temporarily. After all, the casualties they took weren't enough to debilitate their overall fighting strength. Rather than waiting for them to return and defend passively, I plan to rest for the day and strike back tomorrow. What do you think, Brother Yi? I do not see a problem with that. In fact, that was exactly what he wanted to hear. The reason he hadn't made the suggestion himself was because Hidden Light Sanctuary was the de facto leader of the cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition right now. Since he had thrown in his lot with them, he should at least hear them out before voicing his own opinions. He was glad to hear that Ji Yan's plan coincided with his. Do you know where I can find more special apparitions, Brother Ji? Since the plan was to attack Thousand Demon Ridge, he needed to replenish his ghost spirits as quickly as possible. If he could bolster his little army with more special apparitions like Lu Sanbao and Pipa Girl, then even better. He only had 2 special apparitions right now, but their influence in any battle was more valuable than 1 or more squads of spectral sentries. Pipa Girl's effect need not be said. Her cry and her Pipa were capable of disrupting the enemy's concentration to a certain degree and lower their fighting strength. Lu Sanbao might not stand out as much as Pipa Girl, but that was only because the latter's skill could affect a massive group. His 3 dice were far more powerful and flexible than any 9th Order cultivator's spirit artifact, spell or technique. His attempts to search for special apparitions alone had yielded subpar results. He was hoping his search efficiency would improve if he worked with Hidden Light Sanctuary. Realization flashed across Ji Yan's features. He immediately said, you know what? I do know a special apparition. In fact, he is right around the corner. If you are in a hurry, I can send someone to take you there right now. That will be perfect. Ji Yan immediately called over an 8th Order combat cultivator and gave him some instructions. The combat cultivator immediately nodded and led the way. The combat cultivator obviously knew who Lu Yi was. He had also witnessed the young man and his ghost spirits during the earlier battle, but he was wise enough not to ask about the sensitive subjects. He simply made idle chat with Lu Yi and told him about the characteristics of the special apparition. Lu Yi made sure to remember them all. Lu Yi would have liked to run into some spectral sentries on their way to the special apparition, but alas it wasn't meant to be. They soon arrived at a building with a lantern hanging at the entrance and an illegible inscribed board. After they arrived at the entrance, the 8th Order combat cultivator stopped in his tracks and let out a small cough. "This is it, Brother Yi. I will not be accompanying you inside." Lu Yi nodded before pushing the door open and stepping inside. He had barely crossed the threshold when the door slammed shut behind him. Lu Yi looked to the front and saw a scholarly apparition working away at a paper with gusto. It was impossible to tell what he was writing, only that he didn't notice even after Lu Yi had entered his abode. Lu Yi strode forward and sat down on the opposite side of the table. He then waited patiently for the scholar to finish his work. An entire hour later, the scholar finally set down his brush and broke into a wide grin. He examined his own work for a moment before praising it wholeheartedly. "What a work of art you are." He looked up at Lu Yi and greeted him like he was an acquaintance. "Perfect timing. Come evaluate my work, will you?" He then handed the paper to Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not accept it. He continued to caress Amber's fur and stare at the scholar in silence. According to the combat cultivator, the scholar wasn't a dangerous special apparition. Unlike Lu Sanbao, who wanted all who gambled with him to eventually gamble their lives away, this apparition only wanted to show off his work to outsiders and earn their praise. The problem was that the scholar's so-called work of art was so terrible that it hurt to give it any praise at all. It was why the combat cultivator hadn't accompanied Lu Yi even though it wasn't dangerous. His conscience suffered to tell such a bald-faced lie. Lu Yi did not know what kind of ability the scholar possessed, but he could see that his aura was richer than Lu Sanbao's. So he held a finger above Amber's head and tapped it twice. The ghost spirits immediately flew out into the open and surrounded the scholar. The scholar stared at the apparitions for a moment before holding his brush defensively in front of himself. He then threatened weakly, "A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists." "Makes sense." Lu Yi agreed. As if on cue, Amber opened its mouth and roared at the scholar. A moment later, the combat cultivator saw Lu Yi walking out of the building. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the young man was perfectly unharmed despite the earlier commotion. "Brother Yi, Brother Ji just sent me a message. He told me that the independent cultivators know another 2 places with special apparitions. Can you take me there?" "I think so, yes." "Lead the way." This time, the 8th Order combat cultivator got to see exactly how Lu Yi was able to control the apparitions. When they stumbled onto a squad of Xianyuan City Watch, Lu Yi immediately instructed Amber to release the ghost spirits and captured them all. Then, Amber swallowed the apparitions one by one. The combat cultivator could not help but be amazed. He wasn't an inexperienced fledgling, but this was the first time he saw a spirit beast with an ability like this. It was incredible it could control any apparition it devoured. 2 hours later, they arrived at the second location. This time, the 8th Order combat cultivator went in with Lu Yi probably because he wanted to further his knowledge. He saw a bunch of spectral sentries flying out of Amber's body and binding the special apparition with their spirit shackling ropes. After Lu Yi whacked them a couple of times with his blade, and his pet did what it had done to the Xianyuan City Watch earlier. The entire process was as fluid as it was practiced. It was quite the thought-provoking experience for the combat cultivator. 2 hours later, they arrived at the 3rd building and stepped inside. A short while later, the duo came out side by side. "Is there anyone else?" Lu Yi asked a bit wistfully. He could get used to this. "No. That's it." The 8th Order combat cultivator shook his head. He looked a bit dazed for some reason. "Let's look for the Xianyuan City Watch then." Special apparitions were rare, but the same could not be said for the Xianyuan City Watch. Although their numbers had dwindled considerably compared to the beginning, it still wasn't hard to run into one. A quarter of a day later, Lu Yi finally replenished his ghost spirit army in full. He wasn't able to gather many sentry leaders, only 7 to be exact. However, his number of special apparitions had grown to 5. Besides Lu Sanbao and Peepa Girl, he now had a scholar, a blind fortune teller, and a butcher. It was a strange party, but then again maybe not. These special apparitions were cultivators of the lost city of Xianyuan until they met with destruction. Considering how big the city was, it was only natural that there were all kinds of cultivators in it. Ji Yan welcomed Lu Yi with open arms when they returned to their encampment. Clearly he had heard of Lu Ye's exploits from his sect mates. Chapter 278 Battle. Grand Sky Coalition was now ready to launch a counterattack. Ji Yan's scouts had also discovered Thousand Demon Ridge's latest encampment. They would officially mobilize half a day later. Originally he wasn't sure if their side would win. Although Lu Yi and Zhu Jia's addition was a great boon, their overall number was still lower than Thousand Demon Ridge's. Logically speaking, it was a coin flip who would emerge the victor. He changed his mind after learning that Lu Yi had over 30 apparitions under his command. However, 5 of them were special apparitions no less, not to mention that these apparitions could be replenished even if they were destroyed. This meant that they technically had a near infinite amount of reinforcements as long as Lu Yi was alive. It did not matter if they lost the upcoming assault, they could just launch another assault at a later date and eat away at the enemy's strength slowly. They would run out of forces eventually. At the beginning, Ji Yan was prepared to die for his sect and his cultivation faction. No matter how he looked at it, losing Gu Kanyang at the very beginning and fighting 1 versus 2 against their neighbors was an irreversible disadvantage. He never thought that things would turn out this way, and so much better than even his most optimistic estimations. He could already imagine his upcoming promotion. At the very least, he was going to receive all kinds of rewards. Everything was looking up except for one thing: his senior brother and legate, Gu Kanyang. He wondered how Brother Gu was faring in the dungeon. The news that they would be launching a counterattack in half a day had already been spread. The independent cultivators were already messaging the friends who hadn't shown up yet to join them. Soon, another 30 or so cultivators joined their ranks. They were sure that there were still more independent cultivators hiding God knows where and doing God knows what, but there was nothing they could do about that. The independent cultivators probably thought that Hidden Light Sanctuary was going to lose and chose to preserve themselves, no matter how unwise that decision might be. Obviously, Thousand Demon Ridge's independent cultivators must be meeting up with Sunlit Mountain and the House of Wintry Blossoms as well. In fact, they should be able to gather more independent cultivators than Hidden Light Sanctuary. After all, it seemed like Thousand Demon Ridge held the absolute advantage in this rift of fortune. Lu Yi was very curious to know what they would think after the next battle. Lu Yi found a place to sit down to recover his strength and unlock the restraining locks of his storage bags. Amber needed some time to recover as well. It had used up far too much energy to command the ghost spirits, so much so that it was an entire size thinner than it was before. Yi was heartbroken to see it right now. Zhu Jia also sat down beside Lu Yi after receiving treatment from the medicine cultivator. He was still wearing nothing but a pair of pants. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows when he looked at the body-tempering cultivator. Zhu Jia had accumulated a ton of injuries after all the battles he had fought until this point, and a not insignificant amount of them went as deep as the bone. However, they were almost invisible now. There was no way the medicine cultivator's treatment alone could have healed him to this extent. His recovery speed must be ridiculous. Lu Yi took out a large piece of meat from the storage bag and passed it to Zhu Jia. The body-tempering cultivator did not hesitate to accept it and chowed down earnestly. It took Lu Yi 2 hours to unlock all of the storage bags. After placing all the items in one pile and sorting them out, he placed a small pile into a storage bag and gave it to Zhu Jia. "This is for you." The simple-minded man hadn't even owned a storage bag prior to Sima Yang's death. Heavens only know how he managed to survive this far. When Lu Yi was chatting with the 8th Order Combat Cultivator earlier, he had learned a little bit about Zhu Jia. Apparently, it was common knowledge that Zhu Jia was Sima Yang's cash cow. It was why both independent cultivators and sect disciples despised the spell cultivator. They considered it a sin to bully an honest man the way he did. It wasn't like no one had told Zhu Jia about Sima Yang's exploitation and advised him to leave, but the body-tempering cultivator never paid the advice any heed. It was as if he didn't want anything but enough food to see another day. The independent cultivators pitied him greatly, but there was only so much you could do to help someone who refused to be helped. It was rumored that Zhu Jia was born on the Spirit Creek battlefield and not Jiuzhou, and it was all thanks to Sima Yang he was able to cultivate. The spell Cultivator was only second or third order when he encountered Zhu Jia in the wilderness, and he decided to teach Zhu Jia some cultivation techniques after taking note of his talent. Since then Zhu Jia had been his loyal servant. Zhu Jia clearly wasn't expecting the offer. He stared at the storage bag for a moment before looking at Lu Yi. Lu Yi gave his own waist a slap, and Zhu Jia broke into a simple, toothy grin. He then hung the storage bag on his waist like Lu Yi did. There's a defensive spirit artifact in the storage bag. You may refine it for your own use, Lu Yi advised. Zhu Jia possessed some of, if not the toughest physique Lu Yi had ever seen in his life. Right now Lu Yi was strong enough to kill an ordinary 9th order body tempering cultivator with ease. Even an elite like Xiao Yun of the House of Wintry Blossoms only cost him a bit more time and effort. Even Xiao Yun was like a child compared to Zhu Jia though. Lu Yi strongly suspected that Zhu Jia possessed some sort of unique physique. That said, there was no such thing as an invincible physique. The numerous wounds Zhu Jia had accumulated earlier were proof of that. If he had a defensive spirit artifact though, he would be able to handle a massive attack better. Half a day passed by in the blink of an eye. When Ji Yan gave the order, 100 or so cultivators split into a dozen or so teams and set out. People could be seen traversing through streets and rooftops at high speed. They soundlessly made their way toward Thousand Demon Ridge's encampment. 2 hours later they arrived at their destination. The Thousand Demon Ridge watchmen were alerted of their movement immediately. It wasn't because they weren't stealthy enough, but because it was simply impossible for a group over 100 strong to travel completely undetected. An incense stick later the battle was fully engaged. Spells and flying weapons clashed fiercely in mid-air. Ghost cultivators were constantly trying to slip behind enemy lines and assassinate suitable targets. From time to time, a scream would pierce through the air before being silenced abruptly. While observing the battlefield, Ji Yan could not help but wipe away some cold sweat from his forehead. He had thought that the 30 independent cultivators they recruited would be enough to wipe out the numbers advantage the enemy had, but that was just his imagination. It was clear that Thousand Demon Ridge had had an influx of independent cultivators as well. This would have been a hard battle without Lu Ye's army of apparitions. He snuck a glance at Lu Ye's direction when he finally found the time to do so. He felt his confidence swelling when he saw how well the young man's apparitions were doing. He already knew from his 8th order combat cultivator that the one who commanded the apparitions was Lu Ye's pet. Since these apparitions were the deciding factor of this and all future battles, Ji Yan gave them the best protection he could afford. An entire group was dedicated to protect Lu Yi and his pet only. Not counting Zhu Jia, 3 brawny body tempering cultivators were currently standing in front of Lu Yi and Amber. There were also 5 spell cultivators covering their flanks with their spells. Of course, Lu Yi and Zhu Jia weren't idle either. They were doing their best to block or intercept the incoming attacks as well. Lu Yi had instructed Zhu Jia to refrain from reckless actions long before the battle began. In fact, he told him not to attack even if the enemy managed to close the distance. It was because he didn't want either of them to fall for Chu Qing's trap. He still remembered how horribly the House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators who hid him and Zhu Jia had died. The reward was simply not worth the risk. For obvious reasons, Lu Ye's corner was easily the most eye-catching of the entire battlefield. The Xianyuan city watched through spirit-shackling ropes, and the 5 special apparitions did their own thing. Pipa Girl wailed and played her pipa. Lu Sanbao killed his enemies with his dice. The scholar wrote words in the air using a huge brush that was 1/3 of a meter long that automatically flew into the enemy ranks and dealt damage, and the blind fortune teller kept tossing the ancient coins he used to tell fortunes into the air. It looked like he was fooling around, but every time his coins formed a straight line, someone in Thousand Demon Ridge's battle lines would let out a blood-curdling scream. The butcher was the only one who truly did nothing. More specifically, he was guarding Amber with his cleaver in one hand. According to Amber, the butcher was probably a combat cultivator. Since the battle hadn't devolved into a melee yet, he wasn't able to join the battle. If they could punch a hole in the enemy's defense line and force a melee engagement though, Lu Yi was sure that the butcher would be able to show off its true colors. In fact, a ranged battle like this wasn't particularly dangerous. Both spells and flying weapons had traceable trajectories after all. Theoretically speaking, those with good eyesight and fast reaction could avoid every hit. It was also why the Grand Sky Coalition hadn't collapsed under Thousand Demon Ridge's assault earlier. Lu Ye's apparitions made a pivotal difference though. Peepa Girl's mind-affecting ability was just ridiculous, and the Xianyuan City Watch's spirit-shackling ropes weren't easy to dodge in this chaos. Just an hour after the battle began, Thousand Demon Ridge had lost over 40 cultivators. Their morale was also falling rapidly. Grand Sky Coalition wasn't unscathed, but their casualties were less than 30% of Thousand Demon Ridge's. Their numbers were now equal and Grand Sky Coalition's morale was rocketing. Another hour passed and Thousand Demon Ridge's defense line collapsed in totality. Everyone was retreating or running away. Ji Yan did not order a pursuit. Instead, he made camp on the spot and swept the battlefield. The reason he refrained from pressing his advantage was 1, everyone had used up a considerable amount of energy, and 2, cornered animals were always dangerous. Since the advantage was firmly in their hands, there was no need to take any unnecessary risks. They simply needed to snowball their advantage until they were completely unbeatable. Lu Yi threw a couple of spirit pills into his mouth and fed Amber some. He also gave it a wisp of the red essence so it could recover as soon as possible. Half a day later, most people had recovered their strength. Lu Yi opened his eyes and saw Zhu Jia staring at him. He cocked his head in confusion. Revenge, Zhu Jia said simply. Lu Yi immediately understood his meaning and fell into thought for a moment. He nodded. I'll set things up. Zhu Jia obviously wanted to claim revenge with his own hands, but that was impossible until the woman in red the dress restriction was lifted. That meant they needed to fulfill their promise to the apparition. A moment later, Hidden Light Sanctuary took the lead and led everyone toward Thousand Demon Ridge. It was during this time Lu Yi sought out Ji Yan and spoke to him about something. Ji Yan nodded affirmatively. The lost city of Xianyuan was huge, but not huge enough to hide a group that was almost 100 strong. Moreover, Ji Yan had ordered his ghost cultivators to follow Thousand Demon Ridge when they had retreated. He knew exactly where they were hiding right now. Chapter 279 To Catch a Cat. Spells and flying weapons continued to strike down on one's enemies from every direction. The battle was fierce, and the surviving members of Thousand Demon Ridge were all prepared to die. It was the second day of the pursuit. Thousand Demon Ridge had clashed against Grand Sky Coalition 4 times and each time it had ended with their defeat. During the first 2 clashes, they were still able to put up some measure of resistance. However, their numbers eventually dwindled to a point where they lost the ability to do battle against the Grand Sky Coalition completely. The enemy just outnumbered them too much. By now, there were less than 30 surviving Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. Even Qi Ming of Sunlit Mountain had been slain during the earlier battles. Currently, the group of 30 were barely surviving under the leadership of Chu Qing of the House of Wintry Blossoms. They all knew it was a matter of time before they died though. The only way to live was to break out of the encirclement. They did so very soon. After probing the Grand Sky Coalition's encirclement and finding a weak spot, Chu Qing immediately led them on an all-out assault. It was impossible for Grand Sky Coalition to stop them because they numbered just over 100 people. Their encirclement wasn't nearly tight enough to stop a group of 30 from breaking through. An incense stick later, Thousand Demon Ridge left behind 10 bodies, but was able to escape successfully. Everyone was panting like a dog and running away as quickly as they could. They all let out a sigh of relief when they noted that no one was chasing them. They didn't dare to stop though. They kept running with the goal of putting as much distance between them and Grand Sky Coalition as possible. On the battlefield, Ji Yan sought out Lu Yi and said cheerfully, "We have done as you said, Brother Lu." Was the Grand Sky Coalition so spent that they weren't even able to send a squad to chase down their enemies? Of course not. It was questionable how well the pursuit would have gone though. After all, the enemy wouldn't just stand there and let themselves be killed. They were going to keep running until they ran out of energy or their pursuers did. Either way, it wasn't really worth the effort. Plus, Lu Yi specifically requested Ji Yan to let Chu Qing's group go. He had plans for them, and Ji Yan was more than willing to oblige the man who turned the tables for them. "My scouts will keep an eye on them and notify you of their whereabouts," Ji Yan added. "Thank you." Lu Yi nodded. "And thank you for helping out with the white cat as well." "It is no problem at all," Ji Yan said with a grin. Anyone could see that the man was very happy right now. Lu Yi caught a bit of rest before going away with Zhu Jia. They were going to catch a cat. It was going to be a headache, to put it mildly. Lu Yi had only met the white cat one time, and he was unable to capture it even with Zhu Jia's assistance. The little shit was just too fast for either of them. He had already come up with a proper plan to catch the cat. He would know how effective it was when they executed it. Before he could do that though, they had to first locate it. Thankfully, the Grand Sky Coalition had plenty of people left. Lu Yi had already requested Ji Yan to mobilize his men to search for the white cat. The remnants of Thousand Demon Ridge was a concern, but he highly doubted that they would be stupid enough to show their faces. They could afford to leave them alone for now. The woman in the red dress would remove the restrictions she had imposed after he returned the white cat to her. They would then be able to do whatever they wanted to Chu Qing's group. If the white cat turned out to be too elusive to catch, then they had no choice but to leave it to their allies to finish the job. One way or another, no one from Thousand Demon Ridge was leaving the lost city of Xianyuan alive. It wasn't long before the ghost spirits he had lost in the battles had been replenished. They tried searching for the cat next, but unfortunately they didn't see or hear a peep about it. An entire day passed before finally Ji Yan messaged him saying that someone had found the white cat. Perking up, Lu Yi immediately rushed toward the specified location with Zhu Jia. About an hour and a half later, Lu Yi met up with a ghost cultivator. They traveled in stealth until they reached a certain corner, and the ghost cultivator stopped in his tracks. He poked his head out for a look before pulling back and saying, "It's right over there." Lu Yi looked. He saw the white cat lying on a rooftop and curled up like a ball. It was snoozing away peacefully right now. "Well done. Do you need my help?" the ghost cultivator asked. "It's fine. I can handle the rest." The ghost cultivator nodded and went into hiding. It wasn't long before he disappeared completely. Lu Yi looked at the white cat again to confirm that he hadn't alarmed it by accident. Then he started executing his plan. A moment later, a squad of 5 spectral sentries passed by the street right below the rooftop. The resting cat swayed its tail but paid it no heed. It wasn't long before another Xianyuan City Watch squad passed through the area. This one had 6 spectral sentries in it, and their presence caused the white cat to lift its head with a bit of puzzlement. It still didn't suspect that something was amiss though. The white cat finally realized that something was wrong when a 3rd Xianyuan City Watch squad appeared close by. It swiftly rose to its feet, looked left and right warily, and got ready to leave. It was too late though. The Xianyuan City Watch beneath the rooftop turned toward it and tossed out their spirit shackling ropes at the same time. Meow. The white cat meowed while dodging all of the spells with supernatural speed. It then started running in a certain direction at full speed. Unfortunately, it didn't manage to go far before a wailing sound and pipa twangs came from the front. There was also a scholar standing next to her and writing large words at the white cat. At the same time, apparitions began appearing from every direction. They instantly formed a tight circle around the cat. Lu Yi had literally deployed every ghost spirit under his command to capture the white cat. Even he had entered the fray after empowering himself with Windwalk. He could practically hear the alarm bells ringing in the white cat's head as it meowed louder. It really was too agile. It should be impossible for anyone or anything to dodge 20+ spectral sentries throwing their spirit shackling ropes at them continuously, but somehow the damn cat was able to dodge again and again. It kept trying to break through the encirclement but was foiled again and again. The ghost spirits kept closing in on it until it looked like its capture was all but inevitable. Suddenly, it turned around and shot toward Zhu Jia like a ray of white light. It instantly arrived in front of the body-tempering cultivator. Zhu Jia tried to catch it with his massive hand but failed yet again. Not only that, the cat jumped on top of his head and sat down. It even turned around and shot Lu Yi a disdainful look just like the last time. Angry, Zhu Jia brought his palm down on his own head but still failed to hit the white cat. It had already landed on the rooftop and was currently walking away at a leisurely pace. All Zhu Jia did was to knock some stars into his eyes. While leaving, the white cat did not forget to look back and savor Lu Ye's dark expression. Its delight was at its peak when suddenly, an unprecedented feeling of danger paralyzed its body. It puffed up its fur and let out a high-pitched meow before it abruptly vanished into thin air. The space where it was a moment ago was distorted, and there was what looked like a stone forest in the background. Lu Yi and Yi descended at the spot at the same time. Yi grabbed the Nine Realms scroll and channeled her spiritual power into it immediately. Lu Yi had Amber withdraw the ghost spirits before entering the ward scroll together with it. The Nine Realms scroll was their final insurance and a trap Lu Yi had laid specifically for the white cat. He had purposely stationed Zhu Jia in the direction of the ward scroll. He had realized that the white cat was incredibly smart the first time they met. He knew there was a high chance it would rush toward Zhu Jia if forced into a corner. He didn't really think that the ward scroll would be needed since he had the white cat completely surrounded with 31 ghost spirits in Zhu Jia, but he was glad that his caution and preparation had paid off. Zhu Jia walked up to Yi but did not follow Lu Yi into the ward scroll. He was now acting as her protector because she could not able to spare her concentration for anything else. He looked at the Nine Realms scroll. In the painting, a ton of figures were attempting to corner a white cat. From time to time, the spirit shackling ropes would be drawn as well. It took a little over an hour before Yi finally gave the Nine Realms scroll a shake and manifested Lu Yi. The man's face was dark and unhappy though. It was also covered in scratches. The white cat was currently held by the scruff of its neck in his left hand, unable to move even a muscle. Its eyes were teary like that of a bully victim. Too bad no one was falling for it. "Let's go," Lu Yi said before making his way toward the woman in the red dress compound. The white cat wanted to escape as a matter of course, but every time it tried anything Lu Yi would immediately inject its body with a wisp of spiritual power. It did not feel good to be invaded by his burning power. A few fruitless attempts later, the white cat had no choice but to abandon all hope. They soon arrived at the compound. Lu Yi pushed open the door and found the red figure swinging on the swing just like before. When he came to a stop behind the woman in the red dress, the prone cat suddenly came back to life and started making a series of meowing sounds at its master. It sounded like it was complaining about the unfair treatment it had received. Lu Yi frowned deeply because he could see that the white cat was very important to the woman in the red dress, and his actions against it could hardly be constituted as friendly. It would be bad if the woman got angry with him. He squeezed the white cat a little tighter. It immediately got the message and stopped meowing. "Have you found Tang Yuan?" the woman in the red dress asked. Lu Yi responded by handing over the white cat. "Let it go," she instructed. Lu Yi did as she ordered. The second Lu Ye's grip loosened, the white cat immediately shot toward the wall as a white blur. Clearly, it had become addicted to the outside world and wasn't planning on staying home anytime soon. Unfortunately for it, a red ribbon easily caught up to it and wrapped it like cocoon. Then it dragged the despairing and struggling cat back to its master. Lu Yi had to hide how pleased he felt. "That's what you deserve, you little shit." The woman in the red dress placed the white cat on her lap and caressed its back gently. The pet lay down as if resigned to its fate and stopped struggling. Lu Yi thought it would resume its complaints and attempt to take revenge against him, but surprisingly, it didn't happen. "You did very well," the woman in the red dress spoke up. The second she said this, Lu Yi felt as if an invisible restriction was lifted from his body. He looked at Zhu Jia and got a small nod from him. Clearly, the body-tempering cultivator had felt the same thing as him. He wondered if Chu Qing's group had experienced the same thing. If they hadn't, well, that would be most interesting. "If there is nothing else, then we shall take our leave right away." Lu Yi shot Zhu Jia a look after saying this. They then turned around and walked toward the exit without any hesitation. The special apparition was way too powerful to be converted into a ghost spirit, and she had come very close to screwing him over. Naturally, he wasn't going to stay here even a second longer. What if she tasked him to find her Yuanzi or Wanzi or whatever next? That would be an absolute nightmare. The sooner he was away from this place, the better. Chapter 280 Revenge. Wait. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia froze when the woman in the red dress called out to them from behind. "Is there anything else?" Lu Yi asked while turning around, fingers brushing against the hilt of his blade. "You returned Tang Yuan to me, but I don't have much to give you. Take this." An item suddenly flew toward Lu Yi after the woman was done speaking. He caught the item and found that it was a palm-sized medallion, an authority pass. The item looked fairly worn and traditional looking, but that was normal considering the lost city of Xianyuan was an ancient city from God knows when. Lu Yi did not know what the medallion was made of. The word, immortal, was engraved on one side of the medallion, and order on the other side. The picture of some sort of fierce creature was engraved on both sides of the medallion as well. What is this? Lu Yi was going to ask the woman in the red dress what the authority pass was for, but he suddenly found the compound shrinking, or more accurately, going away, rapidly in his vision. The next thing he knew, he was standing outside the entrance and staring at a closed door once more. This scared him because the woman had somehow moved him without any warning whatsoever. He could not begin to imagine what her true cultivation level was. He knew better than to re-enter the compound and ask the woman about the authority pass. She would have told him herself if she wanted to, not to mention that she had expelled them from her home. That said, an authority pass was an authority pass. He could guess what it was used for, though he would have to test out his assumptions as a matter of course. Lu Yi tapped on his battlefield imprint and sent out a message. "I'm done, Brother Ji." Ji Yan replied quickly, "I'll send someone to bring you to your destination. Do you need our help?" "It's fine. This is personal." They waited until the ghost cultivator who led them to the white cat a while ago reappeared in the distance. After they met up, the ghost cultivator once again took the lead. It wasn't long before they encountered a squad of spectral sentries. Their guide immediately concealed himself, and Zhu Jia got ready to charge. Amber was at max capacity, so they could not convert this squad of Xianyuan City Watch for their own use. They could only take them out. He put a hand on Zhu Jia's shoulder to keep him calm. Then he grabbed the authority pass from his storage bag and waved it at the incoming squad. The hostile sentries abruptly stopped in their tracks. The sentry leader even saluted Lu Yi and said, "My lord." Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. This was more or less what he had expected to happen. He had already guessed that the authority pass might be able to affect the apparitions in the city to an extent. The woman in the red dress wouldn't have gifted it to him otherwise. His suspicions were now confirmed, and the implications were even bigger than he expected. He still did not know what the authority pass represented, but somehow it got the sentry leader to call him, "My lord." Since he's treating me as his superior, does that mean I can command or mobilize all Xianyuan City Watch now? Lu Yi dared to think. "I have a mission for you all. Come with me." "Do you have a commander's warrant, my lord? We are tasked with patrolling right now. We are unable to leave our post without a commander's warrant." "Warrant? I don't even know who the commander is." Unfortunately, it would seem that the authority pass was less useful than he imagined. At best, it removed the hostility of the Xianyuan City Watch. The holder of this authority pass should be able to travel almost anywhere they wanted to in the lost city of Xianyuan. That might be a great boon for the others, but not so much for Lu Yi. "I see. You may continue your patrol then." Lu Yi waved the sentry leader off a bit languidly. "Yes." The sentry leader responded before taking his leave. The ghost cultivator broke out of his concealment and stared at Lu Yi with a look of surprise on his face. It was incredible enough that his pet could control apparitions, but an authority pass that gave him some power over the Xianyuan City Watch and made them address him as their lord? He had never seen something so unusual with his life. He was damn sure that the intel he received from the Divine Trade Association did not mention such a thing either. This was incredibly valuable intel because the lost city of Xianyuan wasn't a singular occurrence. Eventually, some cultivators would enter this place once more. Whoever managed to obtain an authority pass would never have to worry about the Xianyuan City Watch anymore. He reckoned that this single bit of intel was worth hundreds or maybe even 1,000 spirit stones. It was at this moment the ghost cultivator recalled something. He hurriedly messaged Ji Yan about the matter. Ji Yan was greatly moved when he learned of the medallion's existence. He told the ghost cultivator to assist Lu Yi in wrapping up his business before discussing the other matter, to which the former agreed. The ghost cultivator led Lu Yi and Zhu Jia down a certain direction. Every time they encountered a squad of sentries, Lu Yi would use the authority pass to shoo them away. 4 whole hours later they finally arrived at a clearing. 20 or so cultivators were gathered at the location. They were all injured. They were probably the last 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators in the entire city, and Chu Qing and Ruo Yan were among them. Lu Yi was surprised that they were sitting out here in the open. The ghost cultivator warned, they were in hiding before. I'm not sure what prompted them to come out. Beware of the possibility of traps, Brother Yi. Normally speaking, these defeated dogs would do their best to conceal themselves from their hunters. However, the lost city of Xianyuan was huge, but it wasn't that huge. They could hide, but it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. They certainly would not be able to remain hidden if Grand Sky Coalition made a concentrated effort to root them out. That was probably the true reason they had relocated to this clearing. They couldn't ambush anyone here, but the opposite was just as true. Let's go. I think they're waiting for us. Lu Yi waved for Zhu Jia to follow him before stepping toward the Thousand Demon Ridge group with one hand on the inviolable. The body-tempering cultivator followed right beside him as countless apparitions exited Amber's body. Zhu Jia's eyes grew redder and redder as he glared daggers at the woman named Ruo Yan. The ghost cultivator would have joined them, but he recalled Ji Yan's message and stayed where he was. The cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge grew more and more restless as the two cultivators and the ghost spirits came closer. Amidst the crowd, Chu Qing opened her eyes and slowly rose to her feet. She stared calmly at the incoming group. Lu Yi stopped when he was about 100 meters away from the Thousand Demon Ridge group. He and Chu Qing stared at each other until the latter broke the silence. I knew that the two of you would come. Lu Yi did not say anything. Did you find Tang Yuan? Chu Qing asked again. When Lu Yi had returned the white cat to the woman in the red dress, the restriction placed on him and Zhu Jia had been lifted. The same had happened to Chu Qing and the others. That was the moment Chu Qing had noticed that something was amiss. It was because things were a little too coincidental. Of the 20,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who survived the battles, 70% of them belonged to the House of Wintry Blossoms. In fact, the rest of them were independent cultivators. Chu Qing hadn't thought too much about this when she successfully broke out of the encirclement and led her people to safety. She thought her sect was just lucky. This was especially true for her and Ruo Yan because they hadn't received many attacks throughout the battles. But what if it wasn't luck? What if someone wanted to keep them alive so they could personally take revenge at a later date? She put two and two together and realized the truth after that. Out of everyone in the Grand Sky Coalition, there was only one person who had the ability and the motive to do such a thing. He was Lu Yi. The woman in the red dress restriction had been lifted. No one could stop them from killing each other anymore. That was why she had made the snap decision to relocate to this clearing. It was to goad Lu Yi and Zhu Jia into appearing personally. Had they chosen to stay in their hidey hole, Lu Yi might have judged that it was too dangerous to go after them and just watch from the sidelines while his allies slowly and painfully ground them down to the last. At least this way they might have a sliver of a chance of taking Lu Yi and Zhu Jia to the grave with them. Chu Qing looked like she wanted to say more, but Lu Yi could not be arsed to drag this out any longer. Attack. The ghost spirits immediately attacked in unison. Peepa Girl's wails and Peepa Twangs were the first to reach the enemy. It was followed by the spirit shackling ropes and the other special apparitions' unique attacks. The butcher apparition who was unable to do anything in the previous battles finally got to show off his skills as well. He rushed toward the remnants of Thousand Demon Ridge together with Zhu Jia. Of course, their enemies weren't just going to lie down and submit to their fate. They immediately launched their own counterattacks. It was a one-sided massacre. Lu Ye's ghost spirits alone could have overwhelmed the group, but they were assisted by Zhu Jia as well. The reason body-tempering cultivators were valued no matter where they went was because no one was better than them at soaking up damage. This was doubly true since Zhu Jia had refined the defensive spirit artifact Lu Yi gave him earlier. Holding a shield in front of him, he acted as the point of their formation and charged toward the enemy. No one was capable of stopping him. Cries of shock and blood-curdling screams filled the air as he sent them flying. At the same time, the butcher raised his cleaver and cut down all who happened along his path. Their defeat was carved in stone after that. Suddenly, a disproportionately large blade sailed straight toward Zhu Jia's head from the side. Zhu Jia bent lower to dodge the attack at the same time he twisted toward the threat and punched. The violent attack crushed the cultivator, blocking the way to bits, but Zhu Jia wasn't even looking at him. From the moment he saw the owner of the large blade, his mind became consumed by the overpowering desire for revenge. He lunged forward. It was chaos, but for some reason Chu Qing was completely untouched by the battle around her. She wasn't moving either. It was because Lu Yi was staring at her this whole time. Lu Yi slowly unsheathed the inviolable and pointed its tip at the ground. He then declared, Block 3 of my attacks and you may live to see another day. The second he said the word day, he transformed into a blur and caused Chu Qing's instincts to scream at her. She instinctively crossed her two swords protectively in front of herself. Not a moment too soon, a saber flowing with fiery red spiritual power struck the weapons. There was a metallic clang as sparks flew everywhere. An indescribable amount of force traveled through the metal and down her arms. Despite injecting every bit of power into the block, the overwhelmingly swift and powerful attack had still nearly broken through her defense. Her body kept sinking as the blade of Lu Ye's saber twisted downward and pierced through the fabric on her shoulder, revealing the armor beneath. She gritted her teeth and mustered more force and spiritual power into her arms. Right before she was about to push Lu Ye's saber away with everything she got, a glyph flashed from the blade of the inviolable. It was gravity well. There was a buzz and the air itself became distorted. Now it truly felt like a mountain was pressing down on her. She was already crouching to begin with, but now her knees struck the ground like a meteor. Pain forced itself onto Chu Qing's features as she vaguely felt her leg bones breaking. Chapter 281 Dungeons. Straightforward and direct combat had never been Chu Qing's forte. If she had a choice, she would not have wanted to reveal herself this early in a fight. Having attempted an assault on Lu Yi before with the help of Qiao Yun and Ruo Yen, she knew just how dangerous and formidable an enemy Lu Yi was. That was how she knew that Lu Yi wasn't just bragging when he said that he would consider sparing her if she could survive 3 blows from him. Lu Yi possessed the capital to be magnanimous. But the last thing she expected was how she failed to even endure 1 blow from him. There was no finesse at all in the attack, just sheer speed and brute force that easily trampled down what feeble defense she strived to put up. The incredible force was gone abruptly. But there was little reason to be happy. The sight of the tiny crimson sparkle fleeting around sent a jolt of chill through her. An upswing came all of a sudden, the blow striking both of her dual swords simultaneously, transmitting enough force to cause pain on both her perliques. Her arms throbbed with a stinging numbness. But these were the least of her problems. Steel rang into the distance as the blow knocked both her weapons into the distance. As her knees buckled, Chu Qing griped with the loss of both her weapons as she looked up. There he was, the young man with a face of stone driving his saber straight at her heart. The 3rd blow. If I survive this, would he really spare me? That was the only thing that came to mind. Pathetic. That was the one word she would describe herself with. To think that she believed that her chance to avenge Chu Shui had arrived when she stumbled upon him. But instead of killing him, her last stand had turned out to be nothing more than a one-sided massacre of her people, and the subsequent skirmishes saw the House of Wintry Blossoms raking in more deaths than kills. And yet now, here she was, distantly hoping that her enemy would show her mercy. Chu Qing realized how she had overestimated herself. The resolve that she had always believed to be as steadfast as a rock had crumbled in the face of death. A dagger materialized in her grip. There was no need to evade the incoming blow. She would never be able to. But it posed a chance for her. She was wearing armor. If this blow failed to kill her instantly, then she might be able to triumph just yet. The dagger gleamed with cold malice and she swung it furiously at Lu Ye's neck, its sharp edge arcing for his artery. Then it stopped. The dagger came to a halt just inches away from his throat. Strength left quickly from Chu Qing's limbs. She could not move. But her eyes throbbed. She slowly lowered her gaze and saw the heavy-set weapon jutting out of her armor-protected torso. It had run through her. She had felt as if 1,000 needles were spearing through her the moment the saber cleaved through her. Is there anyone who doesn't wish to live? Lu Yi muttered softly as he gingerly drew inviolable from his fallen enemy. Chu Qing's body crumpled to the ground, her eyes rapidly losing all glimmer of life. That rang true. Was there anyone who would not want to live? The same could be said for the 5th-order young boy at the top of Golden Tip not so long ago. Yet so many had wished for his death and many still did. He did not know any of these people who thirsted and craved to see him dead on the packed earth. There was no vendetta, not even a feud. So why? Ha! Zhu Jia's voice resounded not far away. Lu Yi gave Inviolable a forceful swing to flick away the blood as he shifted his gaze in Zhu Jia's direction. The brawny body-tempering cultivator was taking blows from Ruo Yen while steadily pressing forward, forcing her into a corner. The defensive spirit artifact he wielded earlier was no longer in sight. Perspiring heavily with coils of steam rising from the surface of his taut and hard skin, the crimson aura he emanated lumbered ponderously forward, colliding with the ochre-brown aura of Ruo Yen, whose large weapon was only good at causing superficial damage. It was not without good reason. Ruo Yen appeared to have taken a punch from Zhu Jia that was strong enough to have smashed her shoulder blades, judging from the entire arm that now hung limply on her side. Despite her best efforts to resist him, she had lost the battle. The moment Zhu Jia was close enough, he found a chance to seize her oversized weapon. Ignoring the edge gnawing into the flesh of his palm, he yanked the weapon towards himself, pulling the petite Ruo Yen close. He viciously jammed a foot into the smaller girl, sending her careening with blood spewing out with bits of viscera. Ruo Yen crashed to the ground, at last no longer able to move. Zhu Jia sealed his victory with another foot planted into the girl, snapping her ribs into pieces. Lu Yi could only think of a few adjectives fit enough to describe watching Zhu Jia fight: savage, brutal, and epic. At length, Zhu Jia flung away the oversized saber. He marched back to the fallen Ruo Yen and bent down. He grabbed her head like a tiny ball with those large and wide hands of his and lifted it, not taking his eyes off her for 1 second at all. His eyes livid, his nostrils flaring, steam billowing out, like a raging beast eager to feast on her flesh. Ruo Yan's lips trembled feebly. She wanted to say something, but all that could be heard were the sickening gargles of the frothy blood escaping her mouth. Zhu Jia took her head and slammed it into the hard ground like a melon, dyeing the dirt with a slick of red. Ha ha. Zhu Jia threw his head back and let loose a bestial roar of triumph, satisfaction, and vindication. I've gained revenge. At last. The battle was over by the time Ji Yen and the rest of Hidden Light Sanctuary arrived. The fall of Chu Qing and her 20 or so brethren signified the end of the Thousand Demon Ridge campaign this time. Naturally, it would not be remiss to expect that some minor elements of the Thousand Demon Ridge might have survived. But they would be no threat to the status quo. Lu Yi would be more than happy to deal with them if and when he was to stumble into any of them, but he would not devote any more time and effort to hunting them down. He found a spot on the stairs and sat down to break the magical seals of the storage bags he looted while Zhu Jia sat beside him, sharing some meat jerkies with Amber. Ji Yen strode up to Lu Yi looking like he had something to say. Is there something I can help you with, Brother Ji? Lu Yi did not want to beat around the bush. There is, I'm afraid, Ji Yen nodded. Well, here's the thing. We came with Brother Gu Kanyang as our captain. But Ji Yen told Lu Yi his tale. Gu Kanyang was the legate of the Hidden Light Sanctuary outpost in the battlefield, a figure of great power and prestige among his peers. But it was due to his poor luck that as soon as he stepped into the Lost City, he was immediately discovered by the City Watch, whose officers quickly apprehended him. Gu Kanyang only had his poor luck to blame. Many tried to save him but to no avail. But not without good reason. The dungeons of the Xianyuan City Watch were kept by spectral guards wielding powers so great that no amount of Spirit Creek realm cultivators could hope to match. Gu Kanyang's Hidden Light Sanctuary brethren had little hope of saving him until they knew about the authority pass that Lu Yi received from the mysterious woman in the red dress. That prevented what embers of hope they had from extinguishing. At long last, Lu Yi grasped what actually happened. When he first came, he knew for a fact that the Thousand Demon Ridge and Grand Sky Coalition factions coming for the Rift of Fortunes were respectively similar in strength and size. That was what left him confused as to how the tables had turned against the Grand Sky Coalition side right off the first conflict. As it turned out, Ji Yen was not the legate. He was merely a stand-in, which explained his inferior leadership. In the meantime, the thought of saving the people now imprisoned in the dungeons had not crossed Lu Ye's mind. After all, he knew none of those who had been arrested by the Xianyuan City Watch. But hearing Ji Yan's pleas, perhaps the authority pass really could work. He had been miffed at the fact that the prize after what was an arduous pursuit of rice bag before returning the cat to its mistress was only just an authority pass that seemed to serve no purpose. But if the authority pass could gain him entry into the dungeons, then that would shine a different light on things. Lu Yi dug into his storage bag and found the authority pass, which he tossed at Ji Yen. An overjoyed Ji Yen never stopped muttering words of thanks until he rounded a corner and was out of sight. He quickly rounded up his men and they hurried straight to the dungeons. It was time they liberated Gu Kanyang from the jails he had been consigned to. An hour barely passed and the Hidden Light Sanctuary people came scurrying back, looking absolutely gloomy. Lu Yi did not fail to notice that their numbers had dwindled noticeably. He stared at them incredulously. Brother Yi, Jiyan gasped hoarsely, panting for air, I'm afraid you need to come with us. What do you mean? Is the authority pass useless? If the authority pass was not working, Lu Yi could see no reason why his presence would. It's not the authority pass. My men showed the authority pass to the guards at the dungeons, but they were accused of stealing the pass and were immediately apprehended by the city watch. It was only due to the quick reactions of the one carrying the authority pass that he managed to throw the authority pass back to the rest of us, or we would have lost this too. That would explain the missing number of people. They have ended up as fresh inductees into the underground prison of the Xianyuan City Watch headquarters. But the attempt had not been a futile one. It showed that the authority pass worked, but only with the right user would the City Watch not feel that it has been stolen. And Ji Yan had noticed when Lu Yi encountered the City Watch, all he needed to do was wave the authority pass and none of them did anything to arrest him. But when his men used the authority pass on the city watchmen, they were treated as nothing but common thieves. It did not take long for him to work out that Lu Yi was the only person who could use the authority pass without any consequences, and that prompted him to come back quickly. That was rather unexpected for Lu Yi. That would mean that the authority pass was not the only gift the woman in the red dress had given him. She had acknowledged him, making him and maybe even Zhu Jia the rightful users of the authority pass. Anyone could steal the pass and it would still be as useless as a glass hammer. Very well. I'll see if I can help. But I can't guarantee anything though. Lu Yi got to his feet. No matter, my friend, said Ji Yan, whether you succeed or not, the gratitude and friendship of the Hidden Light Sanctuary are yours. All right, let's go then. Lu Yi motioned with an arm, gesturing for Ji Yan to lead the way. The former had no idea where the city dungeons were and what they looked like. Ji Yan readily agreed. It was a hike that took almost an hour for them to reach a corner of the city where there was an imposing edifice with a large sign in front that said, Dungeons. These must be the dungeons of the Xianyuan City Watch. More than a dozen Xianyuan City Watch personnel stood guard outside, notwithstanding the frequent patrols of city watch guards passing by every now and then. There was no doubt, the dungeons were as impregnable as a castle. One look and Lu Yi could see that this was one place where violence would solve no problems. He would be a fool to not expect more city watch guards still inside. All right, so here goes, said Lu Yi. Amber crouched on his shoulders like a demure feline would, holding the authority pass between its teeth. Jiaju stepped with him. Lu Yi swiveled his head and stared at him. I'm coming with you, he said firmly. Don't force things, my friend, Ji Yan was saying. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia strode to the dungeons. As he drew closer, the Xianyuan City Watch sentries gave him not so much as an ambivalent glance. That was enough to restore hope to Ji Yan. He exhaled a long and easy breath. His guess was right. The authority pass could only be wielded by Lu Yi and Zhu Jia. Only they were the rightful owners of the authority pass that the Xianyuan City Watch would recognize. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia made a beeline straight for the dungeon entrance where a city watch guard stopped them. Zhu Jia's muscles flexed nervously as he shifted uneasily. Lu Yi kept a wary hand on the hilt of his weapon. The spectral guard emanated a glow that indicated that he was not only stronger than any Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. Even Feng Yuechan paled substantially in comparison to this Cloud River Realm apparition. This was not a fight that Lu Yi and Zhu Jia could hope to survive. Chapter 282 The House of Wintry Blossoms. The Cloud River Realm Watchman appeared to be a captain or a lieutenant, at least, Lu Yi realized. How can I help you, Lord Prefect, sir? Muttered the spectral captain with a cursory glance on the authority pass Amber held in its jaws. Lord Prefect. So that's the authority that the pass carried, Lu Yi noticed, although the name of the title, Lord Prefect, sounded odd to him. Prefect of what, I wonder? I've been informed that you have arrested some people? Lu Yi asked. Yes, sir, responded the watchman. We found intruders trying to enter this city, a blatant disregard for rules and order. Hence we had, by the charge the Lord Governor entrusted upon us to keep the peace, arrested them all. Keep the peace? How could it be not peaceful enough when there's not even one resident of this city alive? Lu Yi almost scowled aloud. But Lu Yi knew that while the spectral city watchmen retained some form of sentience, their intelligence remained low, or they would not have so easily acknowledged him as Lord Prefect. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Lu Yi said curtly, "And it is by her ladyship's orders that I am here to escort the prisoners." Her ladyship? Doubt teemed on the captain's face, looking like he was struggling to understand who her ladyship was. A hint of dawning revelation erased all that a second later. The form of address must have struck a bell. The captain frowned. "These dungeons are the most carefully guarded areas in the city watch's charge, sir. You may escort the prisoners, but only with a written statement from her ladyship herself." Lu Yi could not know what exactly her ladyship meant to the captain. But he was trying to imply that he came with the authority bestowed upon him by the woman in the red dress. Since she could give him the power of Lord Prefect of the city, it was plain enough that she must wield considerable sway here. But it would not be practical to search for the woman in the red dress and ask for her help now. Lu Yi quietly channeled his power. The grip on the hilt of his weapon tightened slightly. With a stony face he said, "I don't have any written statements. All I have are orders that came directly from her lips. You can refuse to accede to that command, but you can bloody well do it to her face personally." Troubled, the captain of the city watch did not know what to do. But Lu Yi, on the other hand, was delighted. This showed that the woman in the red dress influence really could be relied upon. "So be it. I think even the Lord Governor himself wouldn't deny her ladyship's request. Come with me then," the captain of the city watch conceded at last. He lifted a hand and placed it on the heavy-set doors of the entrance. The set of doors shone with a momentary flash. Convoluted swirls of runes sprawled all over the door burst with a bright glow in the next second before they were gone, and the door gradually swung open to admit them. Not far away, Jiyan, who had been watching from a corner, exhaled a long and relieved breath. Lu Yi looked like he was going to strike at the captain of the city watch, and Jiyan had been worried sick. If a fight were to break out, he and the rest of the Hidden Light Sanctuary would charge forward to assist. After all, Lu Ye's heading to the dungeon was for his sake. Honor dictated that the sanctuary should do their best to at least safeguard Lu Ye's well-being. Fortunately, everything had turned out rather well. Although the sight and sound of the door slamming shut behind Lu Yi as soon as they were inside the dungeons of the City Watch headquarters did little to quell his anxious jitters. If their infiltration were to go awry, they would be stuck here with a company full of city watchmen behind a set of locked doors. The only thing that calmed Lu Yi down was the absence of any sign that the captain of the City Watch had suspected anything. Without a word of protest, he led Lu Yi and Zhu Jia down a long flight of stairs that wound deep underground. The spiral stairs wound more than 100 meters downward. The downward trek took quite some time before they finally reached the bottom of the spiral. The passage was damp and dark, and what light that illuminated the stone-hewn passage came from the flaming brands flickering feebly in the darkness. Furious snarls and angry howls could be heard coming from the rows of jail cells up ahead. Lu Yi scanned the cells and found a familiar face crawling towards the bars. A look of recognition registered on the face of the person before it was replaced with that of surprised joy. That must be a member of the sanctuary. One of the ones who had been with Jiyan before he was captured. This one, Lu Yi pointed at the incarcerated Hidden Light Sanctuary acolyte. The captain of the City Watch waved. Another spectral figure that looked like a jail warden appeared quickly with a huge set of keys jingling as he approached. "Take this one out." The jail warden muttered a wordless acknowledgement and immediately did as he was told. The Hidden Light Sanctuary acolyte quickly got out of the cell to find Lu Yi giving him a knowing look, motioning for him to stay with him at all times. Next they pressed on further. The captain and the jail warden quietly followed behind. Lu Yi just strolled past another jail cell. He looked inside, and another haggard face replete with shock that eventually gave way to relief squeezed itself through the iron bars, crying, "Please help! Friend Lu Yi." Lu Yi looked at the Hidden Light Sanctuary acolyte beside him. The latter shook his head, not recognizing this stranger. Lu Yi lifted his hand and showed his battlefield imprint. The stranger's face fell, although he was quick to force a smile. "I'm also a member of the Grand Sky Coalition. Please, help." Lu Yi ignored him and just pressed on. The commotion was enough to tell everyone else locked down that the situation was changing. Every other cultivator behind bars stood behind those said bars, waiting to see what was going on. As soon as Lu Yi came by a cell, the Hidden Light Sanctuary would help to identify any allies. For those that he didn't know, he would ascertain their loyalties by checking at their battlefield imprint. Any Grand Sky Coalition allies were duly rescued while all others, who belonged to the Thousand Demon Ridge, Lu Yi was more than happy to leave to their own devices. It did not take long for Lu Yi to realize that there was more than meets the eye with these underground dungeons. The cultivators who were kept here did not have any visible wounds. They were not ill-treated in any way, all they were subjected to was detainment. But all of them, aside from the few hidden light sanctuary acolytes who were just locked down here, looked frail, their faces white like the color of death. Even standing appeared difficult and some had to be carried by Zhu Jia on his shoulders. Lu Yi knew what he sensed, a rotting aura lingering about them. That was what was lurking around these dungeons. The moment Lu Yi stepped off the spiral stairs he felt it. The inexplicable sensation of something trying to invade his body. Something sapping away what vim and vigor in him, making him feel tired and drowsy. What exactly it was Lu Yi did not know. But he knew that they needed to leave. Fast. His pace quickened. But that was hardly the full extent of his troubles. As the throng of cultivators liberated from incarceration grew, the captain of the city watch was slowly turning surlier and grumpier at a visible rate. Lu Yi had taken out too many people from his custody. "Brother Gu!" A cry jolted Lu Yi awake from his deliberation of the situation. The hidden light sanctuary acolytes had found their legate Gu Kanyang. Lu Yi motioned for the jail warden to unlock the cell and several acolytes rushed in to retrieve the severely depleted Gu Kanyang. "Surely you now have enough, Lord Prefect, sir?" The captain of the city watch asked with undisguised hints of annoyance and irritation. "I dare say we have." Gu Kanyang was kept in the deepest cell of the dungeons, not because of his strength and power, but rather because he was the first to be caught. Lu Yi had found every cultivator that needed to be saved. It was time to go. The procession of 30 men began to wheel around to leave. Most of them looked pale. Zhu Jia had to help carry 2 in his arms, with an additional 2 under both his armpits. The rest grappled with each other for balance as they left. Step after step, the procession limped slowly out of the subterranean dungeons amid the cries and curses from the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators still locked in their cells that were all eventually stifled with the deafening and final boom of the dungeon doors mercilessly slamming shut. They followed the circumvoluted stairs and ascended back to ground level, much to the tearful joys of the cultivators who had been wallowing in the despair that they were going to be locked down in the dungeons for good with the keys to their cells tossed away. Few of them knew how Lu Yi managed to pull off the stunt of engineering their salvation, but all of them did know to keep their silence. Whatever questions swelling inside them could wait for a better, or safer, time. Lu Yi gestured to Zhu Jia for him to leave with everyone else, while he stayed back a little longer to stall for time. At last he gave the ghostly captain of the city watch a salute. "That's it then, good sir. Thank you so much for your cooperation." The captain merely snorted with apparent disgust. Lu Yi was not at all displeased. He spun on his heels and left. He regrouped with Ji Yan, who was practically on his knees with gratitude. Lu Yi waved off his ceaseless words of thanks. All he did was take a leap of faith and it paid off. He would not have felt responsible if he did not have the means to make a difference. But fate had seen fit to place the very instrument of his Grand Sky Coalition comrades' salvation in his hands. Ignoring the plight of so many downtrodden comrades would only have made him feel guilty, especially since so many comrades had arrived in droves just to fight and even die for his sake back when his identity as a Crimson Blood Sect acolyte was made public. If there were still Thousand Demon Ridge remnants lurking around the Lost City, their number would not be enough to change the status quo anymore. With most of them now either dead or behind bars, the rest were more likely to just lay low until this was over. The sum of anything dangerous in the city had become limited to just the roving patrols of the Xianyuan City Watchmen. Meanwhile, the Hidden Light Sanctuary contingent had found an empty mansion where everyone could stay inside and recuperate while they waited for the duration of the Lost City's appearance to expire. Everyone who had been liberated from the City Watch dungeons was relocated here. Ji Yan and his men were all here, to convey their thanks properly and in person, and also to invite him to stay with them for the time being. "I'm afraid I still have some unfinished business. We'll meet again when I'm done." Ji Yan knew better than to pry. "Very well, brother Lu Yi. I wish you good luck." He promptly left with his men to attend to the others. Lu Yi waited until they were well out of earshot before he peered at Zhu Jia. The hulking body-tempering cultivator had been his stand-in sidekick since the death of his former partner, Sima Yang, staying by his side all the time with the reminiscence of a Siamese twin. Lu Yi could attribute it to his fondness for Amber, but he knew that there was also what he first said to Jia. Since we both share the same enemy in the House of Wintry Blossoms, why don't we work together? But their partnership could have ended with the demise of the whole House of Wintry Blossoms contingent. So, what plans do you have for the future? Lu Yi asked casually. Jia kept his head low, uttering not a word. He had been with Sima Yang for so long, and it had always been the latter who made the decisions on where to go and what to do. Deciding had never been his forte. Now that Sima Yang was no more, Jia felt helpless and lost. Well, if you have nowhere else to go yet, I was wondering if you want to stick around with me a little longer. That sounds nice. Jia readily agreed. Lu Yi was delighted. Jia was an asset any order and sect would salivate over. A ninth-order body-tempering cultivator, any doors would be more than glad to open to admit him, rules and traditions be damned. It was because of Sima Yang that he had not joined nor pledged his allegiance to any order. But now things had changed. Sima Yang was no more, and if Jia could stay around given time, he would become a full and invaluable member of the Crimson Blood sect. The membership of the Crimson Blood sect might have grown by incredible leaps and bounds, solidifying the outpost's strength and position in the outer ring areas of the battlefield, but Lu Yi could barely confess to having enough men under his command that truly possessed real fighting capabilities in a battle. That he would arrive here and stumble upon such an asset in Jia was beyond his wildest expectation. Despite knowing how unkind and unethical his notion was, Lu Yi couldn't help but give thanks to both the demise of the House of Wintry Blossoms contingent and Sima Yang, both the winds that had helped to steer the useful Jia into his open arms. Lu Yi surmised that Jia might even agree to become a full member of the Crimson Blood sect now, but he did not want to push things so prematurely. Things like cultivating a sense of belonging and loyalty to the sect needed time to foster true loyalty in the lumbering body-tempering cultivator, which was more important than mere lip service could provide. But since they were not yet back at the outpost, Lu Yi would have to rely on the bond he and Jia developed so far. If Jia could wholeheartedly serve a piece of filth like Sima Yang with such unwavering steadfastness, Lu Yi was confident that his friendliness and kindness to the former would prevail in swaying him. Chapter 283-Hope. At any rate, Lu Yi could rely on Amber as the link that bonded both him and Jia together. But how did Amber manage to win over Jia? That appeared to be an enigma that Lu Yi could still not wrap his head around. They barely knew each other, but they looked inseparable. What's your contribution point tally at the moment? Lu Yi asked, something occurring to him suddenly. At the ninth order, Jia must have unlocked all prerequisite 180 spiritual points needed for him to begin training in a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. Heaven-grade cultivation disciplines, more often than not, were in painstakingly scarce supply. But the easiest method possible of obtaining one was from the Vault of Providence. But the use of any cultivation discipline from the Vault of Providence would be limited to the individual who purchased it from the vault, making it impossible for it to be transferred into the ownership of others. But heaven-grade cultivation disciplines are the key to reaching the Cloud River realm. A cultivator without heaven-grade cultivation discipline would have no way of unlocking subsequent spiritual points, making the Cloud River realm unlikely. Therefore, for any cultivator ready to ascend into the Cloud River realm, there was no avoiding procuring a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. These things have never been cheap, hence the need for cultivators to begin saving up on contribution points as early as possible. Owing to the real possibility of not having enough points by the time one reached the ninth order, many cultivators, especially independents, were forced to wallow in the dreaded state of quiescence until they had gathered enough points. Which clearly was the case for Jia. With 0 kills since the day he struck up his enduring partnership with Sima Yang, he barely had any chance to score any contribution points. 35, Jia muttered quietly. Lu Yi knew the amount would be low, but hearing it to be this low was clearly a shocking revelation. A ninth-order cultivator with only just 35 contribution points to proverbially rub together? For all Lu Yi knew, the 35 points came from the House of Wintry Blossom's enemies he had killed earlier. That would only mean that the late Sima Yang had been hoarding all the kills, leaving none for Zhu Jia. Lu Yi did not have to guess how long Zhu Jia had been stuck in the Ninth Order. Needless to say, it must have been a long time, and that would mean that he needed a heaven-grade cultivation discipline, fast. He would never be able to make it just by killing enemies. There were other ways, but they needed to get out of the Lost City first. They pressed forward and reached the heart of the Lost City. Most of the cultivators, both the Grand Sky Coalition ones and the Thousand Demon Ridge ones alike, had intentionally given this area a wide berth when they were exploring, as this place was the closest to the governor's courthouse. If the woman in the red dress was terrible enough, who could tell if the Lord Governor of the city wouldn't be worse? So many times the lost city of Xianyuan had appeared to the realms of man, yet no one living had ever claimed to have seen the Lord Governor of the city before. It was said that those who had seen him never lived to tell the tale. But Lu Yi did not come all the way here for an audience with the ghostly leader of this city. He only came here to see if there was any benefit that he could turn to his advantage. The thought of coming here had not crossed his mind until he realized that the authority pass the woman in the red dress bestowed on him might be more useful than just saving Gu Kanyang and the other Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. But what other benefits could there be? What was the Lost City famous for? The legendary Pond of Divine Purification. Anyone who had learned enough of the Lost City would know about it. Would the authority pass enable Lu Yi entry into the pond? If it did, then this could make this trip so much more worthwhile. The benefits of the Pond of Divine Purification centered on one's soul, one's aspect that could not be seen nor felt. Cultivators of the Spirit Creek realm still lacked the means to train and hone their souls, but that did not mean that souls did not exist. Everyone had a soul. And if Lu Yi could use the pond to enrich his soul as he had with his physical body at the Dragon Spring, it would be extremely helpful in the long haul. But the pond sat right inside the Lost City's Lord Governor's court. With the benefits of the pond in mind, Lu Yi had decided that he would have to risk meeting the mysterious and enigmatic Lord Governor of the city himself for one chance at the pond. What if he succeeded? At the entrance of the Lord Governor's court, 2 squads of the city's city watch stood guard. But they were not the garden variety city watch guardsmen roaming around the city. Both the squads were elite cadres of the city watch, more potent in combat than their ordinary counterparts. The glow they emanated was enough to impress Lu Yi that they wielded powers no weaker than the captain Lu Yi had the chance to brush shoulders with at the headquarters. Lu Yi marched up to the entrance of the Lord Governor's court with Zhu Jia in tow. The moment they noticed him, the sentinels trained their watchful stares at him, and Lu Yi almost crumbled with the substantial weight that fell on his shoulders at the same moment the stares did. One of the guardsmen barked menacingly, "This is a restricted area. Keep away." Lu Yi took the authority pass from Amber and held it aloft, saying, "I'm here on orders of her ladyship." He could only hope that the authority that the woman in the red dress conferred to him might gain him entry. But none of the city watchmen bulged. One of them growled, "Leave or endure the consequences of trespassing." It was obvious enough for Lu Yi. The only reason he was not yet being attacked was the authority pass he was holding. But Lu Yi was not happy to give up just yet. He pressed just one step further, much to the intense displeasure of the 2 squads of city watchmen, whose hands shot for the swords hanging from their belts. Tension lingered in the open area outside the entrance, hanging between Lu Yi and the city watchmen like a pendulum. The sentries snarled in unison, "Stay back." Zhu Jia clenched his fists, his aura rising and his skin aflush with a heaty red swelter as if he was spoiling for a fight. Lu Yi seized him and pulled him away. Together they scarpered off. They were barely 2 blocks away before Lu Yi finally stopped. Beyond any doubt, their attempt at the Pond of Divine Purification had failed. The situation was telling enough. The authority pass that the woman in the red dress had given him wasn't enough for Lu Yi to enter the Lord Governor's court. That meant that he would have no way of reaching the Pond of Divine Purification. It was a shame, but understandable. If the biggest prize of the lost city of Xianyuan was so easily accessible, then it would not have been the biggest prize after all. It would have been as cheap as the dirt that collected at the bottom of everyone's souls. "Let's go." With a beckon at Zhu Jia, they strode away. Lu Yi contacted Ji Yan. Any hope about wanting to reach the pond was as good as dashed in its entirety. But with most of the Thousand Demon Ridge elements purged and not much good left in the city to be gleaned, there was nothing else to do but wait. Ji Yan's reply came soon enough, pointing him in the direction of the abandoned mansion they found. The journey took 4 hours before Lu Yi arrived at the designated spot. Ji Yan was there waiting for him. The latter greeted him warmly. There was no mention of what Lu Yi was doing. The spacious residence must have once been used by a wealthy and large family. They went inside, and after a flurry of corridors and avenues, they finally reached a separate little cottage within the estate grounds. Extremely grateful for Lu Ye's help, the Hidden Light Sanctuary people made sure that Lu Yi was well fed by sending over good food every day. There was no telling when their time in the Lost City would expire. It had only been 7 to 8 days since it appeared. It could be weeks or even months before everyone could get out. But there was no need to hurry. The nice atmosphere filled with rich ambient spiritual power was a boon for training and meditation, which he gladly delved into with so much free time. Besides his usual training, Lu Yi spent time reading the tomes and manuscripts Lady Yun had lent him to study glyphs. Even though the construction of glyphs would take a slight toll on his spiritual power reserves and somewhat impede his progress with meditation, the materials he now read were all about defeating magical wards. She had specifically gathered a collection of that topic when he mentioned to her that he wished to learn how to defeat magical wards. To do that, he needed to first study how defensive wards worked, and that had everything to do with glyphs. The peace and silence of the environment of the cottage helped to keep him concentrated. Although it lasted only 2 days. A mob of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators led by Gu Kanyang and Ji Yan came to the cottage looking for him. They were all cultivators Lu Yi had rescued from the Xianyuan City Watch dungeons. They were here to personally express their gratitude. Explorers of the Lost City were known to have been arrested by the spectral sentinels of the city, but few, if any, ever survived the dungeons. Therefore, the cultivators were aware that they would have been doomed if Lu Yi had not come to save them all. Only those who had been down there knew the horrors of the place, how, just by staying there, death could come as quickly as a wind's breath in the night. So, here they were, to see and talk to Lu Yi themselves. Everyone had a nice, short moment to talk, save for Gu Kanyang and Ji Yan, who waited for everyone to leave so that they could have Lu Yi for themselves. The former had a proposal. On behalf of the Hidden Light Sanctuary, he had come to propose an alliance, which Lu Yi was more than eager to say yes to. After all, that had been one of his objectives of coming to the inner ring areas of the battlefield. Using their credentials as legates of their respective orders, the two made their pact. Technically, such a pact would be limited to the confines of the Spirit Creek battlefield. But it was enough. Next, Gu Kanyang extended Lu Yi an invitation to visit the Hidden Light Sanctuary. Lu Yi agreed to that as well. The conversation wandered back to the dungeons, which sent chill down Gu Kanyang's spine. Anyone who stepped into the dungeons would feel the will to live slowly being eroded, he claimed. Death would swoop down on whoever stayed inside, constantly drawing away all life from anyone locked in there until the person was nothing more than a dried and shriveled husk. That was why Gu Kanyang looked like a gangly root when he was retrieved from his cell, as if he had been down there for years without food and sustenance. He was not hurt, yet his vitality escaped him with the swiftness of air exiting a punctured balloon. The badly depleted Gu Kanyang would clearly be needing some time before he could regain full health. Listening to his account explained the strange, foul sensation he felt when he was inside the dungeons. Lu Yi wasn't long enough inside the dungeons to feel the same toll as Gu Kanyang had endured. That too explained why only a few survived such a trip into the Xianyuan City Watch dungeons. Death would begin constricting its fingers around any living person who stepped inside. Stay too long and anyone would die. Maybe only someone with great physical strength and vigor could survive, people of robust health like Wuxia. He might be able to stay long enough inside the dungeons until the disappearance of the Lost City and yet still survive. The men spent a bit more time on small talk before Gu Kanyang finally took his leave. Lu Yi saw him out of the enclosure, and as he was heading back to his cottage, something caught his sight. There was Wuxia sitting on the ground, meditating. If Lu Yi were to sense more closely, he could feel the ambient spiritual qi swirling towards the body-tempering cultivator and into the pores all over him. That was sign enough that Wuxia must possess great talent, or else, this phenomenon would not have occurred. As a native born and bred in the Spirit Creek battlefield, Wuxia and his talents were discovered by Sima Yang, who led him into the world of cultivators. The third order spell cultivator had, back then, begun showing Wuxia the ropes only for him to catch up and grow faster instead. No cultivator without exceptional gifts in the arcane crafts and combat could accomplish such a feat. Zhu Jia opened his eyes all of a sudden. He must have felt someone watching. He saw Lu Yi staring at him and he stared back incredulously. Zhu Jia, you already have 180 spiritual points unlocked. Why are you training when you do not yet have a heaven-grade cultivation discipline to work with? With all 180 spiritual points unlocked, there was no need for Zhu Jia to meditate. Without a heaven-grade cultivation discipline, he would not be able to unlock more spiritual points and his reserves of spiritual power would not grow further. Meditating would only have the effect of keeping his reserves full and nothing more. Nevertheless, Zhu Jia had been diligently devoting time to meditation. He would spend time eating, resting, and having fun with Amber. The rest of his time he would use it to meditate. Seeing this only made Lu Yi want to get him a heaven-grade cultivation discipline as soon as possible. Chapter 284 Zhu Jia's Mutant Core. Zhu Jia's exceptional talent should not be allowed to go to waste. Zhu Jia cracked into a silly grin at Lu Ye's question. His hand wandered to his belly and he tapped himself there. Here. For storage. What do you mean? Zhu Jia scratched his head. Struggling to answer the question, he decided to just demonstrate. He gave himself a punch into his gut and regurgitated something out of his mouth. Something ochre-brown and round like a spherical marble. Lu Yi stared at the odd sight blankly. How could Zhu Jia be hiding something like this in his stomach? What is this? Zhu Jia tossed the tiny round thing at Lu Yi, who quickly caught it. The latter examined it closely and something that Shui Yuan had told him about some time ago popped in his mind. A mutant core? Lu Yi had heard about how spirit beasts would form something called a mutant core inside their bodies upon reaching the Cloud River realm. Their power would henceforth be drawn from the cores. To humans, mutant cores had a variety of uses in the brewing of pills and the forging of spirit artifacts among all others, including the erecting of magical wards. What sat at the very center of his palm looked awfully like one. Wait, so Zhu Jia's a spirit beast turned mutant? But nothing suggested that he was one. He appeared every bit a sound and proper human and he had none of the traits that usual mutant cultivators exhibited. So, if this wasn't a mutant core, then what could it be? He looked more carefully again. The surface of the marble wasn't as smooth as he expected. Countless tiny protrusions littered every millimeter of the small orb, giving it a coarse surface. Finding no sign that would remotely illuminate him as to what this tiny item really was, Lu Yi tried channeling his power into it and his face contorted almost immediately. He detected huge amounts of power contained inside the marble, spiritual power so vast and so pure that if forcefully released, it could be destructive and deadly. Lu Yi quickly withdrew his powers to prevent triggering any unwanted eruption. Then again he realized how valuable this marble must be to Zhu Jia. Yet the lumbering giant of a man just willingly tossed it to him, unhesitatingly and unwaveringly. The extent of trust he had for Lu Yi made Lu Yi feel rather pleased and touched. Lu Yi pondered over what Zhu Jia was saying earlier and came to a conclusion. So, the power that you draw during your meditation you store in here. That's right, Zhu Jia nodded. And you can tap into it whenever you need to? Whenever I need to, yes. Lu Yi exhaled. Incredible, he thought. He had seen quite a lot of items and instruments with abilities and functions to store spiritual power. Weapons too depended on glyph, spirit bank to temporarily save up small amounts of spiritual power inside for extended periods of telekinesis. But one could construct and conjure all the glyph, spirit bank they wanted, but they would ever come close to competing against the unbelievably vast amounts of spiritual power stored inside this marble that had been sitting inside Zhu Jia's belly? That was the answer to the mystery of why Zhu Jia had been meditating even though he did not have a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. The marble would absorb every shred of spiritual power he gathered and store it for future use. Power that he could arbitrarily tap into whenever he needed from within this strange marble. In other words, Zhu Jia might have reserves of spiritual power far beyond any other Spirit Creek realm cultivator, including those who had already begun using heaven-grade cultivation disciplines. For 2 to 3 years Zhu Jia had been stuck in the Ninth Order without any observable progress. One could barely comprehend how much spiritual power he had amassed inside this marble. Nevertheless, this particular method brought something to Lu Ye's notice. Jujia's progress might have been stymied by his lack of a heaven-grade cultivation discipline, but he did not allow that to be any hindrance to his meditation. His patience and training had never once waned. All he needed was just a suitable cultivation method that he could work with, and he could well rely on all the spiritual power he had been storing up until now to break through as many spiritual points as possible to catch up. Lu Yi peered at Jujia, feeling breathless with awe. Where did Sima Yang find this freak of nature? He's a talent that the Crimson Blood sect cannot afford to let slip past its fingers. Lu Yi held the tiny marble in his hand for a while longer. Still unable to divine what it really was, he just gave it back to Jujia. Whatever it was, he had now concluded that it was no mutant core. In fact, its value far outstripped that of usual mutant cores. This, if were to be seen by others, might invite trouble, especially from those who coveted this item. You need to be careful, Jujia, and not flippantly show this around. Did Sima Yang not tell you about this before? He did, Jujia responded curtly as he swallowed the marble back into his belly. The same melancholy that haunted him earlier reared its head once more at the mention of Sima Yang, and Jujia hung his head somberly. Lu Yi retrieved a big slab of meat. Jujia took it, and that seemed to be the trick to lift his spirits. The following day, Lu Yi was at the small enclosure of his cottage. He placed both his hands on the ground and channeled his power continuously. A brilliant glob of light shone beneath his palms, just over the ground, before radiant silvery lines began to spread from the light, bursting farther and wider into a gossamer network of intelligible runes. The webs of undecipherable runes and lines stretched for a radius of several meters wide. Next, the luminescence vanished abruptly as if nothing had been happening just seconds before. But anyone that could perceive spiritual power could feel the emanation of spiritual forces there. Lu Yi, is that a magical ward? Yi, who had been watching from the side with an idea of what he was up to, asked. Lu Yi responded, getting up to his feet. He extracted a ponderous and thick-set tome from inside his storage bag, which he referred to briefly before he nodded approvingly as if to himself. Done, he thought. Some results at last. What he had just done was a testament to what he had learned after so long. He finally harnessed enough knowledge about glyphs to construct magical wards using his own spiritual power. Of course, without something to provide proper anchorage like a ward keystone, the magical ward he just constructed could be easily defeated. But this was nevertheless a good start. One small step in his study, but a giant leap for his overall strength. He had finally achieved elementary success in the study of ward casting. Jujia, Lu Yi called. All right. Jujia yelped as he awoke from his stupor. He too had just been watching from beside. Go ahead and try. But don't channel your power. Constructing the magical ward might have worked, but it was still very weak. All it would take was for Jujia to channel his power and the ward would fail. This was not unlike what caused Lu Yi to restructure his glyph, gathering spirits to prevent it from failing at the first contact with excessive pressures of spiritual qi. It took altering the magical circle of the glyph into tiny little funnels, and that seemed to have solved the problem. All right, Jujia responded, marching forward. Slowly, Lu Yi urged. Too fast or too forceful and the ward could vanish. Jujia froze with his foot halfway in midair. At a glacial pace, the foot came down very carefully, all the while searching Lu Yi's face cautiously for any response. Only after Lu Yi nodded, did he finally move his other foot. That wasn't easy at all, he nearly had a cramp because of this. That took a couple of minutes before he finally reached the center of the magical ward's area. The shiny lines on the ground that had vanished earlier pulsed with life once more like unextinguished embers, emanating with spiritual power before a blast surged at Jujia. Remembering Lu Yi's instruction to not channel any of his spiritual power, Jujia just stood there, taking the blast with his body. When the dust settled, he scratched the back of his head innocently with a dubious look on his face. PFFFTT. He nearly burst out laughing. The blast was just so weak that even a fifth order could easily have done better. The sprawl of shiny lines and runes that fanned the ground gradually ebbed away at the completion of the blast, the entire magical ward disintegrating into sparkling dregs that dissipated into the atmosphere. Lu Yi kept a long and thoughtful look on his face, transfixed at where the magical ward was. He was not at all surprised by the potency, or rather the lack thereof, of the magical ward. After all, he was still a novice with a long way to go. Constructing this ward itself took several glyphs, including glyph Death Arc, the glyph that fired the blasted Wuxia. Because of his studies, Lu Yi could now construct glyphs which were not part of his original assortment of glyphs from his tree of glyphs. But these glyphs that he learned from the many materials Lady Yun lent him require time to master. Still unstable and weak, it would still take some time of training and practice before he could properly use them in battle. Hence Lu Yi thought of trying them on magical wards. This was the first time Lu Yi tried his hand at erecting magic wards, and it was feeble, obviously, from Yi's outburst and reaction. But anyone who knew better, especially ward cultivators, would gulp hard with shock. They would be amazed. For Lu Ye's magical ward was one that did not have a point of anchorage. It was conjured solely relying on his spiritual power and nothing else. It would not have even worked, low potency or not, if he had committed even the slightest mistake. If constructing glyphs could be seen as writing a word with a pen, then the conjuration of a magical ward would be like writing an essay. Worse, one wrong move and Lu Yi would have to start all over. There was no margin for errors at all. Such a task demanded a great if not perfect manner of control over one's spiritual power, to say the least. Such a performance on his first foray into conjuring magical wards deserved praise. If Lu Yi were to employ the use of ward keystones and a nexus for his next ward casting, the attempt would not only be easier, it would be substantially stronger and more potent. Technically, ward cultivators were a branch of the glyph weaver family. Only, ward cultivators focused their study and training solely on the conjuration of magical wards. That spoke volumes on how vast and how huge the study of glyphs could be. No man could fully learn everything. Hence one could only focus one's efforts and time on one specific discipline. The discipline of ward cultivators concentrated on the study of ward casting, while glyph warlocks pinpointed on the use of glyphs in battle. Those who specialized in tattoo-type glyphs focused on providing support in battle. Each discipline had its respective role and focal points, making the study of their glyphs in stark contrast from others, just like how smiths who forged spirit artifacts learned glyph constructing so that they could cast layers of enchantments on the very instruments and weapons they built. Even Lady Yun herself, for all her talents and knowledge about glyphs, wasn't a master of all trades. In the meantime, Lu Yi had never tried making ward standards or keystones before. The forging of these items needed specialized materials and tools, making this an endeavor best attempted at the fastness of the outpost. At the moment, the matter at hand should be his mastery of ward casting, or more aptly put, ward destruction. For that reason, he cared little about how good the wards he conjured were. He only needed to understand how the wards were conjured so that he could grasp the points of defeating wards conjured by others. He gave Yi a playful glare before he retreated into his cottage to continue his training and study. He pored over tomes and manuscripts, cramming his brain with as many fragments of the vast knowledge of glyphs as he could. The existence of his tree of glyphs allowed him to employ the use of various types of glyphs. That gave him the misconception that he was already a fully fledged glyph weaver. But only today did Lu Yi realize that while he wielded talents that made him a prodigy, he was still nowhere near a fully competent glyph weaver. While the tree had afforded him great convenience, it made him a mediocre glyph weaver at best. He still had a long way ahead before he could count himself a master glyph weaver. The gifts of the tree of glyphs might be plenty, but not yet enough. Days went by as Lu Yi would emerge from the cottage to try out new wards and such to experiment with his understanding. From his failures he learned experience. From his triumphs he ascertained his understanding thereof. Each and every day he made progress. Progress which began to increase from gradual to exponential. But one caveat remained: he needed to try his skills on a real magical ward to properly see if he was making any real headway. The first one that came to mind was the Hidden Light Sanctuary. Here's to hoping that Gu Kanyang won't regret extending his invitation to me, Lu Yi mused. Chapter 285 The Lord Governor of the Lost City of Xianyuan. Training, meditation, practice and reading. Lu Yi did not know if anyone else was making full use of his or her time to be productive, but he certainly was. For one moment, Lu Yi was toying with the notion of setting off back to the Crimson Blood Sect outpost and just locked himself in his chambers to train in peace and quiet, undisturbed. But his being in 8th Order reminded him that doing just that would be erroneous. Staying too long in the outer ring areas would be detrimental to his own progress, to say nothing of the scores he wished to settle with those who had almost caused his death at the Battle of Golden Tip. He needed to stay in the inner ring areas. Once he had grown strong enough to venture into the central areas of the battlefield, he would begin his crusade of vengeance. The moment of reckoning would arrive for all those who slighted him not so long ago. He fought through 43 rounds during the Battle of Golden Tip, but a lion's share of the 43 orders and sects were outer ring area orders. That made it inappropriate for him to attack them. Doing so would only invoke an uproar. Li Baxin told him before that what happens between the outer rings, stays in the outer ring. It was a custom that every sect and order in the Spirit Creek battlefield observed so universally that it had become law, a mutual understanding between both the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge that all cultivators adhere to. Any enmity between outer ring orders should only be resolved between outer ring factions. No one else from other areas, the inner ring or the central areas, was to be involved. Any disobedience of this rule would be met with heavy and unyielding repercussions. In the meantime, being in the lost city of Xianyuan did not hamper Lu Ye's progress a bit. With a spiritual point unlocked every 3 days, his total tally had now reached 160. He might need to have a heaven-grade cultivation discipline ready before his visit to the Hidden Light Sanctuary outpost, just in case. One day Lu Yi felt bored. He extracted his seed of the mystic fruit from inside his storage bag. A visit to the Rift of Illusions to stretch himself might just be the change of pace he needed. Reading all day had made his whole day bland, and with nowhere else to go since the lost city was still teeming with the city watch patrols prowling about, he needed something else to do. Moreover, Lu Yi had sensed a connection between the Rift of Illusions and the Rift of Fortune that led him into this lost city, although he could not yet put a finger on it. Both had the same appearance of a mysterious domain filled with plumes prowling mists with shadowy figures that would appear out of nowhere, corroded ghosts barreling through the thin, gossamer veils to attack him. That was all he knew. At the same time, when Lu Yi produced the seed of the mystic fruit from his storage bag, somewhere in the deepest corners of the lost city, a pair of eyes blinked open. The figure stared blankly for seconds as if lost in contemplation. Next, the figure vanished into thin air. Back inside the cottage, Lu Yi was frowning. He was just about to channel his power into the seed when the strangest sense of foreboding and dread gripped him. Someone was watching him. He surveyed the inside of the cottage. Nothing seemed out of ordinary. He carefully looked around once more. The bizarre tingling was gone. Still holding the seed, Lu Yi decided to give it another try. His powers surged. Crack. The bang caught Lu Yi unawares despite his premonition. His hair shot up at the sight of a figure that had appeared without warning. A man almost in his late 30s, clothed in rich, regal robes of silk and purple. The tall and stern man, exuding authority and majesty, seized Lu Ye's arm, albeit with a look of exasperation. Lu Yi stared into his eyes, shocked and awed by the sudden visit and the stranger's might that looked effortless on the stranger's part as Lu Yi failed to free himself even with a couple of forceful tugs. This man is dangerous. Very dangerous. More dangerous than the lady in red. Who the hell is he? How did he appear so suddenly and what does he want? A flurry of thoughts assailed Lu Ye's mind. He could detect no malevolent intent from the stranger. The stranger did not have to. His vast powers easily made him a giant, and giant have no concern for the cares of ants. Even the deluge of thoughts did nothing to prevent Lu Yi from ripping Inviolable out of its sheath, which he swung hard at the stranger. Clang. The swing stopped short of hitting its target. It was stopped by the stranger with just 2 of his fingers. Lu Yi could feel the corners of his eyes twitching nervously as he peered down at Inviolable's blade from the other side. The door burst open suddenly with Jujia storming forward and Amber roaring beside him. They had heard the commotion from outside and had rushed inside to Lu Ye's aid. The former was on fire with a flaming red aura enveloping him while Amber was unleashing every single one of its spectral lackeys. Stop. Hold it right there. Lu Yi barked. But Jujia, in his overzealous frenzy, refused to heed the call. As soon as he reached the stranger, he delivered a furious punch, only for himself to be bounced back instead, and he crashed to the ground in a tumbling roll. What was more astounding was the fact that none of the apparitions that Amber released did anything to attack the stranger. They stood there like frightened chickens, if not scarecrows with distant looks in their eyes, leaving only Amber to charge forward alone while Yi fired a spell. The white feline erupted back into its full form, baring its fangs as wide as it could, and chomped down on the stranger's head where it soon realized that it could not close its jaws. So was Yi's spell, it barely left a scratch or a bruise on the stranger, who only looked more exasperated if not utterly irritated. Lu Yi withdrew his blade and returned it to its sheath. Yi and Zhu Jia took their positions cautiously beside Lu Yi. At several meters away, facing Lu Yi, the stranger stood there with Amber still clinging to him, surrounded by the many apparitions the tiger conjured. "That's enough, Amber," Lu Yi called. Amber obediently dislodged its jaw from the stranger's head and released its hold on him. The stranger exhaled a long and deep breath and adjusted his rich purplish robes. He sat in the chair opposite Lu Yi saying, "Peace, my friend. I bear you no ill will." Which was true enough, Lu Yi thought quietly. If this stranger came with any sinister intent, all four of them would have been dead by now. Lu Yi gave the cadre of apparitions another look before he too broke his silence. "To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit, Lord Governor?" Taken aback by the subtle revelation, Yi stared at Lu Yi with disbelief. The stranger looked just as surprised himself. He shifted in his chair to assume a more comfortable position and smiled thinly. "And what makes you think that I'm the Lord Governor?" "I encountered a mysterious lady in red who enjoys riding a swing, and I was under the impression that she is the most powerful entity in this city until you appeared. It's you who is the most powerful being in this city, and it's not by a close margin. The lady in red's a far cry from what you really are, and I can't think of anyone who could be more powerful than she is, except the Lord Governor of the city." "Just because of that? Rather circumstantial, don't you think?" "Them too," Lu Yi motioned at the apparitions around them. Amber clearly wanted them to attack, but they didn't. The only explanation I could think of is that what remaining instincts these apparitions still retain clearly are loyal to the Lord Governor of this city. "Let's just assume for 1 second that you're right then," the stranger dipped his chin in resignation. That was the farthest he would go to admitting that Lu Ye's guess was correct. He really was the Lord Governor of the lost city of Xianyuan. "As for the purpose of my being here," the Lord Governor spoke as he lifted up Lu Ye's mystic fruit seed nestled between his 2 fingers. His expression took a turn and became grim. "This is not something that is supposed to be used inside this city, or any other part of the whole Rift of Fortune for that matter." "Why?" "Let's just say that doing so would bring about very terrible consequences." "For example?" "Some horrors are best left unsaid, my friend," smiled the Lord Governor, refusing to explain further. He tossed the mystic fruit seed back to Lu Yi. Lu Yi caught the seed, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he pondered about the horrors that were mentioned. He could barely guess the true nature of these horrors, but if the Lord Governor of this city came specifically to warn him about this, he knew better than to just dismiss it lightly. Especially since he had a good feeling that deliberately using the mystic fruit seed again would also incur his wrath. "Do you have tea?" the Lord Governor asked all of a sudden. No." "More's the pity." The Lord Governor rose up and stepped closer to Lu Yi. He clenched his fist and feigned another cough, saying, "There is actually one other matter that I've come here to speak to you about." "By all means, Lord Governor, pray tell." The Lord Governor eyed the apparitions and said, "You cannot take them with you. For doing that will also bring about very terrible consequences. Not very terrible consequences per se, but you'll kill them." That was certainly the last thing Lu Yi expected to hear, for he fell silent for a couple of seconds, totally confounded. The Lord Governor wasn't at all amused to see Lu Yi being surprised. The last thing he ever wanted was to appear so haphazardly before Lu Yi. In fact, his original intention was to employ some sort of magic to remove the apparition's bond to Amber so that they would remain here when the time for Lu Yi and all other intruders of the lost city to be booted out arrived. Lu Yi would be none the wiser until he got back to the battlefield, and he would have the impression that apparitions of the lost city could not be transported elsewhere. That would be the end of the miseries for all parties involved. That was until Lu Yi took out his mystic fruit seed, the very object that had forced him to make such a sudden entry just so that he could personally speak to Lu Yi. This personal meeting would make it unbecoming for him to quietly keep the apparitions here in the lost city, making this conversation all the more necessary. Is this an order by the Lord Governor? Evidently, Lu Yi would be reluctant to part with a potent force such as these apparitions. They might not be useful in the long run, but Lu Yi could certainly come up with numerous uses for them at the moment. It's a request, the Lord Governor responded pensively. Lu Yi understood what he was trying to say. But these apparitions are not mine, they're Amber's. It's up to the tiger and not me. Maybe you can try making an offer to Amber instead? The Lord Governor ignored Lu Ye's attempt to deflect the responsibility and instead maintained an intent upon him. Lu Yi could see that his cheap trick wasn't going to work. This conversation only started a few minutes ago, but Lu Yi could already tell that the Lord Governor was not a person who enjoyed bullying or strong-arming people into saying yes, or he could have saved his breath and just done that to make everyone acquiesce to his demands. But that was also why Lu Yi thought that he might perhaps try to derive some benefit from the situation. The Lord Governor said request, so that might imply some sort of deal. Although Lu Yi could also confess to wondering if he might frustrate the Lord Governor instead and resort to using force instead. All right, name your price, the Lord Governor exhaled heavily in resignation. The pond of divine purification. A look of concession cracked upon the Lord Governor's face as if he had seen this coming from a long way. Would I be able to interest you in something else? A new spirit artifact perhaps? Yi quietly extracted and unfurled the 9 realms scroll. 2? Or maybe 3. I'm afraid spirit artifacts are just tools and equipment, the significance isn't equal at all. I suppose you have a point there, the Lord Governor muttered, nodding his head in agreement. Very well then. The pool of divine purification it is. Saying he was thrilled was an understatement. But Lu Yi did his best to not look gloatingly gleeful as he traced a finger in a circle over his head, indicating everyone present, and we're not leaving anyone behind. The Lord Governor snorted. Maybe you should call those people outside. Get the dogs and even the cats while you're at it, he added testily. Surely not, Lu Yi remarked facetiously. We mustn't be too greedy, innit? It's been a long time since I hit someone, so you better not try me. Lu Yi immediately kept his trap shut. He enjoyed being the one doling out the beatings, not receiving them. The Lord Governor gave him a nasty look before he finally sighed. With a wave of his hand, he set the apparitions free. Amber shook its girth as if something was just cut loose from its cut of fur. One after another, the blank and distant looks in the eyes of the apparitions faded away, gleaming once more seconds later with consciousness. The apparitions respectfully bowed to the Lord Governor before they dissolved out of view. Let's go, the Lord Governor called curtly, and Lu Yi felt a strange, invincible force wrapping him along with the rest of his companions. The last thing he saw was their stares at him before everything went blurry. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.